So you guys are about to watch an entire 6-hour plus online course that teaches you exactly how to make money online. And this is not just theory. This is not just me thinking, I hope this works. This is after me doing it for over 6 years. And not only that, I'm actively still doing it with tons of clients. For example, just one of my clients. So this month in January 2026, we're on $84,000 so far. As you can see, we're halfway through the month itself, or not even. And then last month in December 2025, we done a total of $215,000. We take 50% of that, and we have tons of other clients and blah, blah, blah. So not only am I actively doing it myself, I've been doing it for over 6 years. I've also mentored over 300 agencies over the world, all different walks of life. Some people as complete beginners, some people with e-commerce experience, dropshipping experience, and everything. And for you, if you're just starting out and you're trying to get your first $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 a month, this video should answer all of your questions. We teach you the fundamentals, the basics, how to get your first client, talk about chatting and marketing. We even give you a live sales call breakdown. I've recorded me closing a client and we break it down in this exact course. So make sure you please just leave a like on this video so you can come back to it and YouTube pushes these videos out to you more so you can learn a lot faster. And then of course, if you really want to scale to $50,000, $100,000 a month, which I know might sound crazy and it is a lot of money, we do also offer extra mentorship. You can either check out the links down below or message me on my Instagram at Markuss Hussle. Hopefully you appreciate the effort and energy we put into this and it's all free for you. So this is going to be introducing the business model of OFM to you guys who are just starting out, who perhaps don't really have the clue on exactly how everything works. Tomorrow's live stream, which is the same time, is going to be me breaking down a case study of my own client that we just wrapped up in October, the highest month to date, which was $180,000. Well, actually it was like $182,000. So we're going to be breaking all of that down, right? And that's net, by the way. Gross, we done like 220 or 200, something like this, $200,000. In 1 month with one client. So tomorrow's live event is going to be breaking down that case study of exactly how we done it, and then also showing you guys literally hundreds of other agencies all around the world doing the same thing, right? Okay, not maybe the exact same thing, but also making a lot of fun coupons in this space. The next live event, so this is now going to be Wednesday, is what it takes to actually make $1 million online from starting from broke. Okay, so this one is going to be more so covering the mindset side of things. Okay, so believe it or not, a lot of it depends on up here, whether you guys are going to succeed or not. Whether you do it with OFM, e-commerce, it doesn't matter. A lot of it is going to be dependent on how you see and perceive things up here. So that's going to be the next live event. We're going to be talking to you guys about, how does it work where some people just are able to get so successful so quickly and yet you feel like you're fucking lost? You don't even know where to start. Or how does it seem that no matter what you try, you keep trying and trying and trying and it just doesn't seem to be working? Things keep getting harder and harder, right? How does that work? And we're going to explain everything. The next live event is going to be explaining to you guys the different stages between 0 to 10K a month, 10K to 50K, 50K to 100K, and 100K to $300,000 plus a month. So how does OFM differ? So what is the difference between an agency that's like small and boutique, making around 0 to 10K a month, and then the next stage, and then the next stage? Are we going to break down exactly what kind of staff members, what kind of systems, how many clients, what kind of expenses you need, and so on, okay? So then the next live event, I've lost track. Maybe this is Friday, maybe this is Monday, I think this is Friday. The next live event is going to be the first practical lesson, okay? This is where we're going to be telling you guys exactly what softwares you need, how to get physically started, what you need, just before you start outreaching and getting your first clients on board, all right? The next live stream is going to be how to guarantee your first client in OFM, okay? So we're going to tell you guys exactly, even if you're just starting out, even if you have 100 followers on Instagram, even if you have a private account, even if you don't know anybody who's running, who's doing OF, and so on, we're going to teach you guys how to actually get your first client. The next live stream is, I've already done it. I've already recorded a sales call with me closing a client live, okay? I've recorded it. I think it was roughly around 36 minutes. And this live stream, we are going to break down this exact call. Like you will literally hear me word for word, bar for bar, like closing a client. So you will literally get exactly my script, what I say. Like that's the next live stream, okay? Sounds pretty good, huh? Put fire emojis in the chat if you guys are thinking this is valuable, right? That these next couple of days, holy fucking shit, I've got something in store for you guys. So that's the next live stream. The next live stream is now, you know, how to get started, how to secure your first client. Now you're gonna know how to close them on a call because you're literally gonna hear me do it word for word, right? Now we're gonna teach you how to onboard the client the correct way. So once the client says, yeah, cool, I'm happy to sign on with you, how do we actually then get this person to onboard with your agency? How do you get started? How do you actually start doing the work with them, okay? Then we're gonna explain marketing, everything you guys need to know and understand about how marketing works. Then the same with chatting the day after. So we're gonna explain how the chatting works, what you need, and so on. Then we're gonna talk about the team structure, so how the team is set up and how you will go about actually getting staff members and so on. So this is a quick rundown of all of the live events that we're going to be doing, and I'm pretty fucking excited. There's a lot to go over. Who is completely brand new. Let me explain the business model to you in very, very simple terms. First of all, what is the purpose of the business model itself, okay? So in very, very simple terms, think of it as this way. You are here to save time and make money for these people, right? Now, for people who do OnlyFans, okay? So the best way to make money online, okay? The best way. So you can sell products, you can produce products, you can have a manufacturing company, you can have a physical store, right? You can have a gym and all these things. All of these ways that I just mentioned, they're not very beginner friendly. Well, if you're going to open up a gym, fuck, you need quite a lot of money, right? If you are going to create a product, well, you need to create like a warehouse or a facility and so on. That costs a load of money, right? If you're going to sell a product, well, then you've got to find one in China and it's long and you have to still invest a load of money up front and so on. Now, the best beginner-friendly model is typically the two best ways, right? Is if you either go to a rich person and you say, hey, I can save you time, right? Because they appreciate that. Every single minute and hour you save to a rich person, it's worth a lot to them, okay? That's one aspect. So, for example, accountants, right? Accountants that work specifically with very wealthy clients, they can charge a lot. Right? Because it's saving them so much time because the person doesn't have to go through all the bookkeeping and so on by themselves. The other way is if you make them more money, okay? So for example, maybe you run a paid ads agency, right? And you go to a business, it can be any business, let's just say you go to a beverage store, right? A store online that sells drinks, for example. And you say, hey, you're currently making $100,000 a month. I can help you run some ads on social media and I can help you make an extra 100K. So now you're making 200K a month and I'll charge a percentage of that, right? That's definitely another way and you're making them more money that way. Now there is a third option, which in my opinion is by far the best, which is what we're going to be teaching you guys in all of these live streams. And the third option is when you do both. So you're not only saving these wealthy people time, you're also making them a shit ton of money, okay? And that's exactly what we're going to be covering today. So within this way of business, you will be working with these OnlyFans creators and you'll be saving them time, which I'll explain to you in a second about how you're going to be saving them time. And you're definitely going to be making them a lot more money, okay? And think of it this way, right? What is OnlyFans management? Well, think of any influencer, any celebrity, any athlete, right? What do they all have in common? They all have a manager. Your favorite footballers, they have a manager. Your favorite musician, they have a manager. Your favorite actors, they have a manager. Even down to the influencers who you follow on TikTok and YouTube, they have a manager, believe it or not. And this is no different, right? These OnlyFans creators, can they physically do it all by themselves? Sure, but there's a limit. There's a ceiling to it, right? It's kind of the same as saying, physically, could you run a restaurant all by yourself? I mean, theoretically, physically you could, but why the fuck would you? You're literally limited to the amount of guests that you can serve, right? That you got to quickly run to the phone, answer, book people in, then you got to greet them at the door, take their jacket off, greet them to the table, bring them to the table, then you got to take their order, quickly run, make the drinks, bring it to them, then take the food order, run to the kitchen, quickly make the food, then bring it to them, and then they're done, and then they go, right? And then next people. But like, you're limited, you can only serve so many people, right? The same with real estate. Physically, can you run a solo one-person real estate firm? I guess, technically, right? Like, you're only probably selling one house a month, if that. But like, physically you could, right? But you're obviously limited. So this is no different. We're going to talk about that in just a second, about why OnlyFans creators need more stuff. So as an OnlyFans creator, by herself, she has to, number one, think of content ideas. She has to think about what to create for Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, live stream ideas, OnlyFans content, and so on, right? Then she has to record the content. Then she has to edit all of the new content. She then has to upload all of the new content on social media and to the OnlyFans vault. Then she has to think of all the captions. Then she has to organize mass messages. Then she has to reach out to other creators for collaborations and so on. Then she has to work out the finances and tax and so on, right? And then on top of all of that, she also has her personal life. Like, what the fuck? Like, how is she meant to do all of that by herself? I mean, physically, I guess. Also, by the way, not to mention, she also has to reply to all the messages until 3 a.m. Like, that's a lot of fucking work. That's a lot of stuff that she has to remember and focus on, right? Now, with you on board, the only thing that she has to do is record the contents, and then she just has to do her personal life stuff, right? Which is whatever the fuck she wants to do. But with you on board, you and your agency would practically do everything. You guys would come up with the content ideas, your team would edit, your team could post, reply to all the messages, help with the marketing, and so on. So this obviously saves the creator a bunch of time, okay? So that's the first one. And the second one is making them more money. Well, if the creator only can reply to messages by herself for about an hour or two a day, but then now you and your team come on board and you can now reply to messages for a whole 24-hour window, of course you're going to make more money. Same with social media marketing as well, right? If by herself she's only posting twice a week, well, with you on board, of course you're going to be able to help her post more times, right? Because now she doesn't have to think of the content, she just has to record it. You and your team edit it and post it. Of course you're going to make so much more money, right? Because now you're posting every single day, which means you're reaching a larger audience, funneling that traffic over to OnlyFans, which then therefore your chatters are now replying to all the messages and you're making more money. Very, very simple terms, okay? So how this business model works, let me just explain it. So you run what's called a management agency that works as a contractor to these OnlyFans creators. So these OnlyFans creators, these are not your staff members or your employees. You don't employ them, but you merely just provide them a management service, and then you send them an invoice at the end of every single week on whatever percentage split that you guys organized. The industry standard is typically 50%. So whatever you guys make on the OnlyFans account total, you guys split that down in the middle, you invoice the 50%, the client receives the money into her account from OnlyFans, and then she pays you your 50%. That is the typical way. There are lots of other ways, but that's the most standard typical way of doing things, okay? Your goal is to save the client time by organizing marketing campaigns. More on that later in these live events. And also it's to make more sales and generate more revenue for the client on OnlyFans with automated sales processes, which we're gonna touch on that way, way, way more later in. You simply reach out to the models that are already on OnlyFans via Instagram and you offer them to scale their OF. Again, we're gonna go into that in just like into the later live events, right? Exactly where to find them, how to reach out to them, what to say to get them on a call. But you essentially reach out to them, you get them on a call, okay? Once you get them on a call, you then will follow what I'm going to teach you on how to actually close the deal, okay? And then once you close the deal, you onboard them, and then this is where you just got to do two main things: marketing and chatting. Done. Simple as that. I have myself just recently taken a client from $8,000 a month when she started with me to last month in October 2025, we just scaled her to over $180,000 a month. I believe it's tomorrow's live event, which we're going to go over that in just a second. So yeah, we're going to break down all of it, the numbers. I'll share my screen. Mr. Producer's actually going to get it to work tomorrow, so I can actually share with you guys. I'll click around. You guys can see. I'll refresh it so you know it's not BS. And that's just the power. If you do it correctly, exactly what I'm teaching you in these lessons, if you do it, there's nothing stopping you from doing that, all right? Now, the supply and demand in this business. Somebody actually said in the chat, not gonna lie, this niche is still unsaturated. Right, let me give you the numbers, right? So first of all, somebody said it in the chat, which is quite funny. But second of all, let me guys give you some context, right? There are currently over 4 million OnlyFans creators. Over 4 million. For context, actually, that was a study in 2024. So we're now at the end of 2025. Realistically, there's probably 4.7, maybe even 5 million active OnlyFans creators. For context, these are the creators, not the fans. There are over 400 million fans. I'm talking about the girls and guys who are creating and selling the content, right? AKA your potential clients. There are over 4 million. Don't believe me? Go on Google. Literally go on Google and search it for yourself. Couldn't give a fuck. That's literally what Google says, okay? And now this second part, there is no study. You can Google it. There is no study. But if I was to assume how many OFM agencies are there, right, competitors, I would assume there's roughly around 30,000 active agencies around the world, that is. Not just in the US or just around the world. If I was to assume, roughly 30,000, right? And also, there's probably only about 1%. Maybe up to 5, I don't know, 1 to 5% that are actually serious, that are actually taking this serious, doing outreach, trying to get clients, doing it properly, making money, and actually sustaining the agency, right? Meaning that most agencies are just shit. So you've only really got about 1 to maybe 5,000 competitors, like 1 to 5,000 competitors to like 4 million potential clients to work with. Do you understand how unsaturated this is? Like how fucking insane this is? Like it's insane. This is genuinely like finding Bitcoin when it was just $4 a coin, right? This is like finding out about SMMA before Ty Lopez rented a Lambo and bought a bunch of books and put them in a garage. This is like finding about dropshipping before fidget spinners. Like this is actually genuinely a gold mine, okay? Now, the logistics as well, and the numbers compared to other business models. So I kind of mentioned at the very beginning about, different business models and so on and so on. With something like SMMA, for example, right? Typically, you will be charging around $1,000, maybe $5,000 per month per client. And in order for you to get to like 100,000 a month, you're gonna need a bunch of clients, which means that you're gonna have to hire a bunch of staff members, pay them very well. And also you can't just hire kind of anybody, right? They have to have good English, they have to understand marketing, be good at copywriting and so on, right? So your pool of talent is a lot smaller. It's very hard to find the right people. It's quite difficult to scale. Then your profit margins are gonna get fucked because in order to scale, you need to hire more people, which ruins your profit margins. So, and also SMA, come on man, like everyone's fucking done SMA. That's how I started. I started that around 8 years ago, so, right? Then you got Forex, straight up gambling. I don't advise it. I personally am firmly against it. So there's not much more I'm gonna say about that. Crypto is the same thing, in my opinion. To an extent, you can kind of have an educated guess with Forex and crypto. But when I did do it, you're basically like stressed 24/7. And even if you're trying to play the long-term game and just putting money in and just kind of forgetting about it, which to an extent is whatever, it's still, it's not the greatest of business models. Dropshipping, you're not really building a business, you're selling some bullshit from China. E-commerce, you need a lot of money up front, you need a website, you need paid ads, you need to find a winning product all the time and it just doesn't work. Affiliate marketing, you're fucking promoting someone else's bullshit. Like what kind of intrinsic value are you building that? And also, like what, you're gonna make 10% commission, affiliate commission for this $25 a month subscription that somebody has bought for your, like, come on, what are you gonna do with that, right? So in my opinion, that this is by far the best business model, okay? Also, please, for everybody that's new here, can you guys leave a like on the little live stream? So just like this live event. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, so the next one is my personal story on how this has changed my life. So really quickly, to give you guys a bit of context, okay? So for me, I immigrated to the UK when I was 10 years old. I didn't even speak English when I moved here. We lived in a council estate, blah, 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 okay? And I was a kid, obviously, you know, I was 10 years old when I moved, so I didn't fucking know what money even really was. I didn't understand it. And to me, the council estate was home, so I didn't really know of anything else. I wasn't living anywhere near London. I didn't know of anything else but that shithole, right? And as I got older, that's when things started to, like, not make sense, but I started to see things. And I was like, wait, mum, like, why can't I buy this thing? Everybody else has it at school. Wait, why can't I go on a school trip? Because all of my friends are going, like, why can't I, right? And then you slowly but surely start to understand why the school uniform that I had, the sleeves didn't end here, they ended here. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? And like, my school lunches was always like from the reduced aisle, so the food would go out of date like the next day, you know? So like, as I got older, I started to understand these things. And I was like, oh, we're fucking broke. Cool, all right. Well, what can we do about it, right? So then obviously I got a job at a young age. I started working when I was just 16 years old. And then I'd done that for about, you know, nearly 2 years, just about when I was 18. And I was like, this is bullshit. Having to wake up, having to go to this bullshit ass place. I don't want to fucking do it. And also, I always thought, you know, I was always looking at like the older people, because I don't have an older brother, older male figure, right? In my life, I don't. So naturally, I would always kind of look at like the bosses or the managers of the company that I'd work at, and I'm thinking, is this person really where I want to be? And not a single fucking one of the jobs that I worked at, that was the truth, right? It wasn't. Same with school, by the way. This is why I don't really enjoy school that much. Well, I enjoyed school, but the idea of sitting down, listening to some schmuck, telling me something that I'm not even interested in, it just didn't make sense to me, right? So anyway, but with the job thing, it didn't make sense. And hopefully some of you guys can relate to this stuff, right? Because I think that's kind of the early journey for a lot of people, for a lot of entrepreneurs. I didn't even know what the fuck entrepreneur was. Anyway, I was like, yeah, cool. Yeah, fuck this. This is not it. Like also, I got to ask if I can go for a piss. Come on, bro. What the fuck is this? I'm a full grown man, right? At this one, I'm like 18. Anyway, unfortunately, my father, who was back in home in Latvia, unfortunately passed away. It's sad, but it's life. But yeah, that happened, and I was like, right, okay. Now it's just me and my mum. I've got to do something here. So then I started learning about how to make money online. I learned about SMMA. That was my first thing, like I said. So I've done SMMA. In between that as well, I tried a bit of drop shipping, like on Etsy, like phone cases and little things like this here and there. But like, it never really fucking took off. Like the phone cases, I basically made like nothing. And I spent about 4 months of this bullshit. It was just a waste of time. Before like paid ads, I'd done creative. So I had a camera and I would just do like photos and videos for local businesses. I made like, don't get me wrong, I made like 200, 500 pounds a week. Which to me was like amazing, but it wasn't consistent. And I also I physically had to drive to somewhere, which costed me petrol and time. Then I had to film or take the photos, then drive my sorry ass home and then edit all myself. And you know, for 200 pounds, I was like, come on. And also, by the way, my whole thing was to retire my mum, for context, okay? When unfortunately my father passed away, I really, truly, genuinely believe that is, for a lot of people, the turning point where you become a man. At least for me it was. I don't know. I can't speak for everybody else. But for me, that was the moment when I was like, okay, like I have to, now I'm the man. Like, they literally, the fuck, right? So I had to retire my mum, and I was like, okay, these 200-pound gigs here and there is not going to do it. Then I got into social media management, and I started learning about marketing. And don't get me wrong, I was naturally pretty good at it. I quite enjoyed it, and I'd done it for about 2 and a bit years. And I saved up loads of money, right? And it was going great. I started traveling, and then I met this girl who was doing OnlyFans, right? This is around 2020, okay? And she was doing OnlyFans, and like I knew what it was, because by this point it was running for like 3 years. OnlyFans got incorporated in 2017. You know, sure, whatever, she was doing OF, but I never actually deeped it, like what actually is it, until I sat next to her or like laid in bed with her, and she just showed me like what the fuck it was. Like she posted a few pictures here and there, and she was making like $5,000 a month. And I'm like, what? You make $5,000 a month and you post like twice a week and you just send a mass message to everybody, you don't even talk to them? I just had like dollar signs in my eyes. I was like, well, what if you do talk to them? And what if you post every single fucking day? Like twice a day, 3 times a day, 10 times a day? What if I just get my virtual assistants from a marketing agency to do the chatting, and then I help you with content ideas, you just record it. I already have an editor, he'll edit it, and then either me or him will schedule all the posts on your social media, and then all of it started to fucking make sense. I was like trying to like go like some crazy madman here, right? And also back then in 2020, nobody was doing OnlyFans management. And I mean nobody. I was genuinely one of the first pioneers with this whole space. And so therefore, by the way, I charged her a retainer. I charged $2,000 a month. There was no percentage. It was stupid, but I didn't know. Anyway, done that. I scaled it to $10,000 very, very quickly. She then told about me to her friend, and then her friend joined, and then I said, hey, how about I charge you 40%? Well, I can't remember exactly what it was, 30, 40%, etc. Then we went on a percentage base, because I realized, like, if this number keeps scaling, then 15K, 20K, 30K, it doesn't make sense for me to still, keep charging $2,000 a month. Like, it doesn't make any sense. So then I switched to a percentage basis, and then same with all the other clients. And then fast forward, I want to say, well, yeah, thereabouts 5 years to now. This is where we are. So yeah, my agency just wrapped up. I've been through a lot of ups and downs, especially this year. A lot of downs more so this year. It's been quite hectic. But my agency just wrapped up with about $330,000, I think, last month, which, to be honest, is quite slow for us. But I'm not worried. Like, we've been at $1 million before, so it is what it is. There's quite a lot of peaks and troughs. I'm going to explain all of it in the future live streams, that in this business model, you can very quickly go up and down. But we have some great systems that we're going to be teaching you guys. And just one of my clients last month was on like $182,000, which is pretty crazy. And we take 50% from all of our clients, just for some context. So anyway, guys, that's a quick little introduction to me. And obviously by now I've been able to retire my mother. That was my first thing. I was then able to move to my dream place. I was able to buy a bunch of supercars, some cool watches. I live in a pretty nice, humble abode. But more importantly, I've been able to give back to my friends and family. Like, for example, it's Christmas in about a month or 2 months. I've sent practically all of my all of my family members quite a lot of money for them to buy presents for each other. Not for themselves, but for each other. So like I gave them a big fucking budget. And also I rented out like this massive lodge, like this dream big house where we're all gonna stay. We're gonna get the biggest Christmas tree. And the point I'm trying to make here is that that's what matters. That's what this whole thing has allowed me to do. Like, yes, we're going to talk about all of the, what is it, how to do it, how to get clients, and how to onboard, and how to do the marketing, and how to do the chatting, and all these things. We're going to obviously talk about it. But I want you guys to understand and remember the back of your head, the bigger picture. The bigger picture is the reason why there's people of you guys here watching this right now is because clearly there's a million things that you could be doing right now besides this. But clearly you're doing this because there's a bigger reason. And I don't know what personally that reason is for you. Maybe it is to retire your parents. Maybe it is just to get out of that 9 to 5, that fucking bullshit rat race, having to wake up here, go here, clock off, sleep and repeat. And you feel like you're just surviving. You're not living, you're surviving, right? Which is what most people do. Maybe you just want to get out of that. Maybe there's a car that you want. Maybe there's a girl that you want to impress. Who gives a fuck? Whatever it is that you want, you can achieve it with this. As long as you just put in the work and you stay consistent, and we're going to go through everything in these lessons, okay? So welcome back to the next lesson. Now this one is going to be very informational for whether you're just starting out or you're making $10, $50, $100,000 a month already with your agency. There's going to be a lot that you're going to be able to take away from this, because in this specific live event, we're going to be going through exactly how we've taken a client from $8,700 a month. So this is the total that this creator made. Let me actually put in a different color. So it was $8,700 total. She was trying everything by herself. She was thinking of the content ideas. She was doing the chatting. She was doing the marketing. She was doing the editing, the posting, everything by herself, and she could just about get to $8,700, which, by the way, trust me, I know, to a lot of, to me, especially when I was working at a 9 to 5, $8,700 a month is a lot of money. But what's crazy is in this space of OnlyFans management, that really isn't a crazy amount of money. But how do we take this creator from 8.7K to now making last month $182,997? So to round it up, $183,000. That is quite a fucking difference. This specific creator has now been able to retire her parents, buy 2 homes, travel the world, buy a Lamborghini, which is pretty cool. But most importantly, help her family out, and yeah, she's an absolute superstar. So in today's video, we're going to be going through exactly how the hell do you go from that to this. And again, just to give you guys a little bit more proof as well, here is a screenshot from my emails. On the right hand side here, you can see like the dates, right? So this is practically on a weekly basis when we are sending out the invoices. So every single week we're getting a payment. So 15,000, 14.9 thousand, 16.3 thousand, 19.7 thousand. So once you really understand what I'm about to teach you guys in today's live event, I mean, as long as you implement it and you stay consistent, you really could get up to these numbers. And again, by the way, this is my invoices, just to be completely transparent. This is what I invoice just one of my clients every single week. So these are every single week. So look, for example, this is 1st of October and this is the 30th. So in just October, we received 16.8, 11.8, 18.3, 15.8, 23.2. Also, just for some context, because somebody might be like, wait a minute, but that's not 50% of this. We invoice 2 weeks later than the current week. Again, all of that will be explained on the future events. Okay, so I wanted to go through in a chronological order of what did we do for this specific creator and how did we do it. So let's just jump straight into it, okay? So, and also please honestly take notes because there's a lot of valuable takeaways that you'll be able to learn from this, all right? So first things first, everything starts off with an audit. So an audit essentially is where we log into the OnlyFans accounts, and we use a software called Inflow to log into all of our clients' accounts. Inflow, think of it like how Shopify is for dropshipping, right? Or just e-commerce. Everybody uses it. It's the most common platform. And the way that Inflow works for OnlyFans is you can attach as many OnlyFans accounts to your Inflow account as you want, because the alternative is you'd have to keep logging in and out of each one of your clients' accounts on Google Chrome or Safari, etc. That's a nightmare, and you obviously don't want to do that. So instead, you have your Inflow and you connect all of your clients' accounts to your Inflow account. So anyway, the first thing that we done is we connected our client's OnlyFans account to Inflow, and we done an audit. So what is an audit and what exactly did we look at? So the first thing is to go through the statistics, okay? So within the statistics, we are looking at how many visitors, like profile visitors, how many subscribers, how many expired subscribers, what are the top fans, how much have they spent, the conversations that they've had, are they expired, are they currently subscribed, what kind of content have they been sold, what is the price of the content that has been sold. Then we go ahead and look at the mass messages, mass pay-per-view messages, and so on and so on and so on. We then look at the wall posts, okay, what level of explicitity is it? We'll look at the profile, right, so like the cover photo, the bio, all these things can be slightly adjusted and changed. But anyway, we look at all of these different things, okay? That's the first thing, which is an audit, okay? So also the reason why that is important, just for some of you guys that have been wondering like, well, I don't do this, what's the fucking point of it? Is if you don't do it, well, you're kind of just going in blind, right? And what you're probably going to try and do is do the same thing for this client as you've done for all your other clients, but that's not quite how it works. I mean, the same analogy could be used as a doctor, like in a doctor's office, right? Like if you, for example, have, I don't know, severe headache, probably should have a coffee and some push-ups, right? But let's just say you have a severe headache and you go into a doctor's office and this doctor had the last 9 clients he has had, or patients, I guess, the last 9 patients he has had, they all had like a stomach issue and he prescribed them with this tablet and it fixed their stomach issue, right? If you now come in with a headache, and your stomach is completely fine. And he just goes, yep, just take this because all of my other clients, it's worked for them with this thing, right? And you take it, your problem is not fixed. If anything, you now have probably some other problem, right? Anyway, the same concept is here. Every single OnlyFans creator that you sign on, Sure, the concept will be pretty similar. You need to help them with marketing and chatting, but the intricacies will be slightly different. So for example, right, some creators, for some fucking reason, they just post like fully nude content on their wall, right? Their wall content for free, or well, $20 a month, $10 a month, whatever the subscription is, right? That's not good for you. Like if you're trying to actually make money in the DMs, it's going to be very difficult if on the wall there's loads of naked pictures and videos of the person, right? Because then think about it. Why would the subscriber, the fan, go and spend money in the DMs? Okay? There's a million different nuances that can happen here, but I'm just trying to give you one example. So if, let's just say in this specific example, you never looked at that and you never saw that and you never double checked that, and you're going into the DMs and you're trying to make sales, but no one's buying, and you're like, why isn't anybody buying? Well, that would be one very, very clear reason as to why they're not buying, okay? And there's so many other things. So anyway, the first thing is an audit. The next thing is we made changes on the OnlyFans account, okay? So what were these changes? First of all, we slightly readjusted the cover photo. So believe it or not, it does slightly help. So the cover photo was the first thing. The second thing was the bio. So if I do remember correctly, this specific creator had like a tip list or like a list of pricing. And I just think that's not the best way to do it. Because, well, in that case, you're making it very transactional. When the subscriber comes onto the account, instantly he or she can see all of these prices, and like there's no more interaction anymore, right? Like it's like, all right, well, $20 here, all right, cool, I want this thing, boom. And yeah, sure, you can make that $20 sale, but then they just want that thing. And also you can't really sell anything for more because you already said this is how much these things are. So it's a very lazy way. So anyway, we changed the cover photo, we changed the bio. Next thing we done is we added some discount links or like special offers. So if I remember correctly, it was just $10 or like $9.99, right? So we made a promo link which was $20 subscription with a 50% discount. The same amount at the end of the day, but it seems like a bargain. It seems like a 50% discount. Oh my God, yeah. For the next 3 people only, boom. It will increase the conversion, okay? We organized the vault slightly. There wasn't really too much that we fucked around with the actual vault, if I'm honest. And anyway, so we made a few slight changes to the OnlyFans account. So then, the first practical thing that we done with the creator to start increasing her earnings was we firstly started with consistent daily uploads to Instagram, okay? So for this specific client, she was uploading like 4 or 5 times a week. Which, believe it or not, is actually better than most other OnlyFans creators, like believe it or not. But we simply started getting consistent once a day upload, right? It wasn't anything crazy. It was still the same level, the same production level, similar content to what she was already doing, but we started getting consistent just once a day, okay? That's the first increase that you guys can do. Because for most OF creators out there, most of them, they only post, like they don't post every single day, right? And that's where you can come on board. So when you come on board and you help them now, do every single day consistent posting, assuming that the content gets similar amount of views, you have potentially 2x, 5x the amount of accounts that you're reaching every single week. Therefore, obviously funneling more traffic over to OnlyFans, which is going to get more subscribers, which is going to give you more sales opportunities, which we're going to talk about in just a second. But yeah, the next, so that was the first practical thing, which was we just stayed consistent with social media. That was it. Now, a funny little story, and this happens all the time with a lot of people. We simply asked the creator, like, hey, look, why aren't you doing daily posts? Oh, well, I don't have the time, I can't create content all day, every day. And also the thing that, just in general, is time, right? And then I was like, okay, but what specifically is taking up the most amount of your time? And then she said it was to come up with the content ideas in the first place, right? So boom, we help them with that. So we help with the content ideas. We come up with exactly what kind of content to create, what outfits she can wear, how is the camera angled, the lighting, like we came up with all of these different things, okay? Anyway, great. The next thing, so let me just scroll down here. Cool. So then the next thing is we started a second backup Instagram account. So if you and your clients do not have a second backup account, that is a big, big mistake. Simply because if, God forbid, something happens to your main Instagram accounts, if it gets shadow banned or just banned in general, you need a backup just in case. So that's what we've done. And then also on top of that, it's always better to post twice a day than just once, right? So now we started doing once every day on the main account and once every other day on the second account, okay? So now there was more content being put out than ever before. So we really started doubling down on content and on social media. And again, for context, at this point, there really was not, no crazy massive increases. If I remember correctly, the actual client, wait, is inflow loaded now? We have been blessed. I actually don't know how that's happened, but we're back. Baby, we're back. Let me share my screen, because I'm sure there's some little fucker that's like, oh, but he didn't share his screen. Right, there you go, suck your mum, right? Anyway, so this is the $8,700 where we started, okay? And then as you can see, look, $13,000, sure, bit of an increase, nothing too crazy, right? And then $25,600, sure, definitely a decent increase, but again, nothing too crazy. And then bow, $70,600, and then it went down to 37. I'll explain all that in just a second. But anyway, so as you can see, the first thing that I'm trying to make sense here for you guys, right, is that we did not go from 8.7K to like $100,000 in the first month. It literally went from 8.7 to 13K and from 13K to 25. It was nothing too drastic, right? It's nothing too crazy. So let's actually go back. Okay, sweet. So I'm going to keep sharing the screen sharing and keep showing you guys the results because I don't think anyone ever actually does that in this industry because they don't, surprisingly enough, they don't have these results. So I'm going to keep going back to those every now and then to just share with you guys at what stage we implemented what and how big of an increase that made. So, any questions so far, by the way, guys, right? So far, we firstly done an audit. We then made changes to the OnlyFans account based off of the audit. We then started with consistent uploads on Instagram. We then started a backup Instagram account as well to start posting even more content, right? We also had an actual onboarding call. So after we done the audit, we actually had a Zoom call with the creator to go through everything that we had learned from doing the deep dive audit through her socials and her OnlyFans. So from here, we initially scaled with about 2 to 3 chatters. So initially, because it was just such a small account, and it was like $8,000 and then $13,000. Because it was so small, we actually started with just 2 chatters and then very quickly we added a third one. So it was nothing crazy. It was no crazy setup where we had 20 chatters, and blah, 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 right? Super simple stuff. We just started with 2 chatters and then we added the third one. For anybody who's completely brand new to OnlyFans as well, each chatter is the person that obviously types and replies to all the messages, right? Each chatter does an 8-hour shift. Once this person logs off and finishes their shift, the next one logs on and does 8 hours, right? Once this one finishes his shift, the third one jumps on and does 8 hours. By the time the third one finishes his or her shift, the first one has had sleep and come back and is now ready to begin his shift again. Then this is how you can manage 24/7 with the chatting, okay? Cool. So that's super simple. We then started to market on X and Twitter. And also, again, for context, and we're going to get to it in just a second, but so far, it wasn't anything out of the ordinary when it comes to marketing and chatting and so on. It was just the basics and the fundamentals, okay? That's what you need to first lock in and understand, which we're going to be going through all of these live streams and the future lessons coming up here, okay? Only then, we then started with X and Twitter marketing. So with this, X is now Twitter, right? Anyway, so with this, we simply, again, stayed consistent with just 1 post every day. And then what we started doing is following a lot of these big pages on Twitter and turning on the post notifications. And then as soon as they make a post, what we would do is we would comment underneath that post with our client's accounts and be one of the first people. So if this post that is tweeted by some big meme page, for example, with 300,000 followers, if this post would get 1 million views and we are the first person to comment underneath it with our clients' accounts, if this post got 1 million views, we would probably also get around 250,000 views on our comments. And then we would have a free trial link on there, and then that's how we'd funnel a bunch of people over to our OnlyFans, right? Super simple tactic, but it worked very well. We then started to leverage high converting script content, okay? So again, there will be an entire lesson later on about chatting and what are scripts and so on. But just as a quick overview for anybody who does not know, scripted content is essentially where you will get your creator to go ahead and take photos and videos, and it gets progressively more and more intimate, right? And more explicit. So first of all, the creator is fully clothed, right? And then as each photo and video, progresses, the creator gets more and more naked and blah, blah, the content gets more explicit, right? And then of course also the actual pricing of this content increases also, right? Because here, the creator is fully clothed and maybe that's like $15, right? The next one is going to be slightly more, around $30, $45. And then you get the idea. And it keeps going and going and going, okay? Now, the way that we do scripted content is, I truly believe, different to most other people. Like, we still do market research. Like, we spend money on other people's OF accounts. And we have a specific staff member that does market research. And I still don't think anybody is doing it like how we are. So again, that will be in a future live stream. So make sure you come back at this exact same time to check in on these live streams, okay? Started to leverage high converting scripted content. So we wrote out exactly what the creator has to do within each piece of content on a Google document, right? So for first one, you're gonna do this and you're gonna wear that. Next one, you're gonna take off this piece of clothing and you're gonna do that, and this is how long the video needs to be. The next one, you're now gonna get this piece of clothing off, and now you're gonna do this and say this into the camera. This is how long we want it to be. And we explain exactly what we need, how we need it, how long we need, etc. We took this document, we sent it to the client, and then she just created it. Amazing. She then creates the content, uploads it into a Google Drive, and then we then upload this content into OnlyFans, okay, on the Vault. Simple, okay? Understand? Capish? Everyone's with me so far, yes? Put a yes in the chat if you guys are following so far and you're excited to hear the real juicy parts where like we really started scaling to like $100,000, $150,000, $180,000 a month. We're gonna be going over some crazy stuff here. I know so far for some of you guys, this is I think a lot of you guys here are beginners, but this is gonna be good. Yes? Okay, fantastic. Good. Okay, cool. So the scripted content, that is what really cooked for us. So again, if I transition back to sharing with you guys, that is what happened right here. So at $70.6 thousand, that is where we made a fuck ton of money from the scripts, right? From the scripted content. Now, for context, with February, there were two issues why there was a bit of a dip here. One, it was my internal team. So there's a bit of an issue with my internal team. I had to fire one of my chatter managers. Not going to get into too much detail about it on this one because it's not related to this lesson. But there was a bit of an internal issue. But also the client, she went on a bit of a holiday, not really a holiday, but a bit of a trip. And obviously she made a bit of money, so she wanted to enjoy herself, right? Therefore, the content slowed down slightly and so on and so on. Anyway, but then we started to pick things back up. So then from 37K, we ended up at 52. But then here's a big jump. We went from $52,000 to practically doubling the account to $108,000. So how the fuck do we do that, right? Which also, by the way, which is quite ironic. Like thinking back at it now, this is insane how we've only done we've done $27.8 thousand in subscriptions, which is very good, but we only made $73,000 in messages, which is insane. Like to anybody who knows anything about OFM, you'll know that this is like so bad, like in terms of ratios. And let's go into all of that. What happened? What did I learn from it? And so on. All right. Okay, cool. So what's the next thing that we done? So then we then upped the social media content output to twice a day posting instead of just one. So now we really figured out, okay, so we now have the chatters. We now have the actually the chatter manager comes after. We then realized, okay, everything is working. The scripted content, also for a bit of context, the scripted content is coming on a weekly basis. There is no right or wrong, but we asked for 2 scripts every single week just because of the sheer volume of viral content that we were producing. So we had to churn through this content as quickly as possible because there were so many fans coming in, they were buying everything, and then we needed more content to obviously sell to them. Okay, Anthony, that shit is real? Which specific part? So anyway, we upped the social media content output, okay? So we went from posting just once a day on the main account and once every other day on the second account to now posting twice a day on the main account and once every day on the backup account. So now we increased it even more. And obviously, again, we were still sending content ideas for the clients. We're also now helping her edit some of the content, and she was the one uploading it for the most part. We managed the backup account, so we would post for the backup account because I hired somebody in the UK to be the one that is posting on there. But anyway, what's next? So the next thing is we then hired three more chatters for her account and a chatter manager. So this is where there was a huge shift, right? So bear in mind by this point, we literally just had 3 chatters that were trying to manage all the DMs. And again, just for anybody who's brand new, there is a peak hour, obviously, or peak hours, right? A peak period, which is obviously when the guys are at home, they just go back home from work and whatever, which is typically like 7, 8 p.m. till about midnight to 1 a.m. Again, it really depends on the account, blah, blah, but typically those are the peak hours, the late evening, the late night shift, right? Now, at this point, we still had just 1 chatter managing that whole shift, which is insane, right? So we obviously doubled down and we hired 3 more chatters. So now, for just this one OnlyFans creator, we had 6 chatters that were working full-time. And now we also hired a chatter manager because by this point, it was simply me and my business partner that were trying to manage all these chatters, check in with them, tell them when they fucked up, giving them strikes, giving them bonuses when they do things good, constantly training them every single day, motivating them, and so on. Okay? Cool. So now we thought, okay, this is costing us so much fucking time. Like, we practically can't do anything else. We need to hire somebody. So this is where we went from, again, just to go back to this. This is where we had that massive jump from $52.5K to $108,000 because we doubled down on the content output, and we had now twice the amount of chatters, and we now had a chatter manager that oversees all of the chatters to make sure they're doing their job correctly and so on, okay? Anyway, so then, as you can see, there was a bit of a plateau. I would argue that 116K is still a plateau within these months. So 108K to 104K is still definitely a plateau. I mean, that's practically the same month, right? However, I would also say 116K is also a bit of a plateau. It's obviously a bit of an increase, but I would still say it's nothing too drastic of an increase from 108K, which was from here, okay? Anyway, so let's talk about how do we then go from a plateauing at like 100K a month, which again, I know and also for context again, this client is on 50%. So for most people, like actually realize how fucking insane that is. Like we're at this point already only about 5 months into working with this client. So we started, like here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So 6 months into working with just one client, we are taking home over $50,000. So for this particular month, it was $54,000. Do you understand? After 6 months of signing a client that was only at 8.7K, that's really not out of the norm, by the way, for context. Like, maybe to some of you guys, $8,700 is like insane, and you're like, holy fucking shit, like, that's life-changing amounts of money, sure. But OnlyFans, trust me, it is not. Like, on OnlyFans, there's a lot of girls making 8.7K. I'm talking hundreds of thousands, by the way, hundreds of thousands. After 6 months of just working with a creator, we are already at a run rate of us as an agency take home $54,000. And also, by the way, in terms of costs, I mean, our profit margins have never dipped. The lowest our profit margins have ever been was 83%. The lowest it's ever been, for context, which is pretty nuts. So out of that $54,000, we get to pocket quite a lot of it, right? So anyway, let's go back. Let's go back to the lessons. Okay, so how do we then go from scaling past that plateau of around 100K, right? Because we were kind of stuck there. We then started launching monthly themed games on her OnlyFans account. This one was crazy as well. Okay. So these monthly themed games on OnlyFans has been a life changer. So, not a life changer, a game changer. So first of all, you got to understand there are over 4 million active OnlyFans creators. Now, to you as an agency owner, that's amazing. That's really good because you have over 4 million potential clients that you can work with. Okay. As an OnlyFans creator, that's not the best news because there is a lot of competition. So for every single fan and subscriber that subscribes to you as an OnlyFans model, they probably also subscribe to a bunch of other girls, right? So you have to stand out. You have to be different, look different. The account has to be fun. It has to stand out. It has to be different, okay? And what everybody does, like what everybody on OnlyFans does, is they will simply do the most basic shit. Put simply, right? They'll post on the wall some explicit content. They'll do a bit of chatting. They'll send a few little mass messages here and there. And they'll try and sell some bullshit for like $10. And they'll sell full explicit content for like $10. The guy pays $10 and he sees everything of the girl, right? That's what most people do, right? Now what we do is think of it this way, right? If I said Puma and I said Louis Vuitton, I just said two brands, right? Didn't give you any context. I just said two brands. Most likely, unless you're fucking, I don't know, an alien or something, most likely you would instantly presume Louis Vuitton of a higher status. Of course you fucking would. It's a luxury brand. Puma, I'm pretty sure my fucking uncle back in Latvia wears Puma tracksuits, right? He lives like, I'm joking, anyway. So anyway, the point I'm trying to make here is you want to make sure that the perceived value of your client on OnlyFans is as high as possible. I know just some of you guys who are brand new and you're thinking, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? We're talking about OnlyFans and selling titty pictures. I know, bro, but you have to understand about consumer mentality, right? Consumerism. Like, if somebody perceives the value to be low, well, then everything else is like, well, it doesn't really seem exciting. It doesn't seem premium. It doesn't seem a privilege to be a part of it or to see it. You see what I'm saying? But when it's the opposite, when something seems to be premium, you all of a sudden hold more worth to it, right? Hold more value to it. You appreciate it a lot more. You're more locked in on that thing, right? You wanna see more of it. You wanna be around more of it or whatever the thing is, right? You get what I'm trying to say. So that's what we're trying to do here. So this is where there was a big mindset shift for us, which was, okay, like we have to make our clients stand out, right? And the perceived value has to be as high as possible, okay? So that's what we've done in the chats. So within the chats, we did not sell anything for less than $15. That was like the cheapest thing. And even then, by the way, that's fully clothed content. Okay, that's not anything explicit. That's fully clothed content at $15, right? They have to work towards getting something that is more explicit and they have to pay for that. But then, the games, let's talk about those, which is what really gave us a massive boost, which finally got us out of this plateau. So with these games, basically what they are, you basically will post a wall post on OnlyFans, and it can be as simple as like spin the wheel. And there's perhaps like an illustration with like, it's a picture cut out of the girl, right? You illustrate like, or you know, it's a Photoshop, right? You put a picture of the girl, on, you know, on this, and then behind her, she has like this big spin the wheel, right? And on the spin the wheel, there are a bunch of different prizes that people can win, okay? And in order for the fan to play and spin the wheel, he has to tip. And if every single time he tips, you can literally, like, this is the most easiest example, right? You guys can literally go on Google and you can search like spin the wheel. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find one real quick. Spin the wheel. Like literally, this is as simple as that. Like I'm literally showing this to you in real time. Okay. So what you would do is you would make this picture, right, of the spin the wheel with a cutout of the model, right, and you'd post this on the wall on OnlyFans, and then you would basically say, hey guys, you can win any of these prizes, and each one of these prizes, for context, would be like whatever they want to see, like titty pictures, ass picture, bundle, 3-month subscription. You get what I'm saying, right? Use your creative juices, yeah. And then you basically say, tip $15 and I'll give you a spin. What you do is you screen record either on your phone or your MacBook, literally going like this. And obviously, by the way, obviously these are not like, this is just a filler. I just went on this website and it says these things. But for you, it would obviously say like, you know, whatever, bundle, you know, 50% off. You get what I'm saying, right? And then boom, you screen record and you press play, right? And for context, you're screen recording this, okay? Whatever, fucking cool, you won Eric. Anyway, obviously this is a joke, but you get what I'm saying. And then you now finish the screen recording, you get it? Hopefully you guys can't hear that, I think that's kind of loud. Anyway, you guys do the screen recording, okay? And then you do this a bunch of times. You do a bunch of these screen recordings. And then every single time the fan tips the $15, you DM him the screen recording, right? You get to choose what he wins, obviously, right? And then, oh, congratulations, you won a picture of fucking this. You won 50% off, right? And then boom, you send them these things. And then they want to tip again. They tip another 15 because they want to spin again, right? And then all of a sudden, bro, I know $15 might not sound like a lot, but you got to remember, there are thousands of people on the account. Like I'm talking thousands. And like you only need a couple hundred to tip $15 twice. And then some of them will do it 3 times. Some of them will do it 20 times. Do you understand? And then if you extrapolate that out to 10, 50, 100, 200, 300 people, you understand? Cool. So that got us out of the rut. That was huge. We started playing these games, and then you can just be as creative as possible. I just gave you guys one simple analogy or one simple example, which is spin the wheel, which is super simple, right? But you can do a bunch of these, okay? Cool. Next thing, okay? Next thing is we then introduced AI voice notes and then started to nurture the larger spenders and whales, okay? So this is a big one. So with AI voice notes, which is most people don't even use this, right? With AI voice notes, you are able to replicate your client's voice to like one-to-one. We used, and I'll give you guys this for free, we use a software called 11 Labs, which is a game changer. It's, can't remember how much, maybe like $150 a month or so. And all you simply need is your client to record as long of a voice note as possible, right? She can read a book, she can talk into it, whatever, just as long as it's clear audio. There's not a bunch of background noise, it doesn't sound echoey, etc. All right? You get your client to record these long-ass voice notes, you put them into 11 Labs, and then with 11 Labs, you can literally recreate her voice. And then, right, this is where the genius comes in. If the fan's name is Mike, you will then put his name in the voice note, and in the voice note, with her voice, because it sounds like it's her, you can say his name in it, right? All of a sudden, the user experience is so much better, yeah, you're able to obviously save time because the client does not have to keep re-recording these voice notes, and so on. We also have figured out a way to connect it to Discord, so no longer do our chatters have to now log into 11 Labs and figure all this shit out by themselves and, you know, blah, blah. They literally just stay on Discord, which is where we have all of our chatters on and we manage all of them on there. And on Discord, they just type out what they want the voice note to say, press enter, I swear to fucking God, 3 seconds later, a voice note with the client's name is created. They download it, upload it to OnlyFans, boom, send it. This has been insane. Like, the power of AI when it comes to the voice is crazy, okay? And then we started doing that with the big spenders and whales, so people that have spent a load of money. It's a personal touch, right? And at the end of the day, bro, like, a lot of the spenders, all they really care about is getting more content from the girl, right? Most of them, like 99%, I would say, they know they're not gonna fucking meet the girl. Like, it's just a bit of online fun. They're gonna spend $1,000 on online casino or roulette anyway. They might as well fucking spend, maybe they enjoy this more than a casino. Who fucking cares, right? At the end of the day, they feel like they're getting more value. They feel like they're getting more of a personal touch. So that works very well, okay? Cool. That has been a game changer, especially with the whole Discord setup. And again, all of these things, by the way, we do cover. Also, yeah, I'll say this actually at the very end. I have a little surprise for you guys at the end of this live stream. I just remembered. I was going to do it at the beginning, but I'll do it at the end. Cool. So make sure you guys stay to the end. Like, that actually is important. Okay, cool. So the next one. Okay, so how do we then scale to the next level, right? So if we go back to here, so that's how we got out of the rut, right? And we slowly started scaling. So 144,000, and then, I mean, that's not really a slow scale, it's like an extra 30,000. And how do we then still increase it by basically an extra 10, so like 6K? How do we still kept increasing it by another 6K and kept that momentum up, okay? So let me go through that next part with you guys. So after the AI voice notes and stuff, we then found a winning vertical on social media and hired paid actors and videographers and upped the content production level, which is, yeah, Martin, funny enough, I don't know if you're talking about this, but yeah, that's exactly what we done to go ahead and get to that next level. So we figured out that content with other people performs very, very well. So, and then the problem is that she only has so many friends that are happy to do content with her on Reels and TikToks, right? Most people don't want to do it. So then we're like, okay, well, we need more people. So why don't we just pay somebody? And then we're like, okay, well, there's only so many of our friends that would be down to do it for money. So we're like, okay, well, why don't we hire paid actors? Because they will literally do things on camera once they're paid. So that's what we done. So we hired paid actors to come on and help with just the safe for work content. So this is just like Instagram Reels, interactions in the street. Believe it or not, most of the shit that you guys see online is all fake and staged. This is one of it. Like, I'm the one that's producing half of it, right? So yeah, so we started just getting a bunch of paid actors to help with the content. We also hired a videographer. So now, instead of, you know, just her friend helping every now and then, there's an actual professional videographer that would go and do the camera angles and all this shit. They'll get some crazy content and so on. We've really upped the production level here as well, okay? So no longer it was just some old iPhone. Some of it was with a professional camera. Some of it was like some crazy shit, right? Some crazy production level. Like, we started reinvesting a lot of money into the content right here, okay? Next one, we've begun using our 3-day Instagram story sequence to funnel new followers over to our OnlyFans, okay? Patrick, we use Inflow, by the way. So, yeah, by the way, so we then started leveraging our 3-day IG story sequence. So this is a whole concept and a strategy that I've come up with myself. I mean, to be honest, like 90% of the things that I do and people else do in this industry, like, I've come up with and figured stuff out by myself. So that's why I do these live streams and you know, teach you guys this stuff, because I just figure stuff out. I try it. Most of it doesn't work, by the way. Most of it doesn't. But then every now and then something really works, and I'm like, aha, I have a winner here. Anyway, so the next one was the 3-day Instagram story sequence. Frederick, of course. So anyway, the 3-day story sequence is super simple, right? So basically, what most people do is most people will go ahead and just say, on Instagram, posted one Instagram story and just say, hey, you know, come and subscribe to my OF, my spicy page. I'm live talking here, blah, 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 okay? Again, everybody does that. You don't stand out, you're the same as everybody else, okay? So what we do differently is we do it across 3 days, but the way that we do it is very interesting. Now, this is something within inside of my paid mentorship, so I will not disclose like exactly how we do it. But there is a specific method that we do, and it just fucking cooks. To give you some like examples, by just one of these 3-day Instagram story sequences, we were able to generate over 700 paid subscribers in 24 hours in 1 day. That's unheard of. That is fucking that's paid subscribers that paid $3 and I think it was like 49. Because I believe it was like $10 with a 75% discount, something like this. Yeah, insane. Fucking insane. So anyway, we started leveraging really like funneling that traffic. So now that we built it all up on social media, we started funneling it over to OnlyFans, and we always were, but we really started to hone in on exactly how we do that. Okay? All right, cool. Next one, we started using more discount links and a few trial links to other platforms. To put simply, you have to give people an incentive to do something, right? Wow, Markuss, who would have fucking guessed? You're so smart, I know. But like a lot of the time, if you just constantly say like, hey, come over and subscribe to my page, blah, blah, that doesn't quite do it. That's not quite enough, okay? So we really started to use some free trial links on everywhere but Instagram. We even started using Facebook. We started using Threads. Started using it on X. Started using it on Reddit, right? I don't know if I mentioned that one. And so on, right? On Instagram, we never used a free trial link, but on the other platforms we did. However, on Instagram, we did start to use the discount link. So we started to give 50% off, 60% off, 75% off. And that's really like, this is the interesting thing, right? So for example, if we go back to here, actually I'm curious. So for example, yeah, probably, right? Yeah, okay, prime fucking example, right? Look at this shit, guys. So in August, we done $150,000 total, okay? And what I want you to focus on is the subscriptions. So in August, we made $28,900, let's just round it up, $29,000, right? We done $29,000 in subscriptions in August. However, for the total month, we done $150K. For October, for the month that just went last month, we done $182,000, right? So we made way fucking more. We made basically $30K, $32,000 more, right? However, look how crazy this is. For that specific month, we actually made less in subscriptions, and this is exactly the point I was making here, is we started to leverage a lot more of the discounts. So what's interesting is, although the income and the money in the subscriptions is slightly less, right? I mean, quite a lot less to be fair. It's from $28,000 to $21,000. So a whole $7,000 less. So technically, we lost $7,000 in subscription income, right? Because we started doing discount links, 60% off, 50% off, 75% off, etc. All right, that's why we made technically less, but we made considerably a lot more for the entire month because we had more people to talk to and we sold way more content in the DMs. Capish? Come on, bro. I'm a fucking genius at selling titty pics, bro. Okay, cool. Next thing, what do? We then started doing more collabs and organizing paid promo. So believe it or not, up until this point, it was practically all of it. With organic. Okay. So at this point, we now started reaching out to more pages, like other theme pages, similar niche as this creator, other creators on OnlyFans, and then eventually just other creators, even people that are not on OnlyFans, but they have a big male audience, right? We started reaching out to those, started doing some paid promos, some paid shout outs, some paid collabs as well. We flew a couple people over to do in-person content with this specific creator. We also started to do some online collabs, meaning that it looks like they are actually together, but they're not. They're in whole different parts of the country. but the way we stitch the video together, it actually looks like they are in person, you know? So yeah, started being very creative with all of these promo strategies. Next one, we hired a specific personal assistant for this creator, which was actually one of our friends. So this is huge. This is only really applicable for like obviously a higher level. So this specific creator was already making $150,000 a month. And only then we hired her a personal assistant, because again, like we are constantly trying to maximize the content output and the content creation effort, right? And so then we're like, okay, well, what do you spend a lot of time on? What can we help you cut back on so you have more time to create content? And this is where this idea came in, right? So we literally have this specific person, a personal assistant, that does personal assistant stuff, as you can imagine, right? She also helps with a lot of online stuff. So she is the one that reaches out to other creators, organizes, collaborations and so on. Martin, what exactly are you talking about? You like using inverted commas, masking effect, or clever editing? Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about, Martin. So anyway, so that was a huge one as well. That also gave us a big boost because now the client has more time to create the content. That was a huge help. Okay, cool. Next one is we expanded the chatting team yet again and brought in another chatter manager. So now there's even more chatters. I believe there's a team of 12 or maybe even more. I actually need to double check. But there are now 2 chatter managers to oversee the entire team. So when one goes to sleep, the other one does a night shift, okay? And vice versa. It's just been an absolute game changer. So guys, that is, again, if we go back to here, that right there, my friends, is how we have scaled from $8,000, which is where this client started right here. So $8,700, fast forward to last month, $182,000. And that's net, by the way. Now, for anybody who is brand new to OF, by the way, for context, OnlyFans as a platform, they take 20%. So actually, just, it doesn't matter, it's irrelevant, but it's just an interesting fact. Actually, we actually generated $228,752. Like, that's how much we actually generated. But after OnlyFans takes their 20%, these motherfuckers, we were left with 182K, right? Which is, yeah. But this month, I do believe that we're going to smash 200K in net, okay? So guys, that's pretty crazy, right? Put a fire emoji if you guys enjoyed the lesson so far. This has definitely been a really valuable one. There's a lot that we've gone through so far with you guys. But yeah, fucking hell. Like I just gave you guys so much game. I think some of you guys don't even fucking realize it. So I've got a little surprise for you guys as well, right? So one interesting thing that we are doing throughout all of these live streams. So this is starting from today, but this is through these entire live streams, just so you guys know. At the very end of them, now I don't know how many we're gonna do. I don't know how many days we're gonna go on for, maybe how many weeks we're gonna go on for, right? But I'm gonna keep doing these until I explain to you guys exactly how to run your own OFM, right? Because this business model has changed my life, and I do believe that as long as you're 18 and over, that is the only requirement. Obviously, it goes without saying, the only requirement is that you're 18 and over. I don't think there's a better business model than this one. Now, one little interesting thing that we're going to be doing is at the end of these live events, well, once it's finished. So maybe, let's just say if it's, maybe a week from now, maybe 2 weeks from now, right? Whenever we finish all these live events, we will choose one person at random that fills in this form on the chat. So it's completely free. I'm not charging you anything. You don't have to fucking pay me anything. It's literally all free. You fill out the type form, and I will pick one random person at the end of all of these live events to fly you out to Dubai for an in-person mastermind one-on-one just with me, to either help you get started with your agency or scale your existing agency. Now, I do think that everybody here should already get started if you haven't already. So I don't think that, if I pick you and you fly out, you should have zero setup, like I think like that'll waste your time and my time. Like I do think you should already get started with this. But if you want to be in a chance to be selected, and this genuinely will be random, like I'll select somebody at random. Obviously, well, I say random, but I will have to obviously vet you. I'm not just gonna invite some fucking serial killer. So I'm gonna have to obviously vet you. We'll reach out to you, me and my team will interview you and speak to you and so on. Yeah, like out of everybody that fills in the type form, it doesn't matter where you're from, you know, it can be anywhere. We'll fly you out to Dubai, and then I'll teach you in person everything that I'm going through here, but just in even more detail, right? And obviously with you personally, let's just say you are already at $15,000 a month, and you have like some particular issue that you're struggling with, like maybe a specific marketing problem or a specific chatting issue, or maybe your chatting ratio is a little bit shit, right? You know, you may be making $2,000 from subscriptions and you're only making $3,000 from the messages, right? Like I can come in and the subscriptions can stay the same, but I can improve your messages, and all of a sudden you're making like fucking 2 times, 3 times the amount of money from just one simple hack, right? From one simple tip. We've had Frederick and Joachim. They were in the live chat here earlier. They were actually 2 of the guys that I've already done this with, right? They were, if I remember correctly, at like $34,000 a month. I flew them out to Dubai for about a week or so. They were here. Let me actually see if I can get their results up from the Discord. Let me see if I can find this out. Yeah, anyway, long story short, we flew them out. Yeah, after about a week of being here, they went from $34,000 as an agency to over $90,000. How fucking cool is that? So again, I just have the power to fix this shit, right? So if you would be interested, you just have to fill out the form and make sure you do it correctly. Make sure you don't fuck it up. So yeah. Let me see, Fred. For some reason it's not coming up. Okay, I don't know why. I don't know why it's not coming up. Joking. Huh. Okay, I don't know. Anyway, let me just share this with you guys and show you guys what's going on in the behind the scenes of this. So this is our Discord. So this is the behind the scenes. So these are obviously all the paid members in here. But you've got people, you know, sign in their first client, just sign a new model, you know, boom, just right there. Not even 2 days into the month, Josh is already doing $2.3 thousand. So, I mean, if he's on that trajectory, he's probably going to be doing anywhere around $40,000 to $60,000, which is awesome. Yeah, I just saw Dylan said outreach definitely the hardest part. Bro, in here, like the people in here, trust me, like once you know what I know and I go through it, outreach is one of the easiest parts. Like here, another student of ours doing $115,000. Santino making $43.5 thousand. Fox making $111.8 thousand. And these are all different people, as you can see. Wrapped up my first full month. Bro, how fucking crazy is that? His first full month, and he's done $41.5 thousand. Like I've genuinely cracked the fucking code on how to make infinite money with this business model. And that's why I teach this stuff, right? Because the clients that I work with, you know, are not the same as you guys. So this is obviously for me. So for me, last month I finished on $335.5 thousand. Josh, $1,000 right there. A bunch of $200 payments. Again, another client signed right here. Some more results, which is pretty cool. Again, first week with a new client. This guy, Doug, bought a new car, by the way. This is it. So fucking G. So Doug joined our mentorship program, put in the hard work, and is now just bought a new fucking, that's so G. That's one of the fucking coolest cars I've ever seen. 87 new subscribers in 10 minutes, so we know exactly how to do the marketing, the chatting, and so on. Anyway, guys, yeah, you guys kind of get the idea, all right? Anyway, these were the main topics that I wanted to cover. Well, the main thing was to do the breakdown of exactly how we helped one of our clients scale from $8,000 to $182,000. I've just explained to you guys exactly how the fuck I done it. Okay, I gave you all the bullet points. I can't explain everything in full detail because I'd be here for like 4 weeks. But that is what I do inside of the paid mentorship program, by the way. If anyone's interested, just message me on Instagram. That is not what this live is about, by the way. But if you are interested, just message me on Instagram at Markuss Hussle. I'm the one that responds to the DMs, by the way. So you can drop me a message on that. And I'll see you guys on the next one. All right. Welcome back, everybody, to the next training here. So this one is going to be all about what goes on in here, which is the most important parts. So in today's training, first of all, it's going to be very powerful, and I must give everyone a pre-warning, as what we are going to be covering in today's lesson will make most of you question your entire existence and the way you see the world. I am not joking. That is a quick warning. So to be honest, genuinely, if you're quite sensitive, and if you are already in quite a rough place, I genuinely would not recommend you listening to the rest of this lesson. I'm not joking. This lesson is going to make you rethink a lot of the things, make you question what you believe to be true, and so on. So, whereas for the rest of you, if what we cover later today really upsets you and triggers you, that is a very clear sign that this is exactly what you've been needing to hear for you to shift your mindset and your paradigm views for the better, okay? That's personally what happened to me when I went through this, okay? So I went through this around 5-6 years ago. This was like 2019, 2020. For me, again, for a tiny bit of context, I grew up in a council estate, single mother, never had more than like maybe £1,000 in my account. That was like as in the most, you see what I'm saying? Like normally it'd be around £300, £400, aka $500, right, in my account. Just to paint the picture, right? No older brother, no older male figure, especially in business and entrepreneurship, to teach me about finances and so on. And for me, my mindset was, which I think a lot of you guys will probably be able to relate, which was, if you have a BMW and you're wearing a suit and you have a Rolex, like, you're obviously a millionaire. Like, what the fuck? Like, you're driving the new BMW, you're wearing a suit and a Rolex, like, you've made it. That's like the pinnacle. What the fuck? Like, that's obviously like you made it, right? Couldn't even fathom the idea of somebody making 100 grand a year, let alone 100 grand a month, and then let alone 100 grand a week. Like that didn't even come into my mind, yeah? And I went through this same training that I'm about to go through. Well, not the same training, because this is what I've learned and what I've remembered, and I've slightly readjusted it to how it's helped me. But the concepts and the lessons are, very similar. And the two main people, well, the main one is actually Sam Ovens, is the person that I've learned majority of these paradigm belief shifting lessons. And then also I'll sprinkle in some things from Alex Hormozi, because I've learned a lot of things from him as well. But again, on a serious note, like, this is genuinely not even some marketing or like some hype. This is a fair warning to you. What I am about to go through with you in today's live training genuinely will trigger some of you, like in a quite a rash way. And for some of you guys, you'll be upset. I'm not joking. For some of you guys will think, fuck you, Markuss. But if that is the case, that is genuinely what you need to hear. All right, let's go through it. You see, most of us, we go about our day-to-day lives not really self-analyzing all the small moments and interactions that we have every single day. We often are quick to jump to conclusions in our heads and believe them to be true, and to not even bother questioning them. Well, today, that might change. So whenever you go about whatever happens, you might think you've done the right thing, and you're like, well, obviously I've done the right thing, but maybe what if that was a wrong thing, right? What if there's two people arguing, you don't know them, whatever, but you hear what they're arguing about, and you're like, that person's 100% right, fuck the other person. But maybe what if you're not correct, right? And what if you've made choices in your life where you genuinely think that was for the better, but in reality, that really hindered you massively? We're gonna discover all of that. We're gonna peel back all the layers. And how is it that sometimes, you see some young people, or you see some people that you deem to be not as smart as you, or maybe not as good looking as you, or maybe not as charismatic as you, or maybe, whatever, but they seem to succeed. They get to get the thing that you've wanted, and they get to succeed faster, right? Why is that? And why is it that sometimes you think, well, I want to do something, I want to do this thing, and like, you know what you want to do, but like there's something holding you back, right? And why is it that sometimes you build up all this momentum, maybe you've been starting gym and you go 4 or 5 days in a row, and then you just fuck it up. You go back to resorting, like eating chocolates and not working out. Why is that? Why is it that you build a bit of momentum in business and something happens and then you stop doing that thing and you switch to something else, or you just completely quit? Like, why do these things happen? But then for some people, why do they just seem to fucking win all the time? Why do things just seem to fit into place for other people? Why do other people seem like they've just got it fucking figured out? How? And especially nowadays, so many of these young people, right? But to some of you guys watching this, like I might, fall under that bracket. So anyway, today we're going to peel back the layers on each one of these things, okay? I can genuinely say that what I'm going to teach you in today's training is single-handedly the most powerful tool that I have personally used in the last 8 years to become a self-made millionaire, get into the best shape of my life, retire my mother, and I genuinely fucking mean this, bend reality to my liking. Get into rooms with very wealthy and famous people, and I do what I want when I want. And again, I must preface this. I do not come from daddy's money. I'm not lucky in the sense of I just happened to be born in the right place at the right time. I did not happen to stumble to be on in the queue and there was a billionaire in front of me and I started a conversation with them. I immigrated to the UK. I couldn't speak English. I grew up in a council estate. I had no more than £1,000 in my account ever. That was the most money I ever had. My mother was a cleaner. She cleaned 2 warehouses and 1 office. Every day she would cycle to work. We would eat food from the reduced aisle. We could barely pay for bills. I got the worst grades in school. I dropped out of college after only going there for 1 year. And unfortunately, my father passed away when I was 18. So, with all due respect, what I'm going to tell you guys, I fucking know what I'm talking about, okay? I have now been able to make quite a lot of money. I've been able to meet some pretty crazy people that I never thought I would even meet, let alone have, to an extent, a friendship. Being able to finally do what I want when I want. And like I said, genuinely bend reality to my liking. Like if I want something, obviously to an extent. I can't just want a Bugatti and I'll have one outside, to an extent. But if I want to go somewhere, if I want to do something, if I want to buy something, I will do it. So how the fuck does that happen? How do I go from what I just described to this, to where I am right now? So let's go through it. So, first of all, let's talk about paradigms, okay? So, what are paradigms? Does anyone here in the chat, put a 1 in the chat or put a yes if you have heard of the word paradigm and you know what it is? Does anyone here know what a paradigm is? We're going to start with that because that is the building block of everything that we're going to be going over today. Glitch, you know what a paradigm is, yeah? Good. Nobody else? Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, you guys need this lesson. This is genuinely going to help you guys a lot. Aubrey said, yeah, I heard about paradigm shift from Bob Proctor. Amazing. Rest in peace, that guy. I learned a lot from him as well. Okay, cool. So let's talk about paradigms. So we should first start with understanding what paradigms are, how they work. And by the way, this is going to be related to OnlyFans management, just for some context, right? This is not some random fucking weird woo-woo wah-wah. The reason why I'm going through this, just for some context, is because I've seen countless, and I genuinely mean at this point probably over 1,000 times, where I have produced the same online program, right? The same training program, the same videos. It's the same fucking thing, right? But there will be two different people and they'll watch the same thing and they will get completely two different results. One of them will succeed, one of them might never even get a client. Which then makes me go, well, the product is the same, but the people are different. So then sure, there is obviously, outside factors that I cannot control, such as how many hours they put in, what do they do, and so on and so on. But one thing that is always for certain that I've seen a commonality is the people that do win, they either already have the right mindset or they're on the right tracks. It's very fucking rare, and this does happen sometimes, but it's very rare I will speak to somebody who has been through my program and has signed clients, and I speak to them and I'm like, I'm not gonna lie, with that mindset, I don't know how the fuck you done it. You got lucky. Well, that very rarely happens, right? Most of the time I'll speak to people, I'm like, okay, I can see why you've won, right? So then I thought, okay, well, why don't I just once and for all explain, at least in my opinion, why I believe some people win and some people don't, okay? And this is going to be teaching you guys to understand how the winning mindset works. Okay, cool. So paradigms are essentially the binoculars that we use to see life through our eyes. And believe it or not, they are different. Every single person's paradigms are different, okay? Mine is different from yours, different from my business partners, different from my girlfriends, way fucking different to my parents, and you get what I mean, right? Every single person's paradigms and the way we view life is completely fucking different. Now, there are some similarities between some people, for example, if you really like boxing, as an example, and you go to a boxing gym, your paradigm is going to be a lot more similar to all the people in that room. You get what I'm fucking saying, okay? Paradigms, belief, worldviews, right? But paradigms is different to worldviews, I would say. But anyway, let's talk about the paradigms first. So yeah, again, paradigm is merely just like the binoculars that we use to see life like through our lenses, right? Think of it this way. So the way that I would look at the situation is with my paradigm, what I believe, right? Whereas you might look at the exact physically the same situation, but because your paradigm is slightly different, you might think, maybe that was, I don't think that was good. And I'll think, no, that was good. You see what I'm saying? I'll explain all this in just a second, okay? Now, our own paradigms have been shaped and formed throughout our entire lives from personal experiences, stories, information online, and so on. We'll explain all of these in more detail in just a second. And most people are completely oblivious to not only what they are, but just how powerful they are. I guess you could call the paradigm your self-identity. They are heavily linked, but again, in my opinion, paradigm in itself is different. Think of it this way. Your self-identity is shaped off of all of these paradigms, okay? Like when we talk, and this is, by the way, this is why I gave you guys the warning at the beginning that this will trigger some of you guys, like genuinely, this will upset a lot of you guys, and some of you guys will feel like I'm personally attacking you because I am poking at your self-identity. Like, the self-identity is, in other words, ego. That is one of the few things that we really hold very fucking close to our hearts, right? So like, for example, I mean, this is more talking about self-identity, just to be clear, this is not really about paradigms, but if you have, I don't know, I used to have really fucked up teeth, right? And if somebody made and I would be very self-conscious about that, right? And if somebody would make a joke about that, I would feel kind of like, I don't really want to talk about it, right? Because I know like that's my insecurity. But what's funny is because again, going back to relating it to this, that is still to do with the paradigms. Okay, cool. So, how is all this related? What does this mean, etc.? So let me illustrate to you guys how the paradigms are actually shaped, how are they formed over a long period enough time, okay? Okay, cool. To illustrate and give you an example of how they are formed, let's use an example that everybody can relate to. Okay, now I've explained what a paradigm is, which is basically the binoculars that we use to see life through our eyes, and everybody has different ones. Now let me explain to you how they are shaped, okay? And all of this is going to make sense. Trust me, stay with me. All of this is going to come full circle, and it only makes sense if you stay till the end. Because if you don't, then you're thinking like, what the fuck is this guy even on about? Right, trust me, stay till the end. So, let's say you are back in school and you're maybe 6 years old, whatever, right? By this age, you most likely don't necessarily think you're good or bad at maths. You're a fucking kid, right? You're 6 years old, whatever. However, let's say your teacher has asked you a mathematical question and you get it wrong, right? Again, you're a kid. You're 6 years old, right? You're obviously, it's not going to be anything crazy like what's 1 + 3, right? And you get it wrong. But you got the question wrong, okay? Then the next day, that happens again. The teacher asks you a different mathematical question and you get the question wrong again. Another mathematical question that you got wrong, okay? Then later that day or the next day, right, you're talking to your friend and you count up something incorrectly. So again, another mathematical mistake. And it's like, okay, fuck. And you keep getting these tiny little experiences where you get things mathematically wrong. Now, fast forward to where you're becoming older and your brain, your frontal lobe is obviously more developed. And let's just say you're now 17 years old, right? If by this point you are still getting some maths questions wrong, you might just say to yourself, ah, man, I'm just bad at maths. So therefore, I will not even bother revising for the maths exam tomorrow. Now, the paradigm is, I am just bad at maths. That's your belief, right? Then that right there would have shifted and impacted your action. Your action would have been, do you know what, because I'm fucking bad at maths anyway, I'm not even going to bother revising for maths exam tomorrow. I'll just play some Xbox or something. So you don't. Then the maths exam comes out tomorrow and you score very fucking terribly, right? You get like an F or whatever on the test, which reconfirms your belief and your paradigm that you're bad at maths. And then this carries into your adulthood years, right? And therefore your entire life's paradigm is, I am bad at maths. Does that make sense? This is just a mathematical equation. You can do the same thing with sports. You can do the same thing with girls. You can do the same thing with sales. You get what I'm saying? So you have a paradigm about all of these different things. How you manage staff, how you do risk, how you play sports, how you drive cars, how you're good at maths, how you pick up girls, how you're good in front of the camera. You get what I'm saying? Now we all have these beliefs, we all have these paradigms in our own heads. Obviously we don't go around walking around, hey, this is my paradigm. Nobody fucking does that. That's weird, you weirdo. Right? But we all have them, whether you believe it or not. If you don't, you're a fucking idiot. Because you do. Every single human on planet Earth. It's just your paradigm. It's just your belief pattern is what you believe it to be true for yourself, okay? And I've just explained to you how they are shaped, how they are formed over time. Another very simple analogy is, I don't know, let's just say these are scales, right? On here, this side is good, this side is bad, right? And then you can have these little scales for everything, like I said. Driving cars, picking up girls, business, maths, English, science, fucking music, singing, you get what I mean. And let's just say, again, the example here with maths, right, is let's just say throughout your years of school and growing up and doing mathematical equations, you keep getting shit wrong. You got one thing wrong, right? I can't remember which one was bad. Let's just say this one's bad. And there's a little rock that goes on it, right? Okay, see how it's tilted towards bad. Okay, I got that question wrong. You do another one. Okay, I got it wrong again. Okay, again. I got another question. I got it wrong again, right? And over a long period of time, you truly believe yourself so 100% undeniably as a fact that you're just bad at maths because the scale has tipped so fucking heavy this way. But guess what? You can fucking change that. That's the craziest thing. This is how it's all about to come full circle. As I mentioned at the beginning, how is it possible that me in a council estate, no English, no fucking mentor, no money, nothing, how? As a kid like that with fucked up yellow teeth, right? Like, I had all the things going against me. How have I been able to get to a stage where I'm at right now? Don't get me wrong, I'm not nowhere fucking Elon Musk, like I'm not some centi billionaire, right? But how have I gone from that in accountant's real estate to a multi-millionaire, self-made? Whether you hate me or love me, you cannot deny that everything that I've done is self-made. How does that happen? So let's talk about it. So your worldviews and paradigms can be built up of these things, by the way, right? And there's so many more, but these are like the top 10. And the reason why I'm saying these is because I want you to start thinking, oh wait, yeah, okay. Like what I'm about to go through is really now it's really going to get you guys fucking thinking and questioning your entire existence. Family upbringing, number one. Like that's the biggest one, right? So the way that you believe in your paradigms about what's good, what's bad, how you are, what you're good at, what you're bad at, etc. A lot of it is how your family has brought you up. Okay? So for example, real quick example, I have had a friend around here recently, right? I live in quite a beautiful house, to put it to say the least. Like we have lights, like it's a 4-story building, and we have lights everywhere and outside and inside and blah blah, right? I had a friend recently come over, and he kept turning the fucking lights off everywhere he went. I was like, bro, why do you keep doing that? Like, just leave it on, it's fine. He was like, really? Like, I always do that. And I was like, trust me, I know, I used to as well, because I come from accounts, let's say, I know, don't worry. He's just leave them on. He was like, why? It costs money. I was like, bro, trust me, I would much rather just keep them on and just pay an extra $100 a month than having to constantly look in the dark, find the light switch and turn it on. Just leave it on, it's fine, bro. Honestly, you're good. But again, that's the family upbringing, right? Whereas if you're born in, wealthy, and that's just a tiny little like example, right? But the biggest ones is obviously like my family never had money, so the upbringing was always save. The worst one that my mother always taught me, and bless her, like it's not her fault, it's just how she was brought up, right? And her paradigms and her life. But the worst one that my mother always taught me is like, go for the cheapest thing. Where can we save money? Go for the cheapest option. And that always would come back to bite us back in the ass, right? Because you get the cheapest thing, and obviously it's the fucking worst thing, right? It's the shittest version of whatever. Therefore it breaks, then you have to get another one, and it costs you more money anyway, and it's a headache, right? Anyway, the first one is family upbringing. That's going to shape your paradigms. And by the way, I'm not saying good or bad, I'm just saying these are the things that are going to shift and make your paradigms to what they are. Then it's the educational system and teachers, right? We just went over that example. Cultural and societal norms. So this is like your school and friends, right? Your friends group, where you go to hang out, right? Like what is it that you do? Maybe you love skateboarding and you're always at the skate park. So then your paradigm shifts are going to be the same as all the other guys or girls at the fucking skate park. You know what I mean? Probably wearing like baggy jeans and skating all day. I don't fucking know, right? And you guys think, yeah, fuck yeah, like, I don't know, smoking weed. I don't know. You get what I'm saying? Religion and spirituality, that's a big one, right? Like there are certain, and again, no right or wrong. I'm just saying these are the things that are gonna make your belief shifts and paradigms. Media, TV, movies, news, and so on, right? Social circles and friends group. Role models and public figures, a big one. So many of you guys look up to certain people, right? It's crazy, but so many of you look up to certain people and you start to dress like them, talk like them, walk like them, buy the cars that they have or whatever, right? Like think about that. Think how fucking insane that is, right? To an extent where like, whatever this person that you look up to, whatever they say and they think is correct, you 100% without undeniable question believe also the same thing. How crazy is that? How crazy is that, right? Environment and community, books and online content, right? Cool. So these are all these things that are going to shift your paradigms and build your paradigms, right? So you see, the issue is not having the paradigms and the worldviews. The problem is when you let them affect your actions negatively, and most of you do every single day. This is where it's now going to start to be like, oh fuck, like this is gonna hit home for some of you guys. So here's an interesting test, right? I will just say different items, objects, people, world events, whatever, right? And I want you to self-analyze what is the first kind of thought that comes into your mind. Again, no right or wrong, but whenever I say these words or people or actions, whatever I'm about to say, what's the first thing that comes into your mind? Is it more like a good thing or a bad thing? And again, there's no right or wrong. I'm not gonna ask you guys to put in the chat. I personally couldn't give a fuck, right? But this is a test for you guys. Let's go. Donald Trump. Money. Gun. Social media. Religion. Technology. Let's just end it there, right? So as soon as I said each one of these things, right? Like, I'm curious, like, think about it for yourself. What was the first thing that came to your mind? Was it more a good thing or a bad thing, right? And whatever the first thought that comes to your mind is based off of your paradigm. So for example, when I say money, okay, if you asked me that, I don't know, like 12, 13, 14 years ago, right? Dimitar said all good. So if somebody asked me the word money, right, about 12 years ago, I would probably sway towards bad, and I'll tell you why. Because we never had it, and money was always the fucking thing that caused all the problems. Well, at least it didn't help us fix any problems, which caused us more problems, right? See how interesting that is? Whereas now, obviously, money is a very good thing. It's a tool. It's a way to get things done, right? It's a way to buy things. So, gun, right? I mean, that's a random one, but like, you could use it as self-defense, because in a situation where somebody's trying to burgle your house, right, and steal something from you, or, you know, God forbid, try and kidnap someone or fucking whatever, and you have a gun to protect yourself and scare them away, all of a sudden that gun was an amazing thing, right? But if the other way around, the other team has the gun and they're trying to rob somebody, then that's a bad thing, right? I'm just getting you guys fucking thinking, right? So you must understand that sometimes in life, your paradigm is not correct, even if you truly believe it to be 10,000% to be absolutely the truth, nothing but the truth. So whenever there is a situation, whenever you are presented with an option, whenever fucking anything, don't just instantly go, yep, this, that's it. Yep, done. This, boom. Right? Sometimes you're not right. Sometimes there is another side of the story. Right? So here is an analogy and an example, right? And this is exactly straight from Sam Oven's mentorship program. He said like this kind of silly example, but to again illustrate it, right? Where you can have the same scenario, but you can have different people thinking they're 100% correct and they're not, right? So there are 4 blindfolded men, or 3, whatever, right? And they're all standing around an elephant. They're blindfolded, by the way. They don't know they're standing around an elephant. One of them has his hand on the elephant's tail, and he's 100% certain that it's a rope. One of them has his hand on the leg of the elephant, and he's 100% certain that it's a tree trunk. And then one of them has his hand on the elephant's like stomach or like on the side, right? And he's 100% certain that it's a fucking wall. It's so fucking, big. None of them are correct. Now, especially when you're coming into business, and perhaps you don't have much experience and knowledge, you might believe some paradigms of yours to be true, but they could be in fact false. And this is now bringing us back to OFM and how this is all related to this, right? So some of you might think, well, I don't have much money, so starting a business will be hard. Good. That is exactly why you need to start a business, to make money. The power of OFM is the startup capital is close to none. Like, you can get a client by just message them on Instagram, which we're going to go over in the next couple lessons here, right? Some of you might be thinking, well, I don't really have much time right now to start a business. Good. That's exactly why you need to start a business, to quit your 9 to 5 and finally have some more time on your hands. You see how you just simply switch your paradigm from, oh, well, this is the problem, to, wait a minute. Well, that is the problem. That's why I need this thing. I need to fucking fix this problem. Like, to some of you, it's very hard to see this other perspective because you're living in this moment right now of this problem. And I get that, because so was I. So, for example, I didn't have a load of money. Like I said, I had no more than £400 or £500 in my bank account at any given moment, right? The most was like 1,000. And when I did have 1,000, I was like, I'm fucking balling out. Like I'm going Primark, I'm buying some clothes, right? But I needed a laptop, right? And I didn't really have the money. Like the MacBooks are like thousands of pounds, right? So I looked around, I sold my skateboard, I sold a PlayStation, I sold a TV, and I made about £200. I took that money, I went onto Facebook Marketplace, and I made it work. And I bought a laptop, right? And then I started just working, learning, ordering some books. Same with time, right? A lot of people are like, oh, well, I don't really have the time right now. Well, believe it or not, everybody has 24 hours in a day. Maybe, sure, you obviously are very busy when you know, maybe some of you guys, most of you guys have a 9 to 5, so you're working very hard, etc. But when you come home, or even in the morning, you can wake up a little bit earlier. Fuck, I did. There was a period where I was averaging about 5.5, 4 hours of sleep. Don't advise it, but I made it work. You just have to. What else? What else? Were you gonna get a fucking medal? You want somebody to pat you on your back? Like, unfortunately, when you're an adult, that's not quite how it works. You understand? Like literally, like I said, what else? So what do you want me to do about it? Or anyone? Because guess what? Like, after you hit 18, 19, 20, nobody fucking cares. Like, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, right? That's up to you. But it's up to you, right? Some of you might be thinking, you know, I don't have the experience, the knowledge, or the skill set to start a business, to close clients, and to do the marketing, to do the sales, right? Some of you will be thinking, well, yeah, all this makes sense, bro. Like, I need to do it now, but I just don't have the experience or the knowledge right now, right? And this is where the indoctrination from the educational system comes into play. Let me explain. So, first of all, I'm not here to bash the education system as a whole, like school, college, etc. I think whatever. If you want to go and do it, for whatever reason you need to do it, because for most people, there is some sort of a reason. Fine. I didn't, and a lot of my successful friends, most of them didn't. If you need to do it for your parents' sake, etc., awesome. I do think that there is some real life valuable skills that you can learn from like university, where you move out and you live in like uni dorms and you have to learn how to cook and be a normal fucking human and not just live with your parents. I think that's where there's some value. But if you are in the game of wanting to make money and build a business, I just personally don't think it's the best. But anyway, that's not even the real problem for me. You see, the real problem is this. So in school and the whole educational system, it kind of indoctrinates you into thinking that you constantly need permission and you almost need to be ready to do something, right? That's how school kind of teaches you. And let me explain what that means. And guess what? Like, the big adulthood life of business and entrepreneurship doesn't work like that. You see, in school, you have to get ready for an exam. You know what the topics will be, right? You kind of know what the questions will be. You get given a textbook to learn from for the specific exam, and you can get prepared so you feel ready for the exam, right? Like, actually lock in and realize what I'm saying, right? So up until like 18, for most of you guys, you've gone through the cycle of like, well, there's this specific subject and I'm gonna have an exam on this, and I must feel ready. Again, you don't consciously think that, but in order to get good grades, you'll probably want to get prepared, right? And in order to get prepared, well, they kind of tell you roughly what the exam's going to be, like it's algebra or it's whatever, so on and so on, right? And in order to prepare, they also give you like these certain textbooks, and they give you guides on where to kind of revise from and so on, right? So it's quite like narrowed down, it's niched down. It's like, this is what the test is going to be. The questions are kind of going to be like this. This is where you learn from, right? They kind of make it easy for you. Make sense? However, in business and the real world, it's not like that. You do not need permission. And most times you won't feel like you know it all or 100% ready to do that thing. You just need to go and take action. You understand? Like, from school, we are indoctrinated into believing that I just don't feel, I need to feel like I'm ready. I feel like I'm ready. I've revised. Yes, boom, right? But then when it comes to life and business, for sure, you also feel like, oh, I don't feel like I'm ready yet. I don't feel like I'm ready yet. Oh, I don't want to do the outreach yet. I don't feel like I'm ready yet. Oh, I don't want to onboard this big client. I don't feel like I'm ready yet. Oh, I don't want to hire the staff members. I don't feel like I'm ready yet. Motherfucker. You will never feel like you are ready. That's the whole point. You're meant to take action first. Sure, make a few little mistakes and fuck-ups along the way. Try to minimize them, but it's inevitable. And then you learn from those, and then you don't consciously think you're ready now when you know it, but you do. That's how you learn. Do you understand? That's where a lot of people have it fucked up. Most people think that they need to get ready and then they need to do that thing, right? Or the worst one is oh, new year, right? New year, this is now, bro, fuck you. Just do it today. Why? Do you understand that time and dates and the calendar is human made? It's not real. Do you understand that that's not real? Do you understand that money also is not real? Right, we're not going to go down that rabbit hole in this live event, but anyway. This is a big one, right? Imperfect action always is going to be far better than perfect planning only. Let me say that one more time, right? Imperfect action is always going to be much better than perfect planning only. So you just have to do it. You just have to go. And some of you, and this is the worst one, by the way. This is the worst one, right? For some of you, you'll believe that for some reason, you'll just go and figure it out all by yourself. You don't need coaching or mentorship or somebody to guide you along the way. This is where people's ego and straight down arrogance comes in, right? Think about it. If you could just go out and do it all by yourself, why haven't you? Why haven't you? Oh, all right, well, yeah, I'll just go do it. I'll figure it out by myself. Why haven't you then? That's insane. There are, of course, certain factors holding you back. And that is what I'm going to try and uncover here. You are literally facing off with the devil, which is uncomfortable. You are having to look inwards and understand, shit, maybe I am where I am in life right now, all thanks to me. The number in your bank account is because of you, not your upbringing, not your life story, not your friends, not your circumstances. The car on your drive that you drive, whether you have a car or not, is because of you, not your upbringing, not your life story, not your friends, not your circumstances. The house that you live in, whether you live with your parents or you moved out, maybe you live in an apartment, maybe you live in a penthouse, maybe you live in a mansion, whatever. It's not because of your upbringing, not your life, not your friends, not your circumstances. The amount of holidays that you do or don't go to every year is because of you, not your upbringing, not your life story, not your friends, not your circumstances. Everything in this life is your fault, good or bad. And you will only start to improve things once you understand that and you take action on it. So how is this related to everything that we're talking about? Yes, cause and effect. So every single time something happens to you, and you're like, oh, it's that thing, or it's him, or it's that problem, blah, 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 and you blame something or someone else, you are taking the responsibility and the lessons and the power from yourself and you're giving it away to something or someone. Because, well, now you've blamed it on that thing. Well, cool. All right, cool. Well, and now what? What did you learn from that? Did you get any better? Did you get any wiser? And guess what? That thing is probably going to happen again. You're going to fuck up again because you didn't learn from it. But instead, if something happens, you're like, huh, okay. Well, even if I told this person to do it and they didn't do it, what did I do wrong? Maybe I didn't tell them exactly when I wanted it, how I wanted it, by when I wanted it, and so on and so on. You see? Anyway, now let's slightly shift topic to a different thing. I wanted to illustrate to you an example of what life and business is like, and this one I learned exactly from Alex Hormozi. Now imagine you're playing a game where you roll a dice. And again, this is going to illustrate to you guys what kind of business and life is like from like a third person, okay? And it's gonna make you go, oh, it's meant to be like this. Imagine you're playing a game where you're rolling a dice, okay? But you don't know how many sides that dice has, right? So you don't look at the dice and you just roll it, okay? You don't know how many sides it has. It could have 6, it could have 6 sides like a normal dice. It could have 600. It could have 6,000 sides. You understand? Right? Every time you roll, you're hoping to hit the winning number. And sure, whatever the number is, right? 1, 5, whatever, right? And every time you roll, you're trying to hit that number. Most rolls will be losses, so most of the times that you roll, it's not going to hit that number. But some people get lucky and they hit their winning number early. And others, they have to roll hundreds or thousands of times to hit that lucky number or their winning number, right? But here's the key. You don't know which type of dice you have, so you have to keep rolling. This is all going to make sense in a second. This is exactly how business works. Every action you take, every sales call, every product launch, every marketing campaign is a roll of dice. Some people have it easier, right? Some people have the easier dice because maybe they have better connections, more capital, or they're in a hot market, whatever. And their winning number comes up sooner, AKA they have 6 sides of the dice, right? So for some people, they'll roll and they'll hit it like straight away, or maybe on the 3rd one, or the 4th one, the 5th one, whatever, right? And it's kind of early and they kind of win quickly. You're like, man, what the fuck? Right? But that's because they have 6 sides on the dice. But they didn't know that, neither do you, right? Nobody knows. And in real life, that would be because maybe they have a bit of an upper hand, right? Maybe they do have, they come from a nice background, so they have a bit of a budget to invest into their company. Maybe they start with a good connection, with OnlyFans. Maybe they know somebody who's a big creator already and, they can manage them straight away. You get what I'm saying? But here's what changes everything, right? But others have a harder dice. Maybe they're in a competitive industry, they're trying something completely new, so they have to roll the dice more and more and more and more. And for some people, they roll 255 times and they still haven't hit the number, whereas somebody else has only rolled 6 times and he's already hit it. You're thinking, what? This is not fucking fair. What the fuck? How is this fair, right? But then you might have the 600 sides dice and this motherfucker has 6 sides, right? But here's what changes everything, right? You can't tell the difference between somebody who has an easy dice and somebody who has a hard dice just by looking at their current results. The person who's been rolling for 6 months and hasn't won yet might be 1 roll away from their breakthrough, or they might need to roll for 6 more years, right? The only way to find out is just to keep rolling, and business is the same thing, right? Just because somebody has been doing it for 6 months and not really quite there yet, but who knows? What if they're literally 1 week away from everything changing to signing the biggest client ever, right? Carl, could you turn the AC off? It's freezing, thanks. Right? But they're only 1 week away from winning, you see? And most people quit right before their breakthrough. They see others getting results faster and assume that their dice must be broken. But what if they just have a dice with more sides? What if their breakthrough is bigger when it comes because they had to develop more skills and more resilience, more creativity to get there? Do you understand how life actually is very fair? Let me paint this illustration to you, right? A guy who comes from a rich family and in your eyes has got it pretty easy. He starts a company and his daddy gives him 200K, whatever. And within his first 3 months, he's at $100,000 a month run rate. You see? And you're like, it doesn't matter what business this is, and you've been doing the same business for 2 years and you're barely at 2,000 a month, right? And you're looking at this kid and you're going, fuck this motherfucker. I've been doing this for like 2 years. He's come in for like 2 months and he's like 100x what I'm doing. But here's how it's all fair. The kid who's made success quickly, in this example, he's used daddy's money, blah, 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 and he's found success quick. Well, what if some really big problem happens, right? And then another one, and then another one. Some like really big problems happen. And he just freaks out and he's like, do you know what? I can't do this. This is too much. Oh my God. And he quits on the 3rd month. Whereas for you, sure, it's been 2 years, but on 2 years and 2 months, that's when you get some big clients and all of a sudden everything starts to go uphill. You, even when shit goes wrong and problems happen, you will not have the same mindset. You'll have built that resilience. By this point, you're so much smarter, so much tougher to break, right? And you're just gonna keep going. You see? So you cannot really compare other people's success and how quick they've done it and so on because, well, there is beauty in the struggle. There really is. There's a lot of lessons and there's a lot of power that comes from it. And here's something counterintuitive, right? Having a harder dice might actually be an advantage in the long run. The person who wins quickly might not develop the skills needed to handle the bigger challenges. The person who has to struggle for their first win develops unshakable confidence, deep expertise, and the ability to handle massive challenges. So again, like for me, because I was born in a pretty shitty background in terms of finances, at least, for me, I was like, it's only up from here. Like, oh, the client doesn't want to pay me £500. I'll take 200. And just build it up. And that's how I build my case studies, my portfolio, and then I beat all my competition because I did accept those $200 gigs, right? I did accept those smaller paying clients, but I built up my portfolio. And then when I went to the big paying clients, they were like, oh my God, look at all of this work. This is amazing. Yes, I'm happy to pay you. And then it was easy for me. Whereas for somebody else, because they already come from a pretty good background, right? And to them, $200 is like, what am I going to do with that? That's not even, worth anything. They say no to all the small gigs and then they struggle getting the big clients, as an example. The longer you stay in the game, the more advantages you accumulate. You build a network of relationships, you develop deep expertise, you create systems and processes, and you build a reputation. Most importantly, you develop the confidence that comes from knowing you can handle whatever comes next. Guys, all of this is making sense, but yes in the chat. We have a few more things to go through. Nice, Aubrey. You're reading about Blue Ocean Strategy. Amazing. This is a very good book. Also, there is a great book that you guys can all read. It's called How to Win Friends and Influence People. It is very, very powerful. A lot of the concepts here are also taught in that book. Okay, awesome. You guys are enjoying it with me. Okay, there's just like 2 last little things I wanted to go through with you guys, right? Again, so the first one is super quick, but let me just explain it. This is like a quote from, again, Sam Ovens, because back when I was learning about this whole paradigm shift and mindset stuff, etc., he was the person that I learned majority of this from, okay? So his small little quote basically says, "We are not the highest version of ourselves which we can imagine, but instead we are the lowest version of ourselves which we can accept." Think about that. And then he goes on, and I'll explain that in just a second. "Understand that you will do nothing to achieve your dreams, but fight like hell to not breach your standards." Let me explain. Let me say that one more time, the first part. We are not the highest version that we can just imagine of ourselves, but what we are is the lowest, the bare ass minimum, the lowest version of ourselves which we can accept. So all you simply have to do is raise your standards, right? So for most of us, right, We are not like, if you close your eyes and you imagine like the most, like, if you could have anything, the most perfect lifestyle, where you are, your house, your car, your girl, whatever, right? You are not there. Neither am I, neither is anyone, right? Because, well, yeah, we're just not, right? You can always do better, right? However, for most of us, we are just above the lowest version of ourselves which we can accept. And that right here is different for everybody. And let me give you an analogy and a real life example, right? So for some of you guys can have like dirty dishes on your desk, right? And you can have just a bunch of stuff on your desk, and you can have like dirty like carpets, and you don't mind walking around in your apartment with your shoes on and so on, right? That's some of you. Some of you are like, I can never imagine that, because your standards of like cleanliness, right, of your environment is much higher than the other person. You see what I'm saying? So boom. And then for this person, like as soon as it gets to like, so again, let me like keep explaining this analogy, right? So for one person, their minimum, their bare ass minimum of this level until they have to like clean is like 2 dishes. As soon as there's like 2 dishes or something, they're like, right, I've got, this is a mess now. I've got to clean this shit, right? But then for some people, it's like, if I like throw the bottles away and they're starting to pile up, okay, that's what I need to clean it. You see what I mean? So there's different levels of it. Money is the same thing, right? Same thing. So for some people, if they have $10,000 in their bank accounts, yeah, buddy, right? We're rich, baby. Baby, get the red panties out. You know what I mean? Like, you're rich, right? That's your mind. That's your level. That's your minimum, like, viable thing, right? Minimum version. For somebody like me, if I have $10,000 in my bank account, I am freaking the fuck out. I'm gonna go bust. Like, my monthly expenses are a lot more than that, right? For like my team, my life, and all this stuff, right? So you see what I mean? How it's just the levels, right? And what's interesting is you simply just have to raise your minimum standard. I know it sounds simple, but that is the truth of the matter. So your minimum standard of your health, your body, how often you exercise, right? How much money you have in your bank account, how many outreaches you do per day, how many clients are you working with. You just simply have to fucking raise these, but truly believe in them. There's no point raising them and saying, oh yeah, like if I have less than 10,000 in my account, I'm stressing out, and you have $400 in your account, right? Like, come on, man. Like, you have to be realistic. But like, so in that instance, if you have $400 in your account, you say, okay, I'm gonna get to $1,000. That has to be my bare ass minimum, and I'm not gonna go any lower than that. You save up, you do whatever, you hustle, you make some money, and get to 1,000, and then stick to your word. Right, and then increase it. Right, now I want to get to 1.5K, right? Then I want to get to 2K. You get what I mean? All right, I'm at 2 clients right now. I have to get to 4 clients by the end of in 2 months, or else, Then you stick at 4 clients and you increase it. But it's interesting. As humans, we will do more to not lose something than we will to gain it. If you want to achieve your dreams and goals, you must turn into the, anyway. But this next part, this is related to the very, very last part, right? Which is, as humans, this is a super interesting one. As humans, we will do more to not lose something than we will to gain it. But let me ask you guys something, right? Or to be honest, just think in your head, right? Okay, cool. So whatever you really want, a materialistic thing this is, by the way, right? This is a materialistic thing, not like retiring your mom or whatever, but like a materialistic thing. Whether that is a car, a watch, some designer things, but like you really fucking want it, right? So like a Lambo, Ferrari. Let's just use a Ferrari as an example, okay? So there are 2 ways how you can achieve and have a Ferrari. Okay? Let's just say this is your dream. There are 2 ways how you, at the end of the 2 ways, you will get a Ferrari, okay? The first way is you don't have it yet, okay? You don't have it yet, but I tell you exactly what you need to do, and as long as you do it, and by the way, it's fucking difficult. I'm telling you now, it's difficult. It will be like averaging 5 hours of sleep, maybe 6 hours of sleep, right? It's gonna be tough. People are gonna say no to you often. You're gonna fuck up a lot. You're gonna feel like quitting a lot. You're gonna be stressed out. you're really not going to go out too much. You're not going to go out partying. Your friends group is probably going to change. I'll be honest, perhaps maybe even your health might, because of sleep, and you're not going to be able to so on and so on, right? Like, you're going to be working a lot, okay? But as long as you do this thing, right, for 2 years, you will get a Ferrari at the end of it. The second option, right, and then anyway, so that's the first option, by the way. And then think like how hard you would work, right? But second option is I give you the Ferrari now, okay? I give you the Ferrari right now. Here's the keys. Cool. It's on your drive. It's actually yours. There you go, right? It's yours. Boom, keys. You have it. And here's the thing. You have to do the same thing as the first scenario. So averaging like 5-6 hours of sleep, working fucking hard all the fucking time, right? However, if you don't, I will take the car away. See, what's super interesting is that the things that you have to do are the same. And the end result is also the same in the sense of you will get the Ferrari at the end of it. However, what's super interesting is this scenario, you're going to most likely work a lot fucking harder, and you're going to make sure you do not miss a day because you don't want to miss, or you don't want to lose the thing that you really, really want because you already got it right now. Here's the interesting thing, my friend. You can, in your subconscious, fool yourself, and I'm not joking, you can fool yourself into believing that you already have the thing that you want. And then you can fool yourself into believing that you must work at that work rate in order to sustain that thing and to have it. Even if in this physical realm, in this physical life, you do not have that said thing yet. You can fool yourself into it. And whatever that goal is, it has to be so important. It has to be so emotionally driven where when you even think about it, you get like this warm feeling and like this butterfly feeling here, right? And as long as you have that, you can win. You can do whatever. And most of you guys are obviously in this scenario where you don't have that thing yet physically. But guess what? I'm literally sharing with you. I can't share any more results. Like, I'm literally sharing with you everything that I have done in order to get this. You just simply have to follow it. The next lesson is going to be a big one. We will be going over how to get started, how to get your first clients, and we will also break down a live sales call. Like, I will literally share with you guys me closing a client. This is going to literally explain to you exactly how to get your first or your next client. I will teach you about how to find them, how to qualify them, how to reach out to them, how to actually obviously get them on a call. But more importantly, we're going to be going and breaking down an actual sales call of me. I just recorded it about 4 or 5 days ago, and we're going to break the whole thing down. All right, cool guys, love you and leave you. I'll see you guys on the next live stream. Welcome back to the next lesson. Today, guys, we're going to be talking about how to get actually practically started, how to find clients in the first place, what kind of clients you ideally want to go for, how to reach out to them, and how to get them on a call. And then instead of telling you what to do on a call, we're literally going to watch an entire half-an-hour sales call that I have done, and I close the client live. Like, you guys will literally get to watch the entire thing. We're going to cut it, like I'm going to play it, pause, and I'll talk about what I say, why I say it, and then play again, and we're going to break down the entire call. So let's begin. So first things first, in order to get started, believe it or not, you don't necessarily need a website. You don't need some like crazy setup going on. All you really need is either your personal Instagram, and if you don't want to use your personal Instagram, well, then you're going to have to create an agency Instagram account. I personally would advise your personal IG, but it is what it is. Just an Instagram account to do outreach from, right? Then you would need a software, either PandaDoc or DocuSign. They're roughly around $15, $20 a month. This is basically where you're going to upload your contract, your contract that you're going to sign the model with, onto this site. So let's just use PandaDoc as an example. And then you're going to fill out the client's details, such as her full name, blah, blah, blah. And then you're going to send the contract to them. That's the thing that you need. The next thing you need is Zoom. Most of you probably already have Zoom or Google Meets, whatever you want to do, right? So that's all you really need. Sure, would a website overall help? Yes, but do you need one? No, okay? Where can you actually find the clients in the first place? So your two places are typically going to be Instagram and Twitter. There is also a website called OnlyFinder, and it's literally like an archive with millions of OnlyFans creators. But let's just use the social media platforms to begin with. On Twitter, you can quite literally go in a search bar, or X, you can go in a search bar and you can literally just search OnlyFans and you'll have a bunch of OnlyFans creators coming up. Find one, take the username, go on Instagram, copy and paste the username. They're probably gonna have the same name on IG. There you go, if you found one. On Instagram, you can also practically do the same thing. You can search OnlyFans, you can search OF, and then you can find a bunch of people in the search bar, click on one, find the profile, and then from there you can find unlimited. You can go down the rabbit hole, you can go down the people that comment on there, you can go on to people that this person is following, and like literally it's unlimited, right? There's over 4 million active OnlyFans creators. To find them is super easy. Now, personally, I would only recommend reaching out to creators that are already on OnlyFans, right? I would not recommend you reaching out to somebody who maybe just has like 20,000 followers and you think she would do great on OF. I would not recommend that. Only reach out to people that already have OF. Obviously, you can see if they have a link in the bio. If they do, fantastic, they're an OF. You can message them, right? When it comes to messaging them, I would also keep it super simple. Big no-no is a big paragraph. Like your first message should be short, straight to the point. It should grab their attention, pique their curiosity, and have a call to action. Those are the 3 steps. That's the 3 blueprints that you need for a great first message. So grab their attention with anything, something personalized, something about them, something crazy, something that would grab their attention, right? Because you've got to remember, when you message them, they will see your message in the requested section, right? And it's only going to be like the first 3-4 words. And yeah, there's not a whole lot, that you can put, but the first 4 words is super important. So don't put like, hey, name, hope you're well. Like those 4, that you just wasted it, right? Those first 4 words, you wasted. It's not going to grab anyone's attention. So the first line should grab their attention. The next part, and like literally 1 or 2 lines, spaced down. The next part should pique curiosity. So say something that will make them go, huh, okay, now I'm interested, right? Maybe you point out a mistake that they're currently making. Maybe you point out what you can help them with. Maybe you point out your own result that you recently had, so on and so on and so on. Like there's so many things that you guys can do, right? And then the last part is make sure you give them a call to action, CTA, right? Instead of just messaging them saying like, yeah, we could chat. Like, no, the call to action should be something to incentivize them to message you, reply with this word so I can send you some more info, right? And so on and so on. Someone said, what if they don't answer you? Guess what? There's 3,999,999 more other creators that you can message. It's a numbers game, right? It is genuinely is a numbers game. Like we are, as an agency, we're probably doing around 600 outreaches a day. So a day, by the way, not a week or a month, a day. Obviously, at my scale, this is not what you're going to be doing. Obviously, like we literally have full staff members, VAs, a bunch of accounts, and so on and so on. But when you're just starting out, you want to be doing around 20, 30 messages a day. Keep it super simple, but it's a numbers game, okay? And the biggest thing is, go back to the previous lesson, which is all about the mindset, right? You have to shift your mindset to like, oh, I want it quick, I want it fast. No, like these things take a bit of time, right? Send out a few messages, you will get some responses. Then eventually you pitch them to jump on a call. The faster you pitch them to jump on a call, the better it will be. Because otherwise, if you go into this conversation and you're just talking to them back and forth, and you're answering all their questions in the DMs, they're not going to want to jump on a call with you because they're going to be thinking, well, he's answered all my questions in DMs, right? And can you close and can you sign clients through the DMs? Theoretically, yes, like we have done it in the past, but the chances are very low, right? It's going to be much easier if you just jump on a call with them and you do it. So then, the call, okay, which is what we're about to break down in just a second. The call itself, make sure like you go into it understanding, like just remember what you're doing. You're just talking to a girl, probably the same age as you, so don't overcomplicate it, don't stress the fuck out. Obviously stay professional, but at the end of the day, you're just having a conversation with another girl similar age as you. And the point I'm trying to make here is, especially if you come from other business background and so on, Like, it's not very corporate-y, and you're not talking to like some 50-year-old business senior CEO that has been in business longer than you've been alive, right? You're not. So they're probably not going to grill you. They're probably not going to ask too many complicated, difficult questions, right? It's going to be just a general conversation. And the flow that I do it, right, and the actual conversation flow that I typically have, and you guys will see this live literally in just a second, is first of all, you want to build a bit of rapport and break the ice. That's the first part. So make sure you write this stuff down, okay, guys? Number one, you want to build rapport and break the ice, right? So just if they have the camera on, talk about, you know, what you can see in the background, or maybe they have an accent. Ask them, oh, I hear you have an accent. Whereabouts are you from? Oh, no way, I've been there, or I want to go there, or whatever, right? Just talk to them just like a normal person for about 3 minutes or so, right? 2-3 minutes, whatever. Then that's the first part. The second part is take control of the meeting, which is, hey, this is how I normally take the calls. Here's what I will do. This is how the call is going to go. And at the end of it, I will do this, right? You tell them. You guys will literally hear me do this in just a second. The next part, so that's the second part. The third part is where, third part is where you now gather as much information as possible. So this is essentially understanding the current situation of the prospect, aka the potential client, right? This is where you essentially want to just ask them a bunch of questions. Like, so tell me, like, what's your journey on OnlyFans? How did you get here? What's going on? Are you with an agency? You're not with an agency. How long have you been with this agency? What's good? What's bad? What do you do right now? As in, like, what's your involvement? Do you post? Do you come up with the content ideas? Do you edit? Or do you do the chatting? Like, do you hate it? How long does it take? Blah, blah, blah. You want to ask them as many questions as possible. Then you want to figure out where do they want to get to, okay? And then if all sounds good and it sounds like you could help them, then the last part, you just say, hey, look, based on everything that we've spoken about today, I truly believe that you'd be a fantastic fit for our agency. I think we can definitely help you here. We work on a simple, and then you do the close, right? Which again, you're going to hear in just a second. Then, genuinely as simple as that, they sound okay, cool, sounds amazing. You get their full name, email address, you send the contract, and you begin working. Okay, cool. Now, for a bit of context for this specific call, this particular client, her English was not amazing, so you will have to bear with, but her English, surprisingly enough, gets better along the call. I think she was a little bit nervous and shy at the beginning, and then afterwards, like, she just talks like normally. So at the beginning, there's a bit of an awkward phase where she's like, she doesn't know how to answer it or whatever, and she's like answering with one word. But then afterwards, you're gonna get to hear that, you know, she actually talks. Anyway, let's jump into it. So I will press play. This whole call is 18 minutes and 45 seconds. And I will pause it, and then I'll tell you guys why I just said what I said, and I'll break it all down for you guys, okay? And as you guys have questions, you can ask them in the chat as well. So with that being said, let me press transition, make this a little bit bigger. Can this go here? No? Okay, fine, fuck it, this is fine. Okay, cool, let's go into it. So yeah, again, just for some context, we reached out to this prospect. She was interested in a call, simple, organize the call, and this is the call. This is literally as simple as that, right? She was just one of the many people that we reached out to. She was happy for a call, and this is where we are. So as you can see, this is the very, very beginning of the call. Let's go into it. Hi, Christina, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Amazing. Also, obviously, by the way, for context, obviously I'm going to keep her identity anonymous. I will not share her name. I will not share any personal details of her, of course. But yeah, just for some context, if you're wondering why the face cam is blurred. Hey, by the way, just to tell you from the get-go, we just record all of these calls just for training purposes. Is that okay with yourself?
Yeah, okay.
All good. Awesome. Well, lovely to meet you. Whereabouts are you from?
I'm from Hungary.
Hungary. Okay. I'm originally from Latvia, which is kind of close, but not next door.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit more about yourself. What is it that you do? How did you get into OnlyFans? So yeah, I was like, trying to build a bit of rapport, break some ice, but she just replied with, yeah. I was like, shit, okay, maybe she doesn't want to talk to me. But then later on into the call, I understand like there's just a big language barrier, right? Like this is literally as soon as we jumped on, I had zero context. But that was the very first part. Obviously, I still carry on breaking the ice as we go on because typically you want to do this for about 2 minutes or so. But she just went, yeah, and that was it. And again, in my head, I'm thinking, okay, maybe she just wants to get into the call, right? Again, I have zero context. I don't know. I've never spoken to the person before. So again, you have to kind of go around, like, so I've given you guys the blueprint here, right? The different steps. But you have to understand that every call is slightly different, right? Like I said, on average, you typically want to break the ice and build rapport for like 2-3 minutes or whatever. But sometimes you will get on a call with a person that doesn't fucking want to do that. They're just like, cool, just tell me, what do you do? All right, cool, no worries, let's talk about it, right? You just kind of skip that part. But anyway, let's keep going. I know you gave me a bit of context already on WhatsApp, but I think we can jump straight into it. Just for some context, by the way, normally how I do these calls is I first of all want to learn as much as I can about your journey on OnlyFans, what's good, what's bad, what we can help you with. And then if I think that we can help you, I'll then explain a little bit more about what we do and my agency. And then we can potentially work together at the end of it. All right?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay. All good. And I know you said earlier, by the way, so that right there was that second part that I mentioned, which is you want to take control of the meeting. The reason why that is important, by the way, is because if you don't do that, what might happen is the prospect starts asking you a bunch of questions and you lose frame. If any of you guys know anything about sales, that is like the worst thing that could happen because all of a sudden then you are answering their questions. That is not what this call is. This is not a Q&A call. This is not a free coaching consulting call. This is literally an interview to see if she is a good fit to work with my agency. Do you understand? You always need to have that frame, okay? English maybe isn't like amazing, so I'll go slow.
Yeah, okay.
English,
Thank you.
all good. English for me is not my first language either. So for me, Latvian is my first language. So I learned English, so I know for some people I can go slowly. It's fine. Okay. So I think what we can start off with is just, I'll let you just tell me as much as you can about, when did you get into OnlyFans and your kind of journey. Is there a bit of an echo, guys, with the microphone? No, it's fine. Okay. As you can see, by the way, like I done the second part, which is taking control of the meeting, right? And then like you saw, I just went back into like breaking the ice a little bit, and that worked, which was like. And by the way, I can see that maybe your English isn't like so great, so I will go slow, okay? And then like she laughed and whatever. So like again, there's never like you never just like break the ice and build rapport and that's it. You never do that ever again. You can chop it in and change it around. But anyway, just wanted to explain that part. Up until where you are right now.
Yeah. I started OnlyFans 70 13 and it's not working.
Mm-hmm. And so when you started it, did you have like a social media presence already, or you just thought, fuck it, I just want to make some money, started an OnlyFans?
I make less money in OnlyFans.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So how long have you been doing OnlyFans altogether for now?
2 years.
2 years.
Yeah.
Okay. And what has been your best month so far?
My best month is $3,000.
Okay. And was this by yourself or you were working with an agency?
Alone.
Somebody said, where is she from? She's from Hungary, by the way. She said at the beginning earlier. I'm pretty sure she's Hungary.
Made alone.
Okay. Have you ever had an agency?
No.
Oh, okay. So you've always worked by yourself?
In Hungary is a lot of scam agency.
Okay. So it's hard to trust them?
Yeah.
So straight away, you guys should pick up on a cue like this. Again, also for context, I know I appreciate that her English isn't like perfect, so we're gonna have to, go between the lines here. I didn't quite understand when I said like, when did you start OnlyFans? She said like 1730 or 7030. I don't know what she meant by that, so I just kind of went over it. And then later on, I asked, how long have you been doing it for? And then she said 2 years. But anyway, right there, first piece of advice I want you guys to know is throughout the entire sales call, right? Let's just call it a sales call. I like to call them interviews because it is more of an interview, but whatever. Throughout the entire call, you want to pick up on cues and things that the prospect will say that will be a potential reason for them to not sign with you. Okay, so with this one in particular, she just said that she's never had an agency before, and it's because in Hungary, at least anyway, to her, that there's a lot of scam agencies and etc. I don't know the intricacies. I don't work with anybody in Hungary, etc. So I made a mental note of that. For you guys, if you guys want to take a physical pen and paper or you want to take notes on your laptop, it's up to you. But for me, I've been doing this for so many fucking years. I just take a mental note and I just remember these things. But that's straight away the first thing that I remember. In this particular instance, I don't think that necessarily was an objection in the later call, but it could have been if I didn't handle it like throughout the entire call, right? So remember, whenever a prospect says that like, they're with an agency right now and they're unhappy with them, or they were unhappy with the previous agency, whatever, and you find out the specific reason, which maybe was whatever, marketing, communication, chatting, whatever, remember that, because that is the thing that they're very scared of that you will fuck up on again, okay? Because they don't know anything else. They just know that this was the thing that was annoying and didn't work, so they want to try to avoid that. So when you go to the pitch, which is at the very end, that's when you emphasize that you will not make that mistake, and here's how you're not going to make that mistake with that, okay?
And okay, so right now you are the one that does the marketing, the chatting, well, everything, right? Or do you have some staff members that help you?
Yeah.
Everything by yourself?
Yeah.
I see, okay. And it's probably taking a lot of time, like it's too much time to do everything by yourself?
Yeah, I have a lot of content, nude photos, solo videos, couple videos.
Right, got it, okay. And let's, so there's two main things that I want to talk about. One is the marketing. So I want to talk about what you do for marketing, what's good and bad. And then we'll talk about the chatting and the OnlyFans side of it. So with marketing, again, you don't have anybody that helps you right now. You do everything by yourself, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then tell me, like, what platforms do you do? Is it Instagram, Twitter, and so on? Like, what do you do on there?
So this is where I'm still gathering obviously a lot of information, right? I'm trying to understand as much as possible about where she's from or what's her experience, when it comes to doing everything by herself. And again, this is where I'm trying to dig a little bit deeper. If I just go back a little bit, this is where I'm trying to dig deeper on what are the current pain points. And when I say pain points, by the way, this is where just in sales, I guess, and so on, it's basically the problems that the prospect will be having, right? And the more problems you identify and the more problems you say that you can fix at the end when you pitch, that is when you'll be able to close the client much easier.
Do for marketing, what's good and bad, and then we'll talk about the chatting and the OnlyFans side of it. So with marketing, again, you don't have anybody that helps you right now. You do everything by yourself, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then tell me, like, what platforms do you do? Is it Instagram, Twitter, and so on? Like, what do you do on there?
Yeah, I have an Instagram. I have a new TikTok profile. My Instagram profile is a lot of followers. 6,100.
Yeah. I think, am I right in saying it was 60,000? Was it no on Instagram?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Okay, cool. And wow, so you done that all by yourself? You built it by yourself?
I don't know.
So on Instagram, did you ever, just to double check, like, did you ever buy like any fake followers, or this is?
So this is just to explain like why I'm double checking with this. Let me just do this transition whenever I'm doing this. So I was just double checking that she said she grew her Instagram to 60,000 followers all by herself. Obviously it's more than doable, but I just wanted to double check like, hey, is this legit? Like you done it by yourself? Did you buy followers ever, etc.? Because you do need to know these things, right? Now again, this is a little bit more. Like when you're just starting out, you're probably not going to ask these questions, but I'm just trying to give you guys as much value and as much information here as possible because you do want to know these things. But again, when you're starting out, you're just going to be like, okay, 60,000 followers, cool, let's move on, right? But again, I'm just trying to explain why I'm asking this is because although on paper it might sound like, wow, holy shit, like this is a client with 60,000 followers on Instagram, I'm going to make so much money here. But if they're fake and the prospect has purchased these followers and they're fake followers, it's about as good as nothing, right? Like it's pointless. It's actually a net negative. So that's why I was asking that.
Like you from posting reels?
I don't have fake followers.
Okay,
It's
amazing.
real.
Okay, very good, very good. Okay, and then on Instagram, how often do you post? Like how many reels?
Mm, a lot of posts. Uh, I made a post twice a week.
Okay.
So right here, guys, the reason why I'm asking how often do you post is the first easy thing that every single one of you guys can improve with every creator, okay? Well, with every creator that isn't doing a daily post, right? So most creators, believe it or not, like I've said this before, they genuinely do like 2, maybe 3 posts a week, okay? So even if you watching this at home and you're thinking, well, Markuss, like I get this whole agency stuff, but like I don't know about marketing, like I don't know how to go viral, I've never done it, I don't have experience, etc. Just by simply helping like an OnlyFans client post once a day compared to just twice a week, all of a sudden that will have a massive, massive effect in the total reach on Instagram, which will then filter obviously over to OnlyFans, which will make more obviously money on OF, right? That's such a simple increase already by just simply helping the client create more content. So that is why I asked how often do you post? That's one of the easy things. And also, by the way, like, if you wanted to take it a step further, as you can see, I didn't do this, but if you wanted to take it a step further, you can prepare yourself before the meeting. AKA, you don't have to ask the question. You can say, okay, cool, look, name. I noticed that in the last like 2 weeks, you were averaging only 2 posts for the entire week. So you're only posting around twice a week at the moment, right? And then she'll say, yeah, right? She will straight away be like she won't say it out loud, right? But subconsciously, she's gonna think, wow, this guy's actually fucking done the due diligence, done the research. Every other person that I've spoken to has done 0 research, doesn't know who I am, doesn't know anything about me. And you are gonna stand out straight away. That's gonna increase your closing rate through the fucking roof, right? Obviously, I'm very fucking busy, and so I didn't do that. But I also have 0 intention of actually closing this client from our own personal agency. Just for context, this is literally just for like I recorded this for training purposes. But anyway, let's jump back in.
Okay. Could you, if I was to help you and give you the ideas, and maybe me and my team could edit the content, could we do 1 a day
Yeah.
every single day? You'd be down?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, so that's Instagram. Do you have a backup Instagram?
Again, just to add a little note. Again, I just double checked, by the way. It's all good and well me thinking, hey, if I, maybe we can help you post once a day, etc. But like, what if the client can't do that, right? What if the prospect cannot do that? So I just double check in there. If we do help you with the editing and everything, etc., could we get to 1 post every day? And she was like, yeah, definitely.
Or just the 1 account?
1 account.
1 account. Okay. Okay. And then what about like TikTok? I think you said you started a new TikTok. How many followers on there, and do you post on there or not yet?
I have a new TikTok. I made 1 month.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a lot of followers on
Okay.
TikTok.
And Twitter?
Uh, no, I don't
No.
have.
Okay. And Reddit also nothing.
So again, just to go back to what I was saying earlier, believe it or not, most OnlyFans creators, first of all, they don't know what they're doing, and it's not their fault, right? Like these girls, they're not some marketing geniuses, most of them. Some of them genuinely are, but most of them are not, right? So you can't blame them. But most of them don't know what they're doing. Most of them are not doing a lot, and especially not on a lot of platforms. So you see how easy it will be for you to come on board and just at least help them stay consistent across more platforms. And yeah, sure, maybe you're not going to go viral straight away all the fucking time, but it will be an increase to what they're doing currently. It's going to be such an increase. And again, this goes back to the very, very first beginning where I was explaining, why this is such an industry. Why do these OnlyFans creators need an agency? Theoretically, they don't. But if they don't, there's only so many things that they know and can do throughout the day by themselves. Whereas with an agency, you guys will know more than the prospect, right? The potential client. And you will obviously have more time, plus you'll have a team behind your back. So hopefully all of this is now starting to make sense.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so just Instagram for now
Yeah.
and TikTok, but yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. For the TikTok, would you be interested in doing live streams? Would you be down?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Also, one more question, by the way, for marketing. Do you have like a girlfriend or a guy, like a boyfriend, whatever, somebody who could help you with, filming the content? Somebody who lives close
Yeah.
by,
Yeah.
yeah?
Yeah. I have a boyfriend. Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, and he'd be down like if I was to do a Zoom call with him and to teach him exactly like how to do the angles and what to record and so on, he'd be down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, another one, right? Probably nobody has ever asked her that, or she hasn't even probably even thought of somebody helping her with the content creation, right? That's such a tiny, and again, look, this specific example doesn't cost you any money, isn't even any more work from your end. You're simply asking, do you have somebody that could help you with the videography side of things? Somebody who could just hold that phone and just record for you. Because social media content performs much better when somebody's holding the phone and the camera's moving and so on, right? Compared to a tripod, which is boring, which is what everybody does, right? Just a tiny little improvement just like that can help her massively. And secondly, maybe she's not even ever thought of something like this. So now that you, just by simply asking this question, is instantly going, oh my God, didn't even think about that. That's so smart. Yes, I can definitely do that, right? So anyway, again, wanted to explain that.
My boyfriend help everything.
Okay, amazing. Okay, very good. Cool. Okay, so when it comes to marketing, I don't have too many more questions. I understand. Let's talk about the OnlyFans side of things right now.
So again, just to explain how I do the calls personally, again, break the ice / rapport building, take control of the meeting. And then when I say I'm asking questions and I'm trying to understand the current situation, there are essentially three main parts, right? First of all, where are you at with an agency? Do you have one? Yes or no? Have you ever had one? When was the last one? And everything regarding an agency, right? Then I talk about the marketing, everything related to marketing, what you're currently doing, what you're not doing, how's it going, what are you currently involved with, etc. Then I talk about OnlyFans, which is what we're going into right now.
So you've been doing it for about 2 years. You have never worked with an agency. You've been doing it all by yourself.
Yeah.
And right now you're doing around $3,000 a month, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So very, very, very important thing that I just done there. Like again, this is sales 101. But I just said back to her everything that she has told me so far in terms of like just summarized in bullet points, right? As you can see, I'm like the whole time I was like looking around, just thinking, I'm not reading, like I didn't take notes. Again, if you take notes, that's okay. It's not a problem. but like I'm able to now just memorize the main parts and I just have it in my head. But the real important thing that I'm trying to stress here is that I said it back to her, right? What does that do to a prospect? Well, what that does to a prospect, it shows that you've been listening, right? You've been paying attention to exactly where she's at. Number one, you've been paying attention. Number two, think about it this way, right? I don't know, and let me use like an analogy, right? If you go to a doctor's office, right, there are two different doctors, okay? You have the same problem, which is, I don't know, let's just say you have a very, very bad headache, migraine, whatever, right? And you have two different doctors. You go into the office, right, and you sit down with two different ones, and you just explain everything. This is how long I've been having this pain for. This is exactly where I feel it. It normally comes on at like 7 p.m., like when I'm, late evening, blah, blah, blah. You explain the whole thing to them, right? How, when, what, why, when, how, blah, blah. And then Dr. A just goes, okay. Well, yeah, tablets here, boom, go, right? Yeah, you might take the tablets because it's a doctor, right? But then the other doctor, Dr. B, right, the different one, he says, okay, so Markuss, if I'm understanding this correctly, you have this specific pain at this part of your brain, and normally at 7 p.m. is when you feel it, and it's typically because of this, and you've had it for this long, and blah. And he says back to you exactly what you just said to him, and then he says, and based off of that, I know exactly the solution, which is this. This could be the same drug, whatever. You're probably more likely to accept the second doctor's offer, because subconsciously you're like, he gets me. He knows exactly where I'm at, how I feel, what I'm struggling with, what do I need. He gets it. He knows where I'm at right now, right? That's the same thing with this, okay? So most people, they never do this. Most of you guys will never, well, now you will, but most other agency owners, they don't ever do that. They will just like ask questions, etc., right? And at the end, they just do this big pitch. It's not personalized, it's fucking scripted, it's cookie cutter to every single person, it doesn't feel personalized because it's not, and the prospect is left with thinking, do you know what, I don't know, I don't feel, like again, the prospect will never say this out loud, right, but subconsciously they'll go, I don't really know if this person can really help me, because I don't really know if he understands where I'm at and what I need. You understand? Cool. Okay. Do you know roughly so out of $3,000 for October, right? How much was from subscriptions and then how much was from tip? This is where there's an absolute language barrier and she does not understand what I'm asking at all. So to be honest, I'm just going to save everybody a bit of time. Like that part just made no sense what she said, so I'm just going to skip past that. I was basically, for context, by the way, I was just trying to understand the ratios. Super important. In the game of OnlyFans, ratios are essentially how much money you're generating from subscriptions compared to tips plus messages, right? That's typically your three main parts where you're going to make money. And the smaller the ratio, so for example, if she's made $2,000 last month, okay, and $1,000 of that was in subscriptions and $1,000 of that was in messages, you're in luck, right? Because you will probably do, like, even if the subscriptions stay at $1,000 a month, you will probably do maybe even $4,000 in messages, right? And that's not even great, by the way. In the best case scenario, you do $1,000 in subscriptions and $11,000. For context, today we're on about a 1 to 23 ratio. So again, to paint the picture, for me, I'm generating from every $1,000 in subscriptions, I'm generating $23,000 in messages and tips. Just for some context. Again, when you're starting out, do not expect to do that, obviously. But like 1 to 3, 4, 1 to 4 is believable, right? I can believe that you guys can do that. Anyway, that's why I was asking that, but she didn't understand what the fuck I was on about, so it was just awkward. I was trying to ask her again, and she just didn't get it, so I just kind of moved on to the next part.
September $1,000. Yeah, subscription 2,000.
Okay. And then from messages, do you know how much? Sorry, I didn't see the screenshot. I think you many people as possible. Do you send out any mass messages, any mass pay-per-view messages, or none at all?
Not at all.
Okay, okay. This is good for us because we can help you with that a lot. That's good. Okay.
So yeah, as you literally heard it right there, like I'm asking about the mass messages, mass pay-per-view messages, and she just simply was not sending them, which is again, like I said there, good for us because that's like a whole untapped way of making a shit ton of money. It basically just means that her fans they're only getting messages here and there whenever she's available, right? Whereas with us, like we can send them a mass message very, very often, but more so importantly, our chatters can take over and actually respond all the time, right? Which is very good for us.
What about the language that you speak to people on the OnlyFans account? Is it in English majority?
Hungarian, because I'm from Hungarian, and the profile is Hungary.
Okay, okay. So none of the fans really speak in English on there, right?
Yeah.
I see.
Again, obviously, same as what I mentioned at the beginning, this is for training purposes. So I would, like, if it was an actual call where I'm looking to take this prospect on, I obviously would not carry the call on here. This would be an absolute, like, deal breaker, right? Like, I don't have Hungarian chatters. But for the sake of the training purposes, I just carried on and I just didn't even make it a big deal. But again, obviously, for you guys, if the prospect has French-speaking fans only, like she's from France and all of her fans are from France and you don't speak French, like, what do you want me to do, right? Like, theoretically, yes, you can find people in France that speak both English so they can speak with you, but then they can do the French chatting. I mean, it just depends. I personally wouldn't recommend it, but that's up to you, right? But again, for the sake of this training, I just moved on, right? But obviously, this would be an absolute deal breaker.
I see. Okay, okay. Cool. And then in terms of the content that you post or you create on OnlyFans, what kind of explicitity level, like do you do pretty much everything like solo or is it non-nude? Like what kind of content do you create?
Post is normal photos, selfie, bikini photos, and I send messages, nude photos, videos.
Got it. Okay, so you do full nude content on OnlyFans?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, cool. And I don't know how to word the question, but do you go like the pricing of the content? What's like the most expensive that you normally sell? Is it around like $70 or $200? Like what roughly do you sell the most expensive?
The nude photos.
Yeah, somebody in the chat, in the Zoom chat, in the YouTube chat said, but can't you market to a different country so you can get English viewers too? That's a great point. Yes, obviously you definitely can. You 100% can. It is just like, it's all relative, right? Like at my stage, this is again, like when a lot of people who maybe see me and they don't have any context, they're like, oh, if it's so good, then why does he teach other people? I don't do that anymore. Right? Like my clients are like making 100K, 200K, nearly 200K, 180K a month, right? And they're already in the US market and we take 50%, right? So I would not, it just would be zero reason for me personally to take this client on and then to remarket her in an English market, etc. But if you're just starting out, 100%. 100%. This is why I don't mind doing this whole coaching and consulting stuff, because my clients are completely different to your guys' clients. Like we're not working with the same people, right? So anyway, cool.
$5 or $10 videos is 25 or $30.
I see. Okay, okay, cool. Okay, so let me run you through everything that's going on my mind on like what we could help you with, right?
Yeah.
So by this point, one, I was kind of I was like, there's not much more information I can get from her because her account is very small and English is a little bit, of a problem here. So I was like, okay, I've heard enough. I've got all the information that I need. And then this now is slowly transitioning into the pitch, right? I don't really think of it as a pitch. It's more like explaining what we do, which is literally what I'm about to explain here, right? And I'll explain to her exactly how we're going to help her but here's the thing, right? Without, explaining all the little intricacies and confusing the prospect, right? This is the big takeaway I want you to guys have from this, is you do not want to just, go on for hours and just explain everything, because it sounds overwhelming, it sounds confusing, and to be honest, you think that they would care. Most of them don't give a fuck, right? They just want to know that you're going to do it and get on with it, okay?
I think, first of all, the fact that you've never worked with an agency, we could make sure that you have the best experience possible. When it comes to marketing, we'll start with that. So with marketing, we would come up with content ideas for you. So every single week on a Monday, we would send you content ideas that you can record for this week, but we'll be posting them for next week. So then every single week, we are already like one week ahead, right?
Okay.
And the content ideas on your Instagram and your TikToks and so on, it would be very like interesting, right? So it wouldn't just be like very boring videos where, it's just like a tripod. We'd probably get your boyfriend to help with a lot of the like filming. So he'd move the camera around, zoom in, zoom out, etc.
Yeah.
And then we can help you with the actual ideas, the outfits, the locations of the content. And then maybe if it's possible, if you could get another person in the videos on Instagram and TikToks, that's the best. So like it's, for example, you talking to somebody or like some sort of an interaction, right? Maybe it's funny, maybe it's crazy, whatever it is. Those type of interactions tend to do the best.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and then we have staff members in the UK and USA, so then we can log into your accounts and upload for you, right? And therefore, we'd slowly start getting a UK and a USA audience, which are the best. Like that's where people really start to spend money. I think you mentioned as well in the DMs on WhatsApp that people in Hungary, they don't really want to spend too much money, right? They maybe spend $5 and then, yeah, like I said, I'm from Latvia. Latvia is the same. It's the same. Yeah. So that would be like the basics just for marketing, like for Instagram and TikTok. Twitter, we can create a Twitter account for you also and start posting on there on a daily basis. We would just need some content for Twitter. For us, the best type of content that performs is kind of, how do I say it? Kind of like teasing content. So like you're not fully naked, but like, they can kind of see things here and there. But yeah, so that kind of content performs the best on Twitter. And then we would also, whenever like another big creator tweets something, we would comment underneath that tweet with your account as quickly as possible, right? And then if this person gets like 1 million views and you're the first person to comment, you will probably get like 200,000 views on your comment, right? And then that's how we get people to come over onto the account.
Yeah, okay.
Also, your OnlyFans page, it's paid or free? I'm assuming it's subscription, it's paid, right?
No, it's free.
It's free? Okay, that's fine. Well, to build that momentum, I was going to suggest to do a free trial link anyway, right? So we would push people on it. That's fine. That works perfectly fine. So just as a complete basic, that's what we would start off with. So you'd now go from figuring out the content all by yourself and trying to edit it, trying to post, and it's a lot. It's so much fucking work, right? Instead, we come up with the content ideas. We also brief your boyfriend on what to do and how to do it. So now you don't even have to set up the camera. He can just hold it or somebody can hold it for you. You send us the content, we will edit it, and we will post it on your main Instagram. Maybe we even create a backup Instagram account for you as well. Also your Twitter as well. And then on TikTok, you can just do a live stream kind of once a week. And again, we'll teach you kind of how to do it, what to say on a live stream and so on. Okay?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, cool. Then on OnlyFans.
Cool. So that right there, that was the marketing part explained. As you can see, I did not go into the intricacies of absolutely everything. Sure, maybe the Twitter part I did explain I probably didn't need to explain it nowhere near as much as I did with this prospect, but I keep it fairly short and sweet, right? You're gonna go from posting twice a week and thinking of the content ideas, recording it, editing it, doing it all by yourself, to we'll come up with the content ideas and blah, blah, right? You obviously heard it all. And again, this is the other thing about sales. Somebody said, I just joined, what did I miss? Broski, you missed everything. Gee, you missed everything. So anyway, yeah. In sales in general, you always want to position all these things as how is it going to benefit the client, right? So instead of just saying, we're gonna get you from posting twice a week to once every day, so 7 times, instead of just saying that, you should say, we're gonna save you time from having to think about what content to create, because we're gonna do that for you. We're gonna save you more time by editing it all, because we can do that for you. And we're gonna make your life a little bit more easier and more enjoyable, because you don't have to set up the tripod and the things. We're gonna get somebody to hold the camera for you. It's gonna make your life so much easier, right? And by saying these things, the prospect can now visually understand and be like, wow, I can see how this is going to be much more enjoyable, why I'd want to work with this person. This is where we would add our chatters to manage your account. So right now you probably do maybe 2-3 hours of chatting a day, right?
Yeah.
We would now be able to cover 24/7. So throughout the entire day, 24/7, we would have a different chatter. So one chatter does 8 hours, and then the next one logs on, and the next one, and it just constantly repeats. They will be able to reply to all of the messages. You also mentioned that you don't do any mass messages or mass pay-per-view messages, which means that we're going to be able to send out a couple of those, and it's going to really engage a lot of subscribers. You probably have a couple hundred, if not a couple thousand, of expired subscribers. So we'll be able to message all the people who have unsubscribed, right? Well, actually, you have a free account. So, all the followers, basically. Yeah, all the fans. Yeah, and then the other thing as well, you mentioned about the fact that your content... just I guess self-analyzing, right? Because I'm not fucking perfect. This could still be better. One improvement that I would tell you guys from me watching this back is, maybe I think I know why I didn't do it so much, but it's just pause sometimes and just ask, does that make sense? Do you have any questions? How do you feel about that, right? These are different questions. You don't ask them all at the same time. But just really engage with the prospect, right? You don't just want to do what I just done there, which is just fucking talk for 5 minutes, right? Now, in this particular instance, I probably didn't, because her English wasn't so great. So I'm assuming her answer would have just been, yes, right? So, but normally, obviously, you do want to double check that everything you're saying is making sense, but also they're liking the sound of it, right? Because who knows, maybe in your mind, it sounds like you're about to have the best offer in the world, and the prospect's like, I can't lie, I don't really care about that, right? So always just double check. Now is $5 to $10, or your nude pictures, you sell them for $5 to $10. We'd definitely be looking to increase that price. So ideally we start off at $15, the cheapest, that's the cheapest, and then it goes to $35, $50, and then to $75 or $100, and then $150 to $200, in an ideal world. Yeah, and then in the future, we can set up things like AI voice notes. It sounds like you, and then we can send a voice note. It sounds just like you, and the fan thinks it's actually you, right? So there's so many things that we can do in the future, but that's essentially what we could do. Again, just a personal advice for myself, or self-analyzing, is just I need to stop saying so much. It doesn't really matter too much, but it just doesn't sound very professional. I mean, I'm very critical of myself. So yeah, every time you should train yourself to, instead of saying just pause. Look, I can't guarantee any earnings. That's just impossible, because there are so many like there's so many variables that can come into play, whether we help you get to only 4,000 or maybe 20,000 or 50,000. Like it really depends on so many different things. But I do think that we could help you. For
Big lesson right there, guys. Okay, this is fucking huge. And this right here is perhaps the most important part from the entire call, like genuinely, is before she asks me for any guarantees or what do I think that we can make her, I already addressed that because every single one of them asks that. And you do not want to say, yeah, I think we can, and give a number. Or worse off, guarantee, like we can definitely guarantee we can take you to X amount. Trust me, coming from somebody who's been doing this for like over 5 years, it's, it's very difficult / impossible to guarantee things in this industry, only because there are so many variables that are out of your control. That's the problem, that are out of your control. What if the prospect gets ill? What if she says she's gonna do the content, but she doesn't? What if her Instagram gets banned? What if a whale, for some reason, that was normally spending $2,000, $3,000 a month, this specific month when you start, just leaves? Could happen, right? So there's like infinite amount of reasons as to why you should never guarantee results, and you should also never give even like a rough estimate. Genuinely never do it. It's one of the biggest problems that most people face.
Everything that I just mentioned here, we do charge 50%. So I know this is your first ever experience with an agency, so maybe this is a lot and it sounds scary, but that's just the industry standard. So most agencies, we charge 50%. And then all of the costs on our team, that's what I pay for. So all of the chatters, chatter managers, the editors, the staff members that do all the posting. I have a staff member that comes up with the content ideas. And we also have essentially a customer support staff, right? Who will literally talk to you every single day to make sure you're all happy. So yeah, that's pretty much everything. The next steps are super simple. I will just send over a contract to you. Once you have read through that and you've signed it, we will then create the WhatsApp group chat with my team, and we can then begin the onboarding process.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Any questions for me?
No, thank you.
All good, awesome. Well, lovely to speak to you, and awesome.
Yeah, so like, look, it's different. You know, most calls, there will be some questions at the end. Sometimes there's a little bit of pushback, and obviously, typically, you'll be speaking with people whose English is a lot better, right? Yeah, I keep saying, you see how annoying? Now that I pointed it out, you guys will probably notice it, like I say all the time. It's just like a thing. I know everybody does it, but it's bad. So let's go through a lot of things, takeaways, okay? First of all, it's very laid back. I try to keep it, you know, fun and enjoyable. It's not very like, question. It's not like a fucking interrogation. So yeah, I charge 50%, and like you saw there, even this prospect, she has never been with an agency ever before, and she's happy, right? Like in this industry, I know if you're coming from B2B or other industries, 50% maybe sounds crazy, but in this industry it is normal, and here's why. Even for us, like one of our clients that I showed you guys, I believe it was, not yesterday, the day before, we have taken this specific client from $8,000 a month to $182,000 a month, right? What would you rather? Would you rather 100% of $8,000, or would you rather 50% of $182,000 whilst potentially doing less work? Don't get me wrong. This specific client I'm talking about, she works her absolute socks off. She's incredible. She works very, very hard. But the concept of, she doesn't have to think about the content idea, she doesn't have to edit it and right? We organize paid actors and videographers and shoots and blah, blah, right? So, one person asked a very good question in the chat, which I think I have to scroll up, but it was basically about red flags. Yeah, here. What's the biggest red flag? What's the kind that makes you instantly walk away from the client? This is an amazing question, okay? There's quite a few. But again, you have to remember that where I'm at is a different level to all of you guys. And if I was just starting out, 70% of the red flags that I'm about to say, I would just ignore, right? Just take the client on, work with them, get some experience and so on. But there are some non-negotiables, right? So again, the first one is definitely just my personal take. Whether you do it or not, it's not my choice, but just me personally, I am 100% against helping somebody start OnlyFans. Just personal preference. Hate it or love it, don't care, whatever. Just personal preference. I don't want to be the person in 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 6 years time when that person maybe doesn't want to do it anymore and so on. And then they think back, oh, this Markuss guy made me want to do it. And it's like, what? Nope. I just want nothing to do with that. So ever since I started, I've always stuck with that. And also, even if we take the moral side of things out of it, just as a business practice, it also doesn't really make sense. Because think about it, what would you rather? Would you rather start working with a client that already understands most of it and has been doing it and has at least some momentum, which is the hard part, by the way, at least to get some momentum, or somebody who has no clue about anything and is probably only going to make like $100, $200, right? It's like, what? This doesn't make sense anyway. But yeah, the next ones will be people that have like a bunch of fake followers. So if they have purchased like thousands of fake followers, ones that don't want to create content for X amount of reasons, you know, if they're like, yeah, I don't like making content, I don't like doing this, blah, blah. If they come on the call with like this bitchy ass attitude talking about like, well, in order for me to sign, I need you to do this, 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 this. And like, sometimes it's reasonable, but a lot of the time, if a prospect comes on the call with that attitude and they're demanding all these things, I'm like, yeah, this is not like, again, just the level that I'm at, I'm able to go, no thanks, good luck, end the call, right? But if you're just starting out, you just want to get your first couple clients, you might want to accept them, it's fine. But these are just a couple of red flags that I look at and I'm like, yeah, cool, I'm out. Like, I want nothing to do with this. And after this, you will simply get the prospect's full name, her email address. You will then go ahead and make a contract, send it over to the prospect, get them to read it. Once they sign it, you then start the onboarding process, which is just basically get them on WhatsApp or however you want to communicate with them. And then from there on, you want to audit the accounts. You want to connect it to your inflow accounts. Inflow, you can set it up. It's online. From there on, if you have chatters, you will then get the chatters on board and they'll start messaging. If it's just you, you're going to start messaging, in the peak times, which is around 7 p.m. till about midnight. But you can do it throughout the day. There's no specific time, okay? As far as like the most basic introduction to client acquisition, getting started, onboarding, that's all you guys need to know. I swear to God, it is as simple as that. There are over 4 million active creators, and there's you and only a couple thousand agencies out there as your competitors. If you start now, trust me, you will be able to get success with this. And on the next lessons, we're going to talk all about, okay, now that you've got a client, what do we do now? Hello everybody and welcome back to the next lesson. Today we're going to be talking about everything on what to do once you've now got a client, right? So we spoke about what even is OnlyFans management, the right mindset that you need in order to go ahead and get started, to get clients. Then we spoke about how to actually secure your first client, which was the very last lesson, all about where to find them, how to qualify, how to get them on a call, and then what to do on the actual call. We broke down an actual live sales call. If you didn't watch it, go back and watch that. Cool. Now today, once you've onboarded that client, now let's talk all about the marketing, okay? So, of course, there are two main parts of OnlyFans management. One of them is marketing, which is getting more subscribers over to the OnlyFans platform. And then the second one is, of course, chatting, which is going to be the next lesson, okay? The next lesson is going to be all about chatting, sales, how to make more sales, and so on, okay? So where do we start with marketing, okay? So first of all, I think it's the best place to start is to explain how marketing even works, and AKA, how do the algorithms work? Because that's all that really matters, right? Once you understand how the For You page works, how to go on the Explore page, and essentially how to go viral, you'll then have a better understanding on how to hack that and work towards that to then be able to get more views more frequently, to then funnel more people over to OnlyFans, okay? So let's talk about it, right? So I think it was like, to be honest, let me actually double check just so I'm correct. When was TikTok invented? It was 2016, yeah. So in 2016, there was a massive change to social media, okay? So before 2016, you guys, were probably watching a bunch of YouTube. Maybe a lot of you guys were using Facebook, and majority of you guys were on Instagram, and also Vine. Vine was a big platform, right? Before that. Anyway, I think Vine was more like 2015, 2014. Anyway, but before all of this stuff, right? How social media worked was super simple. You would go online, such as YouTube, for example, okay? And on YouTube, you would find people, whether you search, maybe let's just say you wanted to learn how to ride a BMX. You would search how to ride a BMX, press enter, and you'd find somebody who makes a video about how to do, I don't know, a 360 with a steering wheel, right? Handlebars. And then you click subscribe, right? Because you like this guy's video, you click subscribe to his channel. And then tomorrow, when you come back on YouTube and you load up the website of YouTube, you would just have basically only the YouTube videos of this person that you have subscribed to, right? Only his videos. If you wanted to find a random other video from a different person who you'd not have subscribed to, you would have to go in the search bar and you have to search, understand? Instagram would be no different. You would follow your friends, you'd follow your family, and you'd follow other influencers and celebrities that you like. And then when you go on the homepage, you would only ever see content from these people that you have clicked follow, right? Makes sense, pretty obvious, right? And that is how social media was, super simple. Now, there was a huge shift which has genuinely completely changed how social media works, which is when TikTok was incorporated and it went live in 2016, okay? So when TikTok went live, TikTok had a different idea. TikTok thought, okay, well, it's all good and well just showing people the content from creators that they have subscribed or followed to, but what if the people that they subscribe and follow to don't make content all the time that the person who's following them is interested in? What if we could figure out a way where every single time they go on our platform of TikTok, every single time they are hit with a video that they would enjoy? See, the key there is a video that they would enjoy. Not from the person they have subscribed to, just a video in general from anyone, right? And that was like the whole difference with how TikTok approached social media, okay? So, and that was the problem with like YouTube and Instagram and so on, right? Because, for example, let's just say you are massively into Porsche GT3 RS, right? You love this car, this is your dream car, right? And you go on, this is back in the day, let's just say, right? This is in 2015. You go on YouTube and you would search Porsche GT3 RS, click enter. And let's just say one of the videos that comes up is a guy, and this guy has made a video picking up my dream car, Porsche GT3 RS, right? That's his video. You click on it, you watch the whole thing, and you're like, wow, this guy's bought my dream car, this is amazing, click subscribe, right? But if you didn't know, let's just say in this example, let's just say this guy is, I don't know, he plays Call of Duty for a living, right? He's a video gamer. You personally, let's just say you're not interested in video games at all. But you subscribed because you watched that video of him picking up his dream car, Porsche GT3 RS. And then when you go back onto the homepage, you would see all of the rest of his videos, right? Which would be video games, right? Because you subscribed to the guy. Only one video was the one that you were interested in, which is the Porsche GT3 RS. And then all the rest of the videos are like video games, which maybe you're not interested in, right? So then your YouTube feed, at least back in the day, would be full of things that you're not really interested in. And then this is where the problem happened with these platforms, right? And here's another little thing. Now, to some of you guys, hopefully, probably most of you, this is not going to be of any surprise. But to some of you, this is going to make you go, right? It's going to be surprising. Everybody thinks that these platforms are free, right? Everybody thinks that YouTube is free. Like anybody could go on youtube.com, press enter and watch videos, right? Everybody thinks Instagram is free. Everybody can create an account on Instagram. I think it's like 12, 13 or older, whatever, right? Same with all the other platforms, Snapchat, Twitter, and blah, blah, right? What you fail to understand is that you and your attention is the currency, okay? So they merely provide a platform for you to come onto, and they want you to spend as much time on there as possible. Why? Not because they love entertaining you, it's because they want to show as many ads as possible to you. Why? Because people like me and other entrepreneurs and other business owners, we will pay these platforms our money to show our ads in front of videos where we think that the customers will buy. Do you understand? So as a social media platform, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, whatever, their only main goal, what is it? It's to keep you on the platform for as long as possible. You understand? That is the concept of these social media platforms. Their goal is to try and get you to stay on the platform as long as possible. Oh my God. That's evil, the Matrix, right? Well, love it or hate it or whatever, but that's just basically how it fucking works. That's how the business of social media works, right? Now, there's a reason why I've explained that, because it's very important to understand. Once you understand that, you will then understand how and why certain things work on social media. Yeah, dopamine hits, right? Now, back in the day, before TikTok came about, YouTube and so on, they realized that this is a big problem, right? The average time spent on our platform is pretty low, guys, right? We're getting people coming on YouTube and they're seeing all this content, but they're not interested in it. So they either click on one YouTube video or they click on none, and then they leave, they disappear. Fuck. Let's have a big board meeting. We need to fix something. We need to change something. Bow! TikTok comes into the play, right? TikTok changes the whole game. They came into it knowing that. Right? So their whole ethos was, okay, fuck all that BS. Let's do it our way, which is we don't really care who they follow, right? But what we do care is that they stay on the platform as much as possible. So we, as TikTok, we're going to build this little robot that is super intelligent and super smart, and it's going to track and learn whatever each user clicks on, interacts with, shares, saves, and comments on, and watches, and also how long they watch that thing for. And then we're going to use this robot with every single user, and it's going to learn all this information. And then with this information, with each one of the users on TikTok, we are going to build them a custom For You page. So therefore, every single person that logs into TikTok, they just simply see exactly what they want to see all the time. And since 2016 until today, it has gotten so powerful, and all the other platforms have now incorporated it as well. It's gotten so powerful to the point where, maybe 2016, 2017, if you clicked on, again, let's just use a yellow Porsche GT3 RS video, right? And then you swiped away, whatever, you'd come back, your For You page would just be cars. It may be supercars, normal cars, sports cars, just cars in general. Maybe some bikes in there as well. So it's like, it's along the idea of, it understands what you want, but not exactly, right? Whereas today, if you watch a video of a yellow Porsche GT3 RS and you like it and you save it and you send it to your friend and then you watch another one, you go back onto your For You page, it will literally be not just a sports car or a supercar, it will be Porsche GT3 RSs, and it won't be any color, it will be yellow ones. That's how insanely powerful it is, right? And the reason why it does this is because it understands, well, he's interacted with this before, he's probably going to interact with it again because he likes that. So let's show more of that to him. So, does that make sense, first of all, how and why social media has drastically changed since 2016, okay? So now let's talk about how and why, from a user's perspective, and you as somebody, well, not you, but your clients who will be creating the content, it is important to understand how to play into this. So here's how it works, okay? In very, very simple terms, right? Dumbed down. So every single user has now a data set and a bunch of this information of what they're interested in, what type of content they are interested in, right? So for me, for example, if you go into my Instagram, right, it's going to be a bunch of watches and supercars. Practically just those two things. That's like my explore page, right? For somebody else, maybe it's a younger kid, right? And he plays video games. For him, it will be like Fortnite and Minecraft, as an example, right? You get the idea. Every single person's For You page is built completely differently. And then the longer you do this, right? The longer you build this like database of what content you're into, the more the social media platform will kind of put you in this bubble, right? So like, and there's like millions, if not probably billions of these bubbles, right? You got like car bubble, then you got like motorbikes, then you got like gaming, then you got golf, tennis, cooking, cleaning, yoga, gym, just anything. Do you understand, right? And there's all these different fucking bubbles, right? And some are bigger than smallers, right? So somebody who's interested in, I don't know, wax figures, that bubble is probably a lot smaller than somebody who's interested in cars, right? That's obviously way bigger. You understand? Now, when your OnlyFans clients, when your creator is going and posting content, right? If they post content that is just super generic, it is just the girl looking hot, whatever, right? There's no intrinsic like something to it. There's no niche, there's nothing specific, no specific clothing, no specific environment, no specific subject, object, and blah, 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 right? It is just her doing a little dance, whatever, and that's it, right? And let's just say that's the reel on an Instagram that you're looking to post. When you're doing that, what Instagram is trying to do is to take this video and just try to see out of all of these millions and millions and billions of different like bubbles and niches of type of people that are interested in all this different type of content, it is gonna have to try and guess which one these people are going to be interested in this content, right? And again, using this, remember this context here, is that this type of content is not niched in any way, shape or form. It is literally just the girl doing a little dance. By the way, Carl, could you turn the AC off, please? Thanks. Right, 1 second, guys. Take a little sip. Okay, so it's trying to choose and figure out of all of these different niches of type of content, which one is actually going to be more suitable for this type of content. And so it will try its best and it will show it to this group of people who typically watch videos of gaming. They're not interested in this. Look, girl doing a fucking dance, right? Whatever, cool. Okay, let's show it to this group of people that enjoy fishing. Super random. Nah, they're definitely not interested in this girl doing a dance. Okay, social media is thinking, oh, okay, like people aren't really engaging with this. I'm not sure who's going to want to see it. Now it shows it to this group of people who enjoy, I don't know, monster trucks. I'm trying to think of random shit, right? They're also not interested. And then social media is thinking like, okay, let's just try to show it to one more group of people. If they're not interested, then we're not going to push this content out because clearly people aren't interested. And then it shows it to people who, I don't know, watch tennis as an example. They're also not interested. And then womp, womp, womp. The video does not go viral at all, and it only gets a measly fraction of the total following of this girl's account views. So if she has 10,000 followers, the video might get only like 1 to maybe 2,000 views, if that, right? But then how do some videos, even with 10,000 followers, get like 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, 40 million views on a video? How does that happen, right? Because if she has 10,000 followers, how the hell does it get so many views? Well, let me explain that. First of all, let me explain why social media does this little testing and why it stops testing, why it doesn't just keep pushing out to more and more people. Remember, what is the most important thing that these social media platforms care about? It's your attention. So you as a user who, let's just say, enjoys golf content, your For You page is just golf right now, right? A bunch of golf stuff. If you now, the next scroll is some random girl doing a fucking dance, which is not related to golf at all, the chances of you swiping away, or worse off, swiping off of the app completely and leaving the app is drastically higher than just keep showing them more golf content because they're already interested in that. You understand? And when the person leaves the platform, that is critical. That literally is losing money for the social media platform. Yeah. So that's why it only tries it ever so many times. Then it just kind of goes, you know what? Fuck it. People aren't interested in this content. We're not going to show it to more people. It's done. Who cares? This content's cooked, right? Done. So with us knowing that, how can we play into it, right? So one of the best ways is to help your clients find a niche, okay? So instead of just posting super broad, generic content, the same as everybody does, you should try to find the client that you work with a specific niche of content to create. It can be anything. It can be golf, fishing, tennis, cooking, cleaning, yoga, gym, arts, painting, like anything. It can literally be anything, right? And then once you've figured out a niche for your client and you've picked one, and then you get your client to create this content, right? Then let's just say it is golf. Let's just use the golfing example, right? Once you then get your client to go out and create some content, with a golf club, and she hits the ball or she misses, it doesn't matter. But the content is clearly to do with golf, right? Then when you post this video, social media will either straight away understand that it's golf content, especially if you put golf in the hashtags and the description and so on, right? Or sometimes it will try like a little, like maybe tennis, maybe it's polo or whatever, right? Oh, it's golf. But sometimes it will test it around. But more often than not, it will understand exactly what type of content it is. And then it will show it to more people that are already interested in golf content that are not yet following your client's account. And then what does that do, right? These people that are already interested in golf content, they swipe, boom, it's your client. Maybe she's a hot chick and she swings and she misses, but she looks sexy while doing it, whatever, right? He's probably gonna go, whoa, who's this? Now I'm interested. Clicks into the profile, maybe clicks follow, right? And then maybe sends it to his friend, sends it to his buddy who's also into golfing. His buddy later in the evening looks at that video, he goes, whoa, who's this? Clicks follow, sends it to his buddy. And then his buddy sends it to his friend, and so on and so on. And that's how you start to go viral. You understand? Obviously, there's a lot more to it, but that is the main concept and the premise of how to go viral. I genuinely just gave you like $1 million worth of game. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, what I just explained there is genuinely worth fucking millions of dollars if you don't understand it already. That is how you can consistently go viral. Okay? So, also maybe somebody might be thinking, well, Markuss, why don't you do that? Bro, I'm a business channel. I'm not here to fucking go viral and play golf. You understand? So anyway, so now that we understand that, right, that's how the algorithms work, and you want to play into them. You want to create niche type of content, and everything's going to become so much easier and better for you. So let's run with this idea that you've helped your client niche down, and he or she now creates specific type of content in any niche. It doesn't matter the niche, but for this specific example, we're going to use golf as an example. For context, if you're wondering, no, I'm not saying that golf is the best, and I also personally not managed any creators in the golf niche, so I'm not saying that. Okay, cool. So next thing to cover is, what is the best social media platform for marketing? Okay. So there are so many that you can choose from. There is Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, Facebook. Like, you can go on and on and on. YouTube, of course, as well, right? And so on. Now, when we say the best, there is no the best that simply beats all of them besides Instagram. I truly do believe that Instagram is by far the best, right? However, again, I must give the caveat and the context here, right? Sometimes, for some creators, Twitter performs by far the best. And if you close a client and he or she already has a large Twitter account, then just double down on that, right? So you want to double down on what already is working on Twitter and just post more, okay? For other creators, maybe TikTok is huge. Every time they post on TikTok, they get millions of views or hundreds of thousands of views, and you want to double down on that, okay? And so on and so on, right? But the one that we always see winning time and time and time again, and very rarely does it not work, is Instagram. Instagram performs very, very well. It's super powerful. TikTok used to be the GOAT. However, TikTok is so much more stricter on the type of content that you can post and cannot post. And the chances of you getting banned and restricted on TikTok is much higher than on any other platform. So that's why I personally don't spend too much time on TikTok, but Instagram for us by far is the best, right? In terms of posting, and let's go into the next part, which is how easy is it truly to just help most OnlyFans creators to scale, right? I think a lot of people have this misconception of like, well, I've never done it, right? But so therefore, I don't know if I would even be able to help any OnlyFans creator. And what if I sign somebody and I don't actually help them go viral, get more followers, etc.? Let me explain to you just how easy it is to help the average OnlyFans creator. I'm not saying all of them, but like the average one. Believe it or not, the average OF creator, they quite genuinely only post about 2 times a week, right? And let's just assume they are only getting 1,000 views per video, right? Per reel. So if you help this creator, if they come on board in your agency and you help them now get to a consistent 1 post every single day, right? So now you're going to go from 2 posts a week. And by the way, the way you're going to do that is by coming up with more content ideas, maybe scripting them, which is literally like 7 a week. You can do that in about 2-3 hours in 1 day. You understand? And then for the rest of the week, it's fine. And the way you're going to do it is by simply helping them script content. For some of them, you can edit the content, and for some of them, you can post. For most, you can just send them the content ideas. The creator will record and edit the content themselves, and then they can also post it themselves. Again, there's no right or wrong, but giving you some context here. But let's just say you've helped this person go from 2 posts a week, so that is 8 posts a month, okay? And that is 8,000 views a month. And if you now help them go from that to once every single day, and assuming that they still get 1,000 views every single reel, you've now helped them go from 8,000 views a month to 30,000 views a month. You understand how insane of an increase that is by just helping them stay consistent? And that's without all the crazy stuff and all the tactics and systems and spending money on paid advertisement and so on, right? That's just simply helping them stay consistent. And believe it or not, most creators genuinely just need that, especially the ones that are starting out, okay? The next one I wanted to talk about is how you can improve the quality of the content and just how important it is also. So again, most creators, they will make videos with like a tripod and an iPhone and in their either bedroom or just in their house, right? And then maybe have like a messy background. They will have some dirty laundry there, or the lighting is terrible, or the phone is old, so on and so on, right? That keeps going on and on. If you just simply come on board and you say, hey, look, do you mind just upgrading to like a newer iPhone? Like if they have anything from like the 13 or 14 and onwards, I think that was a 14 iPhone, right? Sometimes they skip one, so I don't even know. But like 13, 14 iPhone or newer, that'll be fine, right? And then instead of using a tripod, do you have a friend? Do you have anybody that could help you hold the camera, right? Instantly. And then also, last one, do you mind ordering like a light of some sort? Or at least do you mind doing the videos in front of your windows during the daytime where the lighting is obviously, in your face? Just these tiny little increases, promise you, will help massively, massively. Because again, most creators, they will just do the bare ass minimum, which is a tripod, an iPhone, a boring background, they do a little dance, and that's it. Whereas now, right, there will be better lighting, someone's holding the camera, going in, doing all this, whatever, right? Maybe they're walking as well, so the background's moving, so the video is more interesting, okay? And there is a niche, right? Whatever that niche is, let's just say it's golfing, all of a sudden the content that you're going to be posting now, chances of it going viral is going to be drastically fucking higher, drastically higher. And again, we're just covering the fundamentals and the basics. We're not even talking about all the other, there are so many things that you can do, right? But most of you guys here are obviously just starting out. So we're just talking about the basics and the fundamentals. So that was how to improve the quality of the content and just how massive of a difference that will make straight away. The next one is how to structure viral content, okay? So this is the thing that probably most of you guys are always curious about and wondering. So there is a way, there is a specific structure And there are other ways that can, or there are other things that can come into play, whether a piece of content goes viral or not. But the main structure is as follows, right? So first of all, it needs to have a very great hook to the video. The hook is the very first 3 seconds that they're gonna see. It needs to give them a reason to stop scrolling and watch, okay? One of the easiest examples I will give is when something is progressively getting, even more crazier or etc. I'll give you one example, right? We used to manage this one creator that was into, I guess, yoga. She was super flexible, right? And one viral reel that we made, and I think got 28 million views at the peak. We basically got her to stand on 2 chairs, right? She was standing on 2 chairs, 1 foot on both chairs, right? And then it was on a laminated floor, so it was kind of slippery. And then basically, very slowly, the 2 chairs started pushing away from each other, and she ended up doing the splits, of course, right? But that video, the reason why it went mega viral is because the hook is, wait a minute, this girl's standing on 2 chairs. That's nothing crazy, obviously, but that's weird. What the fuck? What is going on? And then as soon as the video starts, the chairs are already going this way. So it instantly tells the person, okay, what's gonna happen? And it makes them watch the whole thing. So anyway, that's the hook. The hook is super important. And that, always, the hook can be something crazy that they say, something breaks, something controversial, something outlandish, etc. Right? The first part is the hook. Then there needs to be some sort of a body to the video. There needs to be either a storyline, there even needs to be a concept of the video, or there even needs to be a challenge. There needs to be something that the person can follow along, okay? So for example, the opposite, this is a bad example, would be just a random montage of a bunch of clips from everything, right? It can go viral, but the chances are a lot lower because there's no storyline, there's no specific thing that's going on and they're following it along, right? For example, Mr. Beast does this all the time as well, where, have you guys seen that video of Mr. Beast, obviously the YouTuber, I'm sure most of you guys, everyone should probably know who that is, when he's running and he's holding a $100 bill, and then he's running with a backpack, and then that's I don't know, $50,000 or $100,000, and then he's running with a backpack behind him and 2 suitcases, and it's that's $1 million, and then he's running with a backpack, 2 suitcases, and a backpack in front of him. That's I don't know, 2 million or whatever. And then he's running with this 4 suitcases he's holding, and then he's got 6 backpacks on him, and he's very slowly running and he falls over, and that's 20 million, right? That whole concept is the progression. So the viewer, the hook, to be honest with him, is that it's Mr. Beast, but he was also running and he had some money in his hand. That's why the fuck is he running and why has he got money in his hand, right? So that kind of hooks you in. And then there's the progress, which is the body, which is the second part, right? And then the last part is the reward. The reward is the very end. So why did they watch the whole thing? What's the end of it? To be fair, it depends. Sometimes you don't need the end part to be a reward. So for example, if it's the hook is some crazy interaction, right? And then the body is the storyline, but then there is no reward in the sense of nothing bad or crazy happens. It's just that, that was it. That was the video, the hook and then the storyline. That in itself can go viral. You understand? But a lot of the time you can add a reward, which basically will indoctrinate and slowly subconsciously tell the person that every time they do watch your creators' videos, there's a little reward at the end of it and they're going to want to keep watching it. Okay? So that right there is the structure to viral content in the most purest, simplest form. But then you have to build on it, right? And there's so many verticals, so many different types of viral content that you can create from there on. Okay? So from there on, you can play around with different environments. You can do it inside, you can do it outside. Then you can do it with just one person, as in the creator, and then you can do it with 2 people. Then you can do it with 4 people, right? Then you can play around with the pace of the video. Is it slow? Is it fast? Then you can play around with the editing. Then you can play around with the text on the screen, the music background, and so on and so on. There are so many different things that you guys can test with all of these parts of the video. Next, let's talk about collaborations. So this is only worth doing either if you have some money to spend, which is, to be honest, going to be the next one, Yeah, reward the viewer. Yeah, glitch, correct. But anyway, collabs is only really worthwhile once you've got a bit of momentum, right? If you have a client that is just starting out and he or she really does not have any momentum, there are not really any, there's not really thousands of people watching the content and so on, it's going to be hard for you to find other creators that are going to want to collab with your creator or your clients. So instead, I would recommend you focusing on everything that I just mentioned before. Keep doing them, keep being consistent, post once a day, then slowly you can build up to twice a day, then you can build a backup page and then so on and so on, right? But with these collabs, once you are getting, 10, 15, 20,000 views per reel or more, right, on onwards, that's when you can reach out to other creators and you can organize collaborations. And this is just a never-ending like spiral loop. Like this is when you've won. This is it. Like at this point you've won. There's no way of going back at this point, right? Because then if your client gets 20,000 views per reel, let's just say on average, and you reach out to a different creator who you don't even manage, just an OnlyFans creator, and she gets 100,000, okay, that's too big of a jump, but let's just say she gets 50,000 views on her reels, and you organize a collaboration with your client, maybe she flies out to your client or whatever, and they do a collab, and this is just like little Instagram reels, little TikTok videos, this is like safe for work content, right? And they do a collab, that is going to help both of these people massively, right? Because your client's followers will go over to her and her followers will come over to yours, right? And that's just a net positive. And then you can keep doing this. You can do as many of these as you want, right? As long as, of course, you keep in mind that the person you are collaborating with is worthwhile, right? Like, for example, if you're getting 20,000 views on your reels with your client and the person that you collaborate with only gets 2,000, it's obviously not worth it. And then the next one is paid collaborations, paid promo. So one of them I just said is a paid collab. So when you do start to make a bit of money, you can reinvest it. And the way to do that is many, many different ways. One of them is a paid collaboration. So using that same example where your client gets 20,000 views on her videos, you reach out to somebody that gets 250,000 views on a video. Obviously, this person would not do a collab for free because it's not worth her time. She's not really going to gain much from doing a collab with your client. However, if you pay this person a couple $1,000s and then they do a collaboration, trust me, those couple $1,000s will work and it will bring you a return on investment if done correctly, right? Another example would be going to these theme pages, right? So again, this is where what I said earlier comes into play. If, let's just say, your client works within, does content within like the golf niche, well, if you then reached out to a bunch of golf pages, you could then reach out to them and say, hey, look, my client, or you can reach out from her account, whatever. You can say, we create golf-related content. We'd love to be promoted and advertised on your page. And let's just say this page has 1 million followers, right? And it's all golf-related content. So all the people that follow this page are also already watching golf-related content. They love it. And then you go to this page, you pay them $500, $1,000, depending on how many followers and engagement they have, etc. And then they post your client on this page. All of these followers are going to be like, oh my God, who's this hot chick? Click onto the account, follow, and then click the link in the bio, and then follow over. And this is the last part that I'll mention about this is super important, is to make sure that you funnel people the correct way to OnlyFans. The problem with a lot of people is they'll do all this marketing, and then they're not going to post the correct Instagram stories, or the correct links, or the correct discount links, the correct campaigns, and so on. And they're going to waste all of this effort, all this time, energy, and effort spent on going viral all the time. And these people are just not going to funnel over, right? If you're not doing it correctly. So make sure you capitalize on when the content is going viral, when you're getting new followers in. You want to funnel all of that traffic over to OnlyFans, and you want to give them as many reasons to do so. Discount links, what they're going to get, a bundle, and so on, right? You want to funnel people over to the OnlyFans accounts. How many trial reels a day? That's a great question. So somebody in the chat said, how many trial reels a day? So funny enough, for a lot of people, they actually don't have the trial reels option anymore, which is super strange. I think Instagram is testing things. But if you do have the trial reels section available, to be honest, there is no magical number. We have tested anywhere between 3 to 20 a day. ultimately up to you. The real key is obviously to not re-upload the same exact content. You have to readjust it, right? You have to make sure that you add some text over it, you crop the video, you invert it, you change the color on it. The text is different every time. Maybe even you add a different song to the background of the video, etc. But yeah, on Instagram, trial reels are an incredible way to keep reusing existing content so your client does not have to keep remaking it. Also, I just realized, yeah, it's you, Frederick. How are you, bro? Frederick, do you mind putting in the YouTube chat, just for the people watching, at what income, if you don't mind saying, at what income did you join the mentorship program? And then after you joined our mentorship program, what has been like your best month on with your OnlyFans management agency? Just for some context, but if you don't want to, it's fine. But just for some context, by the way, Frederick is a person that is inside of my paid mentorship program. So obviously do these live events for free on YouTube, but I also do have a paid mentorship program where you get to talk to me on a Zoom call. I get to interact with you and literally help you with your agency. Also, Frederick has been here, he has been here with me in Dubai, which is pretty cool. Somebody said I have one model with 81,000 on Instagram. She gets 100,000 views per reel. So if I put my other model doing video with her low model, it's going to pump. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So you have one creator with 81,000 followers on Instagram, and she gets 100,000 plus per reel. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so you can collaborate with your smaller earning client with your big one, and yeah, of course. And also you can kind of give them a bit of, not a cut, but you can basically treat it as like a paid promo. So you can say, hey, look, from your next invoice, I'll take off $500 for you to promote, this other girl. That's huge. Yeah, Frederick just said, we were doing $5,000 to $10,000 before, and now our record month is $97,000 in 1 month. Wow, good. And Frederick is aiming for $110,000 this month. Very fucking good. So again, just for some context, guys, Frederick and his business partner, they joined my coaching, I think like 9 months ago, I want to say, somewhere like that. I think early this year. And he was at $5,000 to $10,000 a month. And after learning basically what you guys are learning in the live streams, but obviously like 1,000 times more, obviously inside of the mentorship program, we go into a lot more detail about all this. And also like here, I'm trying to give you an overview because it is a quick live stream on YouTube. But like inside of the program, every single one of the things that I've just spoken about, we spend like an entire hour on each one of them. So really thoroughly understanding everything. But yeah, it went from 5 to 10K at the beginning to now his record month already being at 97,000 to going for 110K. Yeah, what a legend. So there was one more question. So what if the model have contents on other platform, but is now trying to get into OnlyFans? Yeah, I mean, simple answer, just get them on OnlyFans, simple. Like that's if they are already on other platforms, right? If they're already on FanView, Fansly, whatever, just tell them to get an account and go into OnlyFans. Again, just personal thing I always say is if the person is not already on OnlyFans, I would not advise you to convince anybody to get on there for sure. But yeah. Okay, sweet. All right, guys. I'm gonna love you and leave you. Thank you very much for all of you guys for tuning in once again. Somebody said, bro, thanks to you for taking the time out of your day to stream this course. All good, no worries. I hope you guys actually, take this information and actually implement it, right? Because it's all good and well you guys watching this and maybe getting motivated and whatever, but you guys need to implement this, right? Again, if you guys are interested in joining the paid mentorship, the same as how Frederick did and his business partner, and we have countless others, we have over 300 people, you can just message me on Instagram at Markuss Hussle. We're happy to jump on a call with you guys. All right, cool guys, have a good one. Peace. So everybody, welcome back to the next lesson. Today we're going to be talking all about chatting, which is where 80% of the money and the sales are going to happen, right? So far we have covered everything you need to know until this specific moment, right? So you should understand the business model, you should know the right mindset, you should know what systems to use, you should know how to actually get a prospect on a call, what to do on the call, what to say, how, and so on. And then once you've onboarded that client, how to do the marketing, right? And once you've done the marketing correctly, and you're getting a bunch of people, aka the subscribers, over to the platform of OnlyFans, well, now it is time to actually monetize and make that money. And 80% or more of your income should be generated through the messages, right? Which is obviously the main principle of OnlyFans, right? So a lot of people, including me, when I first started this, are like, why do guys even, typically guys, like I think it's like 99% of the subscribers, maybe not 99, but anyway, most of the subscribers are men, right, on this platform of OnlyFans. And most people, including myself, are like, why do they even go on there and why do they even spend money? When if it's the adult content that they want to see, there's a lot of websites where you can see this stuff for free. So why do they even come on here? And there's many reasons that you can think of and try to explain and blah, blah. But the main thing is that kind of connection, right? Is that exclusivity to talk to the person, or at least feel like you're talking to the person, getting exclusive content from the person, and so on, which you cannot get in other platforms, right? In other platforms, you will just get a random video that was recorded and that is it. There's nobody to talk to, you're not talking to the person, and you also cannot get like exclusive content from that person. It's just what they've already pre-made, okay? Now, with OnlyFans, that is obviously the unique selling point, right? Again, whether you love it or hate it, I'm sure most of you guys, watching by this point, couldn't give a fuck. We're just here to make money, right? It is what it is. Now, this is where the majority of money is made, because typically people will just subscribe and they'll spend, maybe between 5 to 10, 15, maybe 20, $25 on the subscription fee. So again, just to kind of explain to completely beginners, it's a subscription-based service like OnlyFans, right? So you can have a free account, but typically most are paid. So the subscriber will see the girl on Instagram, for example, think she's hot, whatever, want to see some more content of her. Then he will go over to her OnlyFans, and then typically he has to pay a monthly fee to subscribe to her account to then be able to message her, right? And that can be like I said, $5, $25 and onwards, okay? Whatever, you can choose. Now, that's not where the most of the money is made. Sure, for example, just one of our clients last month made 27 or 24, I think it was $27,000 just from subscriptions last month. But you know what's crazy? She made an extra $140,000 in messages, right? So it's not like, yes, you can make a load of money in the subscriptions, but the vast majority is in the messages, and let me explain why, okay? So, like I kind of mentioned briefly, let me just clarify this point, is that the fans really want to get that connection with the creator, right? Ultimately, all they really care about, like what do they actually care about, right? The main thing that they care about is at least that feeling where they are closer to the model, right, the creator, and they're building rapport. They feel as if the creator is getting to know them, and so on, right? And also they just want more content and also some custom content just for them. So maybe the model saying his name or whatever it might be, right? Ultimately, that's the real goal. Now, within OnlyFans, it's not like some fucking secret that a lot of these creators, they will work with agencies, aka you guys, to help them manage the chats, right? Now, there definitely was a gray area for the longest time, whereas, where does that kind of leave you legally, ethically, etc., etc. But OnlyFans has adjusted their terms of services a long time ago now. And in their terms of services, so as a subscriber, when you're signing up, you obviously agree to terms of services. And I forgot the exact parts of it. You guys can fact check it. You guys can go on Google and check it yourself if you really want. But within the terms of services, it does state, and again, I'm paraphrasing, but it basically states that there may be a third party managing the account, right? Or assisting the messaging. Again, I forget the exact terminology and exact legal wording that they use. But the point is, that as OnlyFans, as far as we're concerned, on OnlyFans, the terms of services do state that this may be happening. So yeah, it's all good. Now, and again, to go back to the main point of what these subscribers ultimately want, right, is they want faster replies and they want more content of the creator, right? Whether they know or they don't know that it's actually the girl replying or not, does it actually fucking matter? Like, think about it. Like, they're obviously never going to get to meet the girl anyway. That's not what this platform is. That would be an illegal thing, which I cannot even talk about, right? If they were to meet up and do anything, right? That is not what we're here to do. We don't encourage that. That's illegal, etc., right? So yeah, they're never going to meet them. So all they really care about is getting more responses, getting more replies from the model, which is, as an agency and as having chatters on board, is going to help, right? Because you're able to reply faster. Because if it was just the girl doing it by herself, she might only be doing chatting for about maybe an hour a day, 2 hours a day, right? So that, and then the second thing is more content, right? They just want more content of the girl. So again, if it's just the girl doing it by herself, maybe she's only making a bit of content once a month, right? Whereas you as an agency, you might say, hey, look, can we please get this content, this one and this one and this one, and keeping her, motivated and so on, right? And again, this is what I'm trying to say is, like, to be honest, there's actually a bigger benefit of having an agency on board for the subscriber than there not being an agency. Do you understand? Like, because if there's no agency and it's only the model doing it all by herself, her reply time is going to be super, super slow. And she's probably not going to create as much content as the subscribers wish. You see, it's interesting. Anyway, so as I've already mentioned, the next part is 80-20 split. So 80% of your income should come from messages, right? Messages and tips. So let me just explain real quick. If I remember from the top of my head, I think there's like 5 or 6 income streams. But the 3 main ones, at least, is subscriptions. So I already mentioned what subscriptions are. Then you have tips. Guess what tips are, guys? Who's gonna guess what tips are? It's fucking tips. And then messages, which is when you send a photo or a video in the messages and they unlock it, right? Now, like I said, 80% of your income or more should come from actually the messages and tips, okay? Now, why is that? Is because think about it, right? So if the subscription is $10, let's just say, right? Well, then it's pretty easy. You just have to sell one video for $80, right? In the messages, and all of a sudden you're in a 1-to-8 ratio, right? And then it's the whole 80 and 10, to be honest, but whatever. You get the point. So that is why it's so much easier to make more money in the messages. And also, as a subscription, let's just say it's $10 a month. That is literally $10 a month. Once a month, they're going to pay $10. Whereas messages, you can sell 2,000 in one day if you really wanted to, right? There's no limit as to how many you can sell in the messages. So that is why most of the money will be coming through that. Okay. And then just before we carry on, let me explain, first of all, what are scripts, because that is going to be the main thing that we're going to be covering today. And you need to understand what it is, how it works, why it works, and how you can make it work. Okay. So most of the conversations, right, are going to be pretty fucking similar. Yeah. So at the end of the day, we're talking to a bunch of like horny men. Let's just fucking enjoy. That's all the chatting team's doing, all right? Believe it or not, men are pretty fucking simple creatures, right? The conversation will go pretty much identical with a bunch of the subscribers, okay? So if you know that, then you can kind of play into it and almost systemize it, almost like conveyor belt the conversations, right? Because they're all gonna start like here, and then it gets progressively more intimate and more sexualized, and then until they wanna see the content, right? It's practically the same shit, okay? So it's kind of like, think of it this way, like if you've gone on a bunch of dates, like the conversations are practically the same at the beginning, right? Like, oh, like, tell me about this. What about your university? Where, all this bullshit. It's all the same thing, right? So yeah, same thing. So if we know that the conversations are pretty much similar and they're going to go down like this same similar pattern. Also, by the way, guys, leave a like if you haven't. Thank you so much. If you can leave a like on this video, I'd really appreciate that. So if we know that the conversation is going to go down the similar route, then what we can do is we can actually pre-make these scripts, okay? That's the first thing. The second thing, and I'll explain what they are in just a second. The second thing is, what you want to do with the chatting is to make it as an immersive experience as possible. So what do I mean by that? So if you are, the chatters are speaking on the model's account, and they want to sell a photo and she's wearing a red underwear, let's just say, whatever, right? And they send the picture and he buys it and he unlocks it. Also, just for some context, how it looks on the fan's perspective. He will be in the DM. Imagine it like an Instagram DM conversation, right? It's the same fucking concept. She sends a message, he sends one, back and forth, right? Now, when the model, aka your client or your chatter, is going to send the content to the fan, if it's a paid piece of content, you can attach a price tag to that piece of content. Actually, I don't know what's the lowest. Is it $4.99? I believe it's like $4.99 is the lowest, all the way to $200. So you attach the price tag, okay? And then what you do with that attached price tag is you send the content to the fan in the DMs, and from the fan's perspective, he gets the image, but it's completely blurred out and it's locked, okay? And he can just see the price tag. Let's just say it's $50 for this example. In order for him to actually see the photo or video, he then has to pay on OnlyFans the $50, and then that's when you and your agency and your model gets that $50, right? And OnlyFans as a platform, at the time of this recording, takes 20%. Which is nuts, by the way. That is crazy. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but that is insane. That's crazy. So anyway, that's just to explain how it looks from the subscriber's perspective, okay? Now, if we know that the conversation is going to go down the similar route, and then the second thing that I was just talking about is you want the experience for the subscriber to be as immersive as possible. Meaning, you want it to be as realistic in the moment as possible, right? So the example that I was giving earlier is like if one photo, like one PPV stands for pay-per-view. So whenever I say PPV for context, I'm referring to one of these images that's locked and you send it as a payment, okay? So when you send one PPV and it's the model in a pink underwear, right? Whatever. And he buys it, yeah, whatever, cool. But then you send, and then you're talking back and forth, and then you send the next one, and she's wearing black underwear. Although physically, yes, you can obviously get changed. Okay, let's just use another example. In the first photo, she has pink nails, and then the next photo, she has yellow nails, right? Now, obviously, to the guy, probably doesn't give a fuck about the nails too much, right? Sure. But the main thing is that there's no synergy. It's obviously different photos and videos taken at different times, right? And what that does is it subconsciously tells the person, well, she's not really here right now taking the photos and videos for me right now, right here, right? Whereas if you can do the opposite and you can truly make this an immersive experience where the fan genuinely thinks that the content is being taken in real time and there's a synergy between all of it, you're going to have a much higher chance of selling more content, the conversation flowing a lot smoother, and also just kind of systemizing the entire flow much, much easier. Because if you're not using scripts, which I'm about to explain to you exactly how they are, super simple, if you're not using that, then it's a bit all over the place, right? You talk to them, you sell them this piece of content, then you talk again, you sell this one, and they're all different prices because in the content she's doing different things and blah, blah, right? Whereas imagine if it was like, you know for sure the combo is going to go like this. So then the first content you're going to sell is this one at this price. Then the next content is going to be at this price, which is slightly more expensive. And it's just systemized. Like you already know before the fan has answered your message, you already know what he's going to say. And because you already know what he's going to say, you already have an answer to his answer, which he hasn't even said yet. That's kind of a bit of a mind fuck, but hopefully that makes sense. Right? Okay, cool. So any questions so far about the script? Let me explain actually how it works. Super simple. Okay, so with the script, okay, super simple. The idea and the premise is the creator, right, the OnlyFans creator, he or she starts off fully clothed, okay? And then with each piece of content, with each photo and video, she gets progressively more naked and the content gets more intimate. Until some creators, they don't do full explicit content, which is fine. We've had clients in the past, tons of clients in the past, scaled to $25,000, $30,000, $35,000 a month with just bikini photos and videos. The same shit you see on Instagram, the same stuff. So this is the other thing as well, right? It's like, I get it. Obviously, as soon as you say the word OnlyFans, to the average person who has zero context, they're thinking about like the most crazy, like the Bonnie Blues, right? And I get why their mind goes there. But believe it or not, that is actually not all of it. Like a large proportion of OnlyFans is, I wouldn't say, safe for work, technically, right? Because they're not fully naked. Anyway. But yeah, so that's the idea of a script, right? So the first piece of content, and let me explain to you guys, and I'll give you guys one script for free. I actually didn't plan on doing this, but fuck it. I'll give you guys one for free, okay? So, and also everything that I'm about to say here, this is essentially what we give to our clients, right? And we put this in a Google Doc, we neatly organize it, we explain it all, and we give this to our clients, and then they create it, okay? Yeah, fuck it, I'll do it. So essentially, super simple. Version is the first one, let's just say it's a shower script, right? So each one, you can have like different stages, different scenarios in different locations and blah, blah. Also, obviously, this goes without saying, but if you're not 18 and over, please click off of this. This is 18 and over. Please, I'm sure this goes without saying. But let's just say the beginning of the script is her fully clothed and literally wearing a hoodie and a t-shirt underneath and a bra and whatever, blah blah, right? And she just basically takes a selfie in the bathroom, right? Like a mirror selfie. Cool. You send that one for free. The next piece of content might be her now taking the hoodie off and maybe her t-shirt off, and now she's just in her bra, right? And it's a video, by the way, right? So this is like a minute or two video, whatever. And this one can be, it depends on the client that you're working with. Some clients, they only want to go super expensive. Some clients don't mind starting a little bit lower. But let's just say for this example's sake, you are starting off at around $15, right? The first video is $15. Cool. You send that, you explain in the caption, like when you're sending it in the DMs to the subscriber, you're explaining what is happening in the video, okay? And then he buys it. Then you obviously do some more chatting back and forth, etc. You then send the next piece of content, and again, you obviously asked your client to pre-make all of this. The next piece of content might be her taking off her leggings now, so she's just in her underwear, right? And then again, you do some chatting back and forth, and then the next piece of content is when she's now fully naked. Like it's a video of her getting fully naked, and then the next video is her getting in a shower. Right? And then by the way, the price, every single piece of content that I just said, the price has gone from, $15 to $30 to maybe $70 to $150 to $200 and so on. Okay? This is like the most bird's eye view, simplified version of what is a script, what is the pricing, when to send it, etc. There is a lot more that goes into it, but most of you guys are just starting out, so I just wanted to explain it in the most simple terms as possible. Cool. All right, cool. So that's what a script is, all right? Cool. So, and also, by the way, like I mentioned, just to be clear, you ask your client to pre-make this beforehand. So you'd get her to do one in the shower, you'd get her to do one in the kitchen, and one in the bath, in the living room, one in her bedroom, and so on and so on, all right? Sweet. Dylan, how are you? I heard about the call that you had with Trim. Yeah, this just reminded me as well, by the way. For any of you guys that are new here, so this is kind of a little shameless plug / a little ad break. So at the end of these live events, which we have got only a couple left, I believe. But once we're done with all of these live events where I'm teaching you guys all this stuff, I'm going to be choosing one person from this type form that I just put in the chat here. So if you have not filled it out yet, you can fill it out. If you have already filled it out, like Dylan has, then don't fill it out again, right? Because it's just a duplicate. Like just because you fill it out more times does not increase your chances of being selected, just for context. But yeah, anyway, we're going to choose one random person that fills out this type form. to fly you out to Dubai and teach you in person, like consulting session in person, whether to start your agency or scale your existing agency, depending on who you are and where you're at with your agency, right? Depending on who we choose. Obviously, like I say, random, like it is going to be anybody from the people that fill out the type form, but I will vet you guys. Like I'm not just going to choose a random serial killer and fly you out to Dubai, right? Bit of context. But anyway, yeah, Dylan, for example, is one of those people. Dylan was one of these people that filled out the form. Truan reached out to him. Truan is somebody from my team. So yeah, when you guys fill out the form, there'll be somebody from my team that will reach out to you guys and have a quick chat. Okay, cool. Let's go back to what we were talking about. Okay, so the next part is the welcome message, okay? So what is a welcome message? In very simple terms, on OnlyFans, it actually helps you to set up a bunch of automations. Like OnlyFans themselves try to help you automate a few little things here and there. And welcome message is one of them. As you can imagine, it's kind of what it says. It's a message that gets sent to new subscribers to welcome them, right? And you can customize it however you want. You can have no welcome message, you can have just text, you can have text and image, you can have text and video, you can have images and video, you can have it as a PPV as well. So you can, as the first message gets sent, it's like a locked one, so they have to unlock it and pay, etc. Now, there is absolutely no right or wrong. What works for one person might not work for a different person, and you have to just test a lot, right? But one that you definitely cannot go wrong with, and this works for everybody, is a conversation starter, right? Just a general conversation starter. Just think, what would you say to get somebody to just reply and start a conversation, right? Pretty simple. So yeah, that's my personal advice, is do not have it as like a bunch of pictures and videos or locked or PPVs and so on. Don't try to get them to do anything. Just a general conversation starter, right? What would you like me to call you? What's your nickname? What made you subscribe? What do you want to see? Right? Simple as that. And that's a conversation starter. A lot of people don't use it, or a lot of people use it wrong, I should probably say. You also have what's called a mass message and a mass pay-per-view message. So a mass message is, again, this is an amazing thing within OnlyFans. They will let you automatically send out messages to everybody at once. So you type it out only once, you click select all, and you send it as a mass message to everybody. There's a whole strategy behind that as to how, when, and who to, etc. But we're not going to go into too much detail about that today. We're just going to keep it super simple. And then mass pay-per-view message is the same idea, the same concept, apart from you are attaching a picture or a video to it, which they can obviously buy and unlock, right? Obviously self-explanatory. Okay, cool. So let me explain how the chatting typically will go, right? Like this is the most average conversation with the average subscriber, and obviously it can go left, right, up, down, and so many different ways, okay? So first things first, and this is in a chronological order, right? So first things first is you're gonna get some info from the subscriber, and you're gonna build some rapport and add all that to the fan notes. So what do I mean by that? So build some rapport as you would with anybody, right? So your chatters are going to just simply speak to the subscriber, whereabouts are you from? Like I said, what made you subscribe? What do you want to see? Blah, 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 right? Like you can even ask things like, what do you do for work? What are your hobbies, right? Etc. You can ask all these things and just you build some rapport. And the key here is as you're gathering all of this information, you want to be adding it into what's called fan notes, okay? The notes section. Because here's the thing, if you have only 5 subscribers, it's pretty easy to remember their nickname, their hobbies, what they do for work, and etc., right? When you have 4,000 of them, which is what one of our clients has, it is impossible. There's absolutely no way you can remember all of that every time. Obviously not, right? And instead of having to rely on a third-party extension, like, I don't know, some CRM, like Pipedrive or Trello, and add all of the fan names and then add notes in there, you can do it within OnlyFans or on Inflow. It's the same thing, right? So as the fan is giving you the context about his occupation, where is he from, his hobbies, and blah, 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 you want to be adding all that information into the fan notes, because What you're trying to do is build that rapport with them over, a couple of days, a week, 2 weeks, a month, 2 months, etc. And one of the best ways to build rapport is obviously by remembering people's name or like aka nickname, just remembering things about them, right? So like for example, if you're speaking, your chatter is speaking to somebody, and then the next day, they come back and let's just say on the first day they said that they work as a delivery driver, right? And then the next day they come back. You don't have to like guess or go again. What do you do for work, by the way? If you just asked them that yesterday, that feels stupid. And obviously that means the subscriber would leave and etc. That's a bad story, right? So instead you should keep all of the notes on the fan notes, right? That is going to ensure that's how you build those relationships with the fans, and also that is how you're going to get whales, okay? I mean, there's a lot more to it, but that's one step towards building somebody into a whale. Also, for anybody who is brand new to OFM and doesn't know what the term whale means, most of you can probably guess it, but it's just like a big spender. Just somebody who is spending a lot of money, right, to your client. Okay, cool. Anyway, so in order of chronologically, in an order of what typically happens, is the very first part, you just build a little bit of rapport, okay? So like I said, where are you from, etc. Then most likely the conversation will lead to like a sexual convo, right? Either the subscriber will do it, which most of the time they do, or your chatter will try to, or you obviously need to train your chatter, or if it's you doing it, then obviously you will then need to obviously bring that conversation over to you being able to sell some content, right? Because if the conversation is not sexual in any way, then obviously you'd be a bit random trying to sell a titty picture for $5. It's like just so random. Like if you're talking about, I don't know, just a walk in the park, and then bow, $5, please buy this. Like what? Like I wasn't even ready. So yeah, obviously either your chatter or the subscriber should lead the conversation over sexual. Obviously it's super simple, like, hey baby, what are you doing right now, by the way? Oh, I'm just in bed, I'm blah, blah, and you get the idea, right? And then once that conversation has led a bit more into kind of the sexual side of things, you will then simply proceed with selling the scripted content as I've already mentioned. So, and then you can combine the two, and what I mean by that is, let's just say the scripted content is the shower script, as I mentioned earlier, right? So your client, the OnlyFans creator, has pre-made, so she's already taken the photos and videos of her in the bathroom and then getting in the shower and blah, blah, blah. Obviously, I'm gonna try and keep it as PG as possible, not having to explain all the details, but obviously you get what I'm saying, right? So your client has already made all this content. You already have it in your OnlyFans, right? But then your chatter should, just to make it obviously even more believable, before he's even sent any of the pictures or videos, right, from the script, already a text message is saying, oh yeah, it's actually getting pretty late, I'm gonna have a shower soon. So the guy's already thinking, well, obviously when you go in the shower, you're gonna get naked. Duh, the fuck showers with their clothes on, right? So by just saying that with the words, it's already insinuating that obviously that's gonna be the next thing. And then when you start selling the scripted content, which is obviously the client in the bathroom, then getting in the shower, all of it just seems immersive. It's all connecting, all the dots are connecting, everything is starting to make sense, okay? All right, cool. Keep it exciting and always give them a reason to come back. Okay, this is the next part. So this is a big one that a lot of people miss out. So, and that's, by the way, like that's genuinely like as simple as I can explain chatting, that is it, right? So gather information, then typically transitioning the conversation into a bit more sexual, and then eventually you want to go ahead and start selling the scripted content. Okay, cool. But then here's the last part that most people miss out. Most people do that and then they just kind of leave it at that, right? The last part, which is super important, is you want to keep it exciting and always give them a reason to come back. So if somebody has just gone through the script, right, and also, by the way, this is how quickly and how much money you can start making, right? Like the script, if somebody goes through the entire script, that should be anywhere between $500 to about $800. And that's one script with one subscriber on one night. And like I said, we have over 4,000 subscribers and we do this stuff every day and night, right? So you can imagine how quickly it starts to speed up, right, and collect. So anyway, yeah, so the last part, which is keep it exciting and give them a reason to come back, okay? So with this section, what I'm trying to say here is after he has gone through the entire script, and let's just say he spent $600, right? You don't just want to end it there and be like, okay, good night, and that's it. You want to give them a reason to come back. So, oh, tomorrow I just ordered this new toy or this new underwear set and I can't wait to show you. It's getting delivered tomorrow. Anything along those lines. You can use your imagination, your brain, to try and think of a million other versions of what I just said, right? But you want to give them at the end of the script every single time a reason to come back tomorrow and come talk to you the next day, all right? Or maybe, hey, I'm going to be home all day tomorrow, come talk to me, or etc., etc. Okay, cool. You can also sell custom content to the fans. So this is something that I haven't even mentioned about. So what I said so far, I am reading the chat here and there, by the way, guys. Another thing as well is custom content. So everything that I've spoken about so far was pre-made content, okay? Unlike this live stream, because this is not pre-made, this is live. But everything I've spoken about so far is pre-made content, yeah? So the opposite is obviously to actually genuinely create real content, real time for the specific fan. So what do I mean by that? Is sometimes the fans will come on, like the subscribers, and they'll say, can you record a 5-minute video of doing whatever, imagine whatever he would fucking want, and then saying my name on it, okay? So for that, you obviously have to charge a lot because it's going to take physically time and effort from the model to create this content, okay? But there's absolutely no reason why you guys shouldn't do it, yeah? So if the client is happy to do custom content, then by all means, you guys can sell custom content. Just try not to go too heavy on it. Because if your client has to wake up every single day, as in your OnlyFans model that you're working with, right? If she has to wake up every single day to having to create like 20 custom videos, I'm telling you now, like you're not gonna have that client for very long. It's so much effort, so much effort. So you can do them every now and then, you know, but I would not recommend you guys to do it all day, every day. Okay, cool. Okay, next is you'll want, okay, so that's basically explaining the premise and the concept of chatting in a nutshell and like a bird's eye view. Obviously there's so much that goes into it, but that's like so you guys understand what, how, and why the chatting works. Now, let me go into a little bit of detail about how to outsource the chatting. So instead of you doing it all by yourself, how can you get somebody to do this for you, right? Because ultimately, like newsflash, obviously sexting a bunch of horny men is not the most exciting thing in the world. I'm sure none of you guys really want to do that, right? So then how do you outsource it? How do you get somebody to do that shit for you? So let me walk you through it. So when you're just starting out, you will just want to have free chatters, okay? If you really want to just start off, you can just have one, and then eventually you get the second one, and then eventually you have the third one. But as like an overall bare ass minimum, in order to manage an account, so the messages are being answered 24/7 throughout the entire day, you'll need a minimum of 3 chatters, okay? And within these 3 chatters, each one of them is doing 8 hours, 8-hour shift. Understand? So one chatter works for 8 hours. He or she logs off, finishes their shift. The next one logs on and does 8 hours. The second one finishes their shift, logs off, the third one logs on, okay? And by the time the third one has finished his or her shift, the first one has already slept, eaten, whatever, and it's the next day for him, and then he's coming on board and doing his shift again, and that rotates over and over and over and over and over, okay? And that is in very, very simple terms how you manage an account for 24/7, or 20 hours, 7 days a week, okay? Now, I kind of just said there, 7 days a week. So obviously these people need a fucking break. Like you cannot just have them working 7 days a week, all day, every day. So eventually you're gonna want to hire more chatters, right? To fill in those gaps. So the Saturday, the Sunday, etc. to cover that. But eventually you will anyway, right? You'll start off with 3, then you have 6, then you have 9, then you have 12, and you'll eventually keep jumping up in these teams of 3, okay? And also, of course, the most, like the peak hours are obviously in the evening, right? So we're talking kind of 7 p.m., 8 p.m. onwards, yeah? And that's typically, like for big accounts, for some of our creators, just for those peak hours, we have an extra 2 chatters that come on board, just for those hours. They don't do the morning or the night shift, but just for those peak hours, and there's an extra 2. Where can you hire these people? In short, online, but from places like South Africa, Philippines, South America, etc. Because in these places, obviously the currency exchange is in your favor. If you're from Europe, if you're from USA, your dollar or your euro goes very far. Whereas in these countries, like the currency exchange is in your favor. These are some of the most hardest working people that I've ever met and come across. They're very smart. However, the problem that they face is, well, maybe they have English issues like spoken English, maybe they don't have the confidence to close clients, etc., right? So they're very hard-working people, they're ready to do the work, like the chatting and so on, but there's always something stopping them from themselves going out and closing a client, right? And look, obviously, it goes without saying, like, you typically will want to work with people from the same country as you, right? So a British OnlyFans creator will want to work most of the time, obviously there's exceptions, but most of the time they'll want to work with an agency in the UK or from the UK, right? American creators will typically want to work with an agency in the US, right? Like, that's not a fucking newsflash. That's typically how these things work, right? So that's why these people, they are ready to work, but for whatever reason, they cannot get the clients themselves. And this is where you can bring them on board on your team, okay? And you're essentially what's called like arbitraging talent, okay? Cool. And then after you've gotten, 3 chatters, then 6, then 9, and then 12 chatters and so on, and you're the one managing everybody, eventually what you want to do is either promote one of your chatters or just hire a chatter manager. So this is a role now that is essentially replacing yourself from having to manage all of these chatters all day, every day. And you now can take a step back and focus on anything else, on marketing, on client acquisition, on branding, whatever you might want to do. But you now have this one person who manages all of the chatters, right? And you, as the business owner, only talk to this chatter manager. And that's it. You no longer now have to deal with fucking managing 12 people. You just manage that one person. Also, for anybody who is obviously brand new here, of course, I do also have a paid side of everything that I'm just showing you guys right now. This is a very, very condensed, summarized version of everything that I teach inside of my paid community. So if you are interested and you're like, man, this all makes sense, I really need this help, you can message me on Instagram at Markuss Hussle, same as my YouTube, and then you can learn more about that there. You can book a call with us. So Brian said, where would you get chatters that speak both English and Spanish? My models are Latinas. So short answer is South America. I forgot the exact name of the country, but there is definitely a place in South America that both they speak Spanish and English. There was also another one where they speak Portuguese and English. So it depends on obviously what you want. And then of course in Africa there are places where they speak fluent French and English. I'd like to learn how to draft scripts for difficult subscribers. Aubrey, what do you mean by difficult subscribers? You don't really, what's the word? You don't really like draft scripts for difficult subscribers. Like that will be manual. So you will just have to manually handle each one of those situations where either they're trying to like haggle the price, like to get it lower, or they're saying like, oh, I can't unlock it right now, or whatever it might be, For those, pretty much always you have to handle those manually just because each conversation will be completely different. How do you set up KPIs for the chatters? Skin, that's, or Jake Tyler, that's a great question. So how do you set up KPIs for chatters? For anybody who's brand new to like business as a whole, KPI stands for Key Performance Indicators, which is just a fancy term to be like, how do I measure the success of what my staff are doing, right? Or how my business is doing. So for us at least, like the 3 main KPIs that we track is the response time. So how quickly or late does it take for them to actually respond to a message? It should not be any longer than 5 minutes. The second thing is how many messages are being sent out per hour. So the volume of messages being sent out per hour. This is tracked on Inflow, by the way, you can see that. And the last one is how many PPVs are being sent out per hour also. Now, between these, there is like the golden ratio, and then there's like an unlock ratio and so on, which we do also track. But those are the three main KPIs that we track to see whether a chatter is performing good or bad, whether they are on track, to do well, or they're slacking. Okay, that's a great question. How do you create different scripts based on each model or location, or just generic scripts? KDC, that's also a great question. So again, the script, just to be clear, by the way, it's more like a template that we give to each one of the models. So don't think of it as like we fully have all the text written out and how they're going to respond. Don't think of it as an actual script, like he says this, she says this, blah, blah. Think of it more like first photo and video, do this, and we just describe it. Second photo and video, do this, and we describe it, and so on and so on. This template, we just give it to each one of the clients, right? It's slightly different for each person, but overall, that is essentially the concept of it. And also here's the other thing, right? Obviously, like the scripted content, like think about it, it's all gonna be technically the same thing. She's fully clothed, she gets a little bit more undressed, and a little bit more undressed, and more undressed, and then she's fully naked, and then the script ends, right? The concept is obviously gonna be the same. So really all you're changing here is the location and what she does in the content, as she's getting progressively more undressed, etc. Do you understand? How often would the model have to make how often would the model have to make contents for PPVs? How often should the creator make content for PPVs? So we have our clients doing new content every single week for all of our clients. They all create new scripts, new vault content, new feed content on OnlyFans every single week. Sometimes, obviously, if they're traveling or whatever, if they can't do it, then they can't do it. But we do always send them new script ideas, new content ideas every single week. How many scripts should a beginner create realistically? If your client can make new content every single week, then that's fantastic. There's no only create 4 and that's it, we can end it here. If you can do 2 a week, like 2 scripts every week, then that's fantastic. Just for some context, it's probably roughly around, I've never made a script, so I don't know, but I'm assuming it's around 3 hours of work, each script, just because she obviously has to get, she has to get dressed and do her makeup probably and do the lighting and so on, and then she has to record the whole thing actually. But yeah. If you're just starting OFM, when do you plan to start hiring chatters? So again, there's no right or wrong. You can do it straight away, as in you can never do the chatting yourself. You can outsource it from the get-go if you wish, or you do the opposite, which is straight away, you go ahead and you outsource it, right? There is no right or wrong. There's pros and cons of both. If you want my opinion, I would highly recommend you to do the chatting yourself for about a month or 2, and then you hire somebody, because then at least when you hire somebody, you can train them from experience, right? And also what's going good, what's going bad. Whereas if you've never done this before, you don't know if the person you hired is doing a good or a bad job. How do you get content ideas for the model? You just think of them. There's no magic sauce. You just think of the content ideas. How many pics or videos for a script? Iris, that's a good question. So how many pictures and videos per script? Again, there's no right or wrong. The short answer is the more the better. I would say a minimum of about 3-4 photos, and then also about 5-6 videos. That would be the ideal. Okay, cool guys. I'm gonna wrap it up here. Thank you very much for everybody for joining, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye. Welcome back everybody to the last section of the online program. So by this point, let's just recap what you have learned so far. The very beginning, you guys learned about what is the business model of OnlyFans management and how it works, okay? So how do you actually get clients? What are you gonna have to do with these clients once you get them? I showed you a bunch of results, my own results. I showed you my clients' results, my students' results, and so on and so on. So that's the first part. Then we went over in detail, what is the mindset shift that you must have in order to actually run a business? If this is the first time you're ever trying to learn how to run an online business, we very clearly explained what is the actual mindset shift that you must have in the first part. The very next part was about client acquisition. So we explained to you guys how to actually get your first client, okay? We also broke down a live sales school of me closing a client in real time. Then the next part was all about marketing. So how do you actually go viral? How does virality work? How do algorithms work? Give you a bit of a history on how things have changed on social media. And started getting you thinking about how to hack the algorithm to get more views for your clients and therefore to go more viral, right? And then the very last part, which was the last part, which is all about chatting. So once you've got a bunch of people over to OnlyFans, how do you then monetize that in as much detail as possible, right? So how does the chatting work from a bird's eye view? From what are welcome messages to scripted content and everything in between, okay? And that's where 80% and the vast majority of your income will be coming from, which is the messages, okay? Now, that's what we've covered so far. And this live event, I wanted to cover what is now missing, right? So far, everything that I've explained to you guys in this online video, you can take that and you can fill in the gaps and figure out the rest by yourself. So like I said, you understand now the business model. You've seen me close a client. I've explained to you how to get them on a call and then how to close them on that call. I've already explained it. Then I've briefly introduced you to marketing and chatting. And now you guys should have a decent understanding of how everything actually works, right? From a bird's eye view. However, on this very last part of the video, I wanted to explain to you guys and just give you a little bit of more context on what is missing, however. Because obviously each one of these parts has only been roughly about an hour or so. And some of you guys will be thinking, well, cool, all of this makes sense. I'm just gonna go and do it by myself. And for some of you, this is a very viable option. This is fine. If you truly believe that you can do it all by yourself, I genuinely give you my salute and I wish you all the best, right? The problem is that you don't know what you don't know, right? And because a lot of people are somewhat naive, they make a load of mistakes, and yeah, they learn from these mistakes, but you got to understand the cost of the opportunities that you might lose. So if you do go out and you follow what I've taught you so far, and you get your first client, and he or she's making $5,000 a month, and then you lose that person, maybe that you fuck something up and they leave within the first week, well, you've lost a load of money on a monthly basis right there. Right? Or maybe another example, you are speaking with somebody in the DMs and you just can't seem to figure out how to get them on a call, okay? But let me go through all the things that you will need to know that have not been explained in thorough detail in this online video so far that can get you thinking in the right direction. And at the very end, I'll explain to you how you can actually get the answers to everything that I'm about to cover here. So first things first, and this is in an order of getting started to scaling your agency. So number one is where and how to actually set up your company as a legal entity with a business bank account in the best way possible, right? So of course, if you're from the UK, you're probably going to think, well, I can just register a limited company and I can just open up a HSBC, Santander business bank account and I'm good to go. Although physically, yes, you can do that. You are going to be paying a lot of money in obviously tax, which everybody has to pay tax, but there's other ways on how you can lower that amount that you need to be paying. And also, what if something goes wrong and that business bank account, they have issues with what you're doing, etc., right? So you're gonna need to figure out on what is the best way and where rather to actually register your company, but then also open up a business bank account, because you don't really, not that you don't want to, it technically, you should not be taking any business income into your personal bank account. It should be a registered business, then open up a business bank account, and then taking payments from your clients on this business bank account. So how do you do that, right? The next part, all the best softwares you'll need for tracking numbers, organizing projects and tasks, keeping clear communications, payroll, and so on. So there is one that I've mentioned in the video so far, which is Inflow. So I mentioned that a few times. But Inflow is just one of, I want to say about 9 softwares that we use on a daily basis as an agency. And the other ones that I have yet to mention are super, super important, right? Because, for example, Inflow is great for seeing the overall picture and tracking perhaps what your chatters are doing and connecting all the accounts. But what about outreach, right? What about when you are reaching out to prospects and you're trying to keep everything organized to know who to follow up with, when to follow up with them, etc.? What about payroll? Like, how does that work? What about working out P&Ls? What about tracking how much money is coming in, how much money is going out, working out your profit margins, and making sure everything is tracked and detailed, okay? Also, what about, once you have 1 or 2 clients, it's okay, but what if you have 5, 6, 7 clients? How do you track what needs to be done for each client? Like, because every client will have different tasks for you and your team to do. How do you track all of that, right? I don't recommend it to be a pen and paper, right? So there's an online tool that we use for that. So that's the next thing. Next is you'll need to know exactly how to reach out to OnlyFans models to actually get replies, and then how to answer their messages to get them on a call itself, okay? So most people, what they struggle with is actually getting their messages opened and getting responses from these OF creators. So in this live stream that I'm recording, put a 1 in the chat if you guys send loads of messages and you feel like you're not getting that many responses, like not many people are opening the message, let alone replying, right? It's most people. Now, what if there was a way to not only set up your profile the correct way, but also have such a great first message that you send out that grabs the attention of the person, then piques their curiosity to actually read the whole thing, and then gives them a call to action and a reason to respond. And therefore, instead of 1 out of 200 messages only getting a response, what if instead it was 1 out of 50, 1 out of 30? You're really able to dial it in. And what if there was a way to split test these things? What if there's a way to actually figure out how to send the best possible first message to get the highest amount of responses? Because think about it. If right now you're sending out 100 messages and you're only getting 1 reply, well, imagine just by improving that to 2 replies out of 100 messages, you could potentially double your business. How insane is that? That's like the most highest leverage thing that you could do to fix. Next is how to then actually get referrals from your existing clients and also be able to leverage your clients' Instagram accounts for more outreach. So once you do get a client, how do you then actually get them to get you more clients? And this is practically how I built my agency. So sure, my agency is at a level where we do have staff that will do the outreach and so on, but we don't necessarily need to. Like, most of the best clients that we get are referrals from our existing clients right now. Because they already enjoy working with us, because they already trust us and they get such great results, when they're talking to their friend and their friend is maybe struggling with an agency, etc., they will instantly tell that friend about us. And then that's an instant referral, and then there we go, right? How do you actually get that happening? Like, how do you actually incentivize that? And then also, how do you then position as an offer to log into your client's Instagram account to reach out to more OnlyFans creators? And that's going to be so much easier to close clients. Because think about it. What is an OnlyFans creator more likely to open the message and reply to? Your personal page, your agency page, or another OnlyFans girl? Probably the other OnlyFans creator, right? There's going to be a much higher response rate from that account. So how do you do that, right? Next is you also need to learn how to actually take on clients, who to take on and who not to take on as a client, right? I've seen so many people crash and burn their entire agency by simply taking on the wrong clients. So especially when you're early on, so most of you guys are just starting out, of course, right? But especially when you're early on, you will probably want to just take on every single person, just say, yes, 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 I want to work with you, yes, yes, yes. But believe it or not, that is not the best way to do it. There is absolutely good clients to take on and not so good clients to take on, right? There are some clients that you can take on and you can do everything for them. And matter of fact, you can do more than what you should do. And they're still unhappy. They're still pissed off. They leave. They don't pay your invoices, etc. Well, what if there was a way to figure out, okay, these are the type of clients that are typically going to do that. I can stay away from them, right? So now, if you're going to do it all by yourself, you're obviously going to have to learn this along your journey, right? You're going to make a mistake. you're going to lose a client. She doesn't pay the invoice. All right, cool. That's the type of client that doesn't pay invoices. Fuck it. Chalk it to the game. On to the next one. But there's a way that you can learn that a lot quicker. You'll need to learn how to onboard clients the right way, how to do an audit on OnlyFans and social media to actually know what are the first steps instead of just trying to do the same thing for every single client. So whenever you've done all this hard work, right, you've set up the profile, you've sent all the messages, you've finally got a response, you got a client on a call, you followed how we do the sales calls, you've said exactly everything correctly, the client's agreed, the client signed a contract, and now signed on with you, you need to know how to do an audit properly, right? Before you start doing the marketing and the chatting, you need to know how to actually review the entire account on OnlyFans and social media, and then what to look for to understand how to actually scale this client, right? Because yeah, it's all good and well getting your chatters on board and just posting more. But there's a lot more to it, obviously, right? But just simply posting more and just replying to messages, that in itself might have a 10, 12% increase. But some of our clients that come on board, they have a 400% increase within their first month, right? So how is that attainable? That's not by just posting more and replying to a few messages. There's a tailor-fit service for every single client, because every single client you work with will be slightly different, right? Of course. Maybe they're in different niches, they have different wants and needs. One is good on Instagram, the next one is good on Twitter. One does full nude content, the other one doesn't, right? And you have to tailor your agency services for each one of these clients differently. You need to know how to do that. Because again, if you just do the same cookie cutter, this client will get the same thing, this client will get the same thing, and so on. It's not, sure, maybe it works for some clients, but overall, it's not going to work. You will lose clients. And here's the worst part. If done incorrectly, you will lose clients within the first few days. So again, imagine you've done everything correct, you've put in so many hours, weeks of work, and I'm talking weeks, if not months of work. You finally got a client on board, and then now because you fucked up the audit or you didn't do an audit, and you thought, okay, this is probably what I need to do, but it was incorrect, and the client leaves, well, not only have you lost the money because, well, the client is gone now, you've also lost the weeks of work that you've done to try and finally get this first client. It's crazy. You can lose so much time and energy there, okay? Next, you will then need to understand how to tailor marketing strategies and campaigns for each model to not only help them stay consistent, but to actually help them improve their content and get more views than originally they were getting. So this is going to encompass, let me read out a couple of things, right? Number one, a better camera quality, pretty self-explanatory, right? Next will be a cameraman, right? Somebody to help them film the content. Next is going to be props and outfits. So how does that work? Where are you going to get them from? Who pays for it, right? And so on. Best niches that go viral. So I kind of mentioned on the marketing section of this program about different niches and how they work, etc. But well, what if you were to able to figure out what are the best ones already from the get-go, right? What about paid actors? How does that work? Where do you even get these paid actors from? How much do you pay them? Who organizes it, etc.? Weekly organized content ideas to stay ahead of the curve, right? So for example, when it's Halloween, a month before, 30 days before, you already pre-plan what's going to happen for Halloween. If it's Christmas, a month before, you've already pre-planned exactly what outfit content ideas, what games, what scripted content, what is going on a month ahead, right? How and when to organize collaborations with other OnlyFans models, right? So once your client is getting some traction on social media, he or she's gaining the momentum, getting a bunch of views and followers, etc. How do you then leverage that and just start to multiply it, right? Your client is getting 50,000 views. You find a completely different OnlyFans creator with another 50,000 views, and you get them to do content together. And now the videos get 100,000 views. Now, once your videos are getting 100,000 views, you get another creator who's also getting 100,000 views, and then you do a collab again. Now you're getting 200,000 views. Once you can simply crack this, you're golden. There's no way you can practically fail at that point, right? How and when to organize collaborations, like I said, and then paid promos as well. So where and when to invest your earnings back to make more money. So, once you're making $5,000 a week, right, from just one creator, you should probably reinvest quite a bit of that money back into growing it and making it make more money for you, right? So where do you invest that money? How do you invest it? What kind of paid promo should you be doing? So if you don't know, you're gonna have to figure it all out by yourself. You're gonna have to spend loads of money. You're gonna waste loads of money. What if you get scammed? What if you pay somebody for promo $600 and they never do the promo? That would fucking suck, huh? And then the next part is the chatting. So within chatting, there are high-level chatting strategies. So within the last section of the program, we explained about the overview of welcome messages and scripted content, how the prices increase. So the content gets more and more explicit, and then of course from there on, you will increase the price and so on. That's like the most basic level of how chatting works, right? However, there's obviously a lot more involved in that. So, you can actually, there's a way how you can just simply sell something at $200 over and over and over and over. There's a way how you can make whales, right? There's so many things. There's wall posts. What about the wall posts? So on OnlyFans, there's the chatting, but there's also posts that you can make on the wall. How does that work? When to post them? What kind of wall posts to do? You can do campaigns on that, right? What about mass messages and strategies behind that? So when to send mass messages. Again, what to put on the mass messages. What even is a mass message, right? But more so, when to send it, who to send it to. I'll give you guys a little example, right? You don't want to send it to people that have spent loads of money because they can see it's a mass message and they want that manual custom feel, right? They want to be spoken to, right? Rather than just mass messaged all the time. So how do you organize that? How's all of that structured? What about the vault where all the content is organized, right? How do you organize it? What about tracking links, discount promotions? What about games on OnlyFans, right? That's a whole section which, I haven't even spoken about really in this entire program. OnlyFans live streams for extra earnings and then highly converting scripted content. So there's a way that we do it which makes everything so much more realistic. You add a bit of AI voice notes to make it seem even more realistic. You can say their name in it, etc. And then last but not least, which in my opinion is the most important part, which is the team structure. So everything that I've just mentioned so far, you can figure it out by you doing it yourself. You can do the marketing yourself. You can do the sales yourself. You can do the outreach yourself. And then you can fail and make mistakes and learn from them. And you can do the chatting yourself. You can fail and make loads of mistakes, right? You can do all these things yourself. But the last part is the most crucial. And this, if you really fuck this up, your whole agency's done. You're going to lose clients by simply maybe somebody making a mistake, or somebody you take on board, they steal clients from you. And the last part is team structure, right? Hiring staff. So this is really where you go from a solopreneur and just not really a business owner, but just like a glorified employee, to actually running a business, managing people that do the work for you, okay? So if you've never done that before, that's a whole skill in itself. So first of all, what even is the team structure? What kind of different staff members do you need, right? How do you even train the chatters? Where do you find them? How do you qualify them? How do you onboard them? How much do you pay them? How do you incentivize them to keep working hard every single day, coming back, right? Months in and month out. What about chatter managers? So eventually you want to have somebody who manages the chatters instead of you doing it all by yourself, right? And then what about editors who edit the content? What about content distribution? So who posts the content on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Reddit, Snapchat, Facebook, YouTube? Who does all of that? Where do you find these people, right? Are they from the UK? Are they from Spain? Are they from India, right? Where are they? And then wall posts and messages. Who schedules that? Client relationship manager. What even is a client relationship manager? How do you retain clients? How do you hire people to actually speak to all your clients? Who deals with all the day-to-day runnings and the problems and so on? What about team meetings? How often do you do them? What do you discuss on the team calls? What about videographers, paid actors, and so on? And so much more, right? So ultimately, all of you guys that are still watching this, you all have obviously two options, right? It's either you do this all by yourself and you try to figure it out, and by all means, if you feel like that truly is the best fit and you don't mind wasting potentially weeks or months or potentially even years. You're going to spend loads of money figuring all this out by yourself. You're going to hire the wrong staff members. You're going to overpay them. Or potentially you hire the wrong staff where they steal models from you, meaning that you literally lose money because they've stolen a client from them. Imagine you hire the wrong chatter or the wrong chatter manager and they go, do you know what? Fuck this guy. I can do this myself. I know who the model is because I'm logged into her OnlyFans. Let me just message her myself on Instagram and I'll just take the model myself. That would be horrible, right? Or what if you're doing it all by yourself and you onboard the model and then you fuck it up and she leaves? That's pretty bad, right? Or the second option is you could have somebody like myself by your side teaching you everything that I just mentioned and more, and explaining it and answering all your questions in excruciating detail. And that's option 2 essentially, right? So essentially where we would take on a certain amount of agency owners just like yourself, and whether you're just starting out or you're already making 10, 50K a month, etc., and you want to get to that next level, we've helped people at all levels. People just starting out with no business experience, people that are stuck at 50,000 and they want to get to 100, people stuck at 100, they want to go to 300,000, right? And so on. People that have experience in e-commerce, people that have experience in trading and so on, but they don't have any experience in OFM specifically, right? People that are in college or in education, people that have a full-time job and want to build this on the side. Like we have genuinely helped people from all different walks of life. The option 2 is essentially you message me on Instagram. Pretty simple, at Markuss Hussle. You drop me a message or there'll probably be a link somewhere down below. You can check out everything that we do offer. We're very selective on who we take on because yes, although we do kind of essentially hold your hand and guide you along the entire journey, there is a lot of work that you're gonna have to put into it. I'm just gonna be straight up, right? Obviously, if this was super easy, you could lay back and fucking sip some cocktails on the beach, then everybody would be doing that, right? But obviously this does involve some work. So if that is you and you think, do you know what, man, just from this free stuff on YouTube, I've learned so much from this guy and you want to learn more, then my DMs on Instagram are open. Just drop me a message at Markuss Hussle. Just so I know that you've come from this YouTube video, message me the word YouTube so I know that you came from this video, right? But essentially, to wrap it up, that is everything you need to know to understand how the business model works. You've seen my results, you've seen our students' results, and hopefully you've now gotten a bit of a taste of, man, like I kind of starting to understand this. Like you reach out to these models, there's over 4 million of them online. I'm gonna get them on a call. I've watched Markuss close a client live on a call, so clearly it fucking works. I've seen hundreds of other results from other students that have done exactly the same thing. So clearly that works. I kind of understand marketing a little bit and chatting, but I would definitely need some help. And that's for you guys to message me on Instagram. And again, the only requirement is that you're 18 and over. That is the only requirement. You can be from all around the world. You can be at different walks of life. You can have experience in business. You can have no experience in business and so on, right? And let me just see if I can do something. I just wanted to show you guys some of my student results, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, look at this shit. Let me see if I can share this with you guys. Yeah, cool. So, you guys should be able to see my Discord right now. So what you're looking at here, this is essentially a private Discord. Can I move this? No, I can't. Okay, no worries. This is essentially our private Discord with people inside of our paid mentorship program. So this is what I was talking about. This is where essentially if you were interested, you'd message me on Instagram, we'd organize a call to obviously discuss exactly how the program works, what's included, etc. And then if you have the budget, you have the finances, you would invest and you get access to this. And this is just one of the things. And right here specifically, this is the wins section, and this is all of the results from all different people from all different walks of life, right? We have Josh right here, almost at 1K a day this month. For context, let me just see, I think it's profile, yeah. So he joined in August the 18th, which is how many months ago? 3-ish? year, yeah. So 8 teams, so halfway through, basically the end. So 1, 2, basically 3 months. So in about 3 months, Josh was able to get an agency from zero knowledge, from nothing, to now doing about $1,000 a day. So obviously on a run rate for $30,000 for the month. In just 3 months. And this was a message today, yeah, 11th of November. Here's another student. So far, this was the 9th of November, so 2 days ago. He is at $145,000 for the month. That's pretty fucking nuts. Here's another one, another student. So this is again on the 9th. So he's on $30,700 so far. So yeah, for example, look, here people are saying, hey, by the way, was this in the last 30 days or this month? That's this month, all right? So another one, $27,400 this month. Here's another one, 7 days into November. So in just 1 week, this student generated $17,500. Pretty nuts. Another student, I already talked about Fred. Not a bad week so far for one of our models, $1,400 this week. Again, Josh back here, $4,000. Another one, $39,400. Finn again. Here's Reggie, first month with a new model, $175. Another student, $880. A new model signed. So there's people in here who are just signing their first couple clients, right? We've got some other students doing $115,000 a month. Here's Santino making $43,500. Fox making $111,000. Here's another student, $41,500. Here's another student, $11,400. These are my own results. So last month I done $335,500. So not too bad. This is just one of my clients. So last month in October, in total, she made $228,000. Net was left with $182. So yeah, Josh, $1,000 here. And so anyway, you guys get the idea, right? And we have new people joining all the time. So for example, here, we have a person joined just here. Hello everyone, my name is Adam, just signed on, starting today. It's my first day, he's from Utah, USA, right? If we go back, then there was another student that joined, I believe, earlier today. So yeah, Boris. Hey guys, I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Boris. I think Boris is from these live events, by the way. I know. I don't know if he's live right now here, but yeah, he's funny enough. He is literally just watching these live events, just like how you guys are. And then he simply reached out to us, and he joined, I believe, today or yesterday. So yeah. So pretty crazy, right? The choice is yours essentially now, guys, right? So I've told you everything, I've showed you everything. You clearly just saw the results. I don't feel like there's anything else that you need to see or believe. You can message me on Instagram at Markuss Hussle, and from there on we can have a quick conversation. It is actually me that manages the DM, so I might be slow at replying. So bear in mind I obviously sleep as well. So if there's a phase where I'm just not replying, I'm probably asleep. So anyway, if you're interested, message me on Instagram at Markuss Hussle to learn more. If not, I wish you all the best if you're going to do it by yourself. And thank you so much for watching this entire stream and videos. I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye guys.